Chapter 1. 001 YOUR Goldfinger is finally online one more. Bang bang bang. Billy Batson's 10 fingers were tapping on the computer keyboard without interruption, without any thought at all, and the words came out very clearly. Finish. Billy yelled in excitement, quickly moved the mouse with his right hand, clicked save, and then closed the document titled Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban. Open the mailbox, upload the document, and click send. With a ding, the text prompt box of send successfully pops up. Closing the second-hand laptop in his hand, Billy breathed a sigh of relief, with a smile on his face, and slowly stood up, moving his stiff body and sore fingers. It has been 3 months since Billy traveled to this parallel world, and everything in this parallel world is basically the same as the Earth where he once was. It's just that he has changed from a handsome boy in his 20s to a boy under the age of 15. He is still crooked nuts, and even an orphan. He looks pretty handsome. He was often vegetarian by his family 3 months ago. Adopted in the orphanage. But what makes Billy want to scold the street most is that there are so many famous people in this world. For example, the Dark Knight Batman in Gotham City, Superman in Kansas, Wonder Woman in World War I, and the Captain of the United States in World War II. How to play this? Although Billy is not a big fan of superhero, he still knows some of the popular blockbusters of DC and Marvel. There are 10,000 sentences in Billy's heart that I don't know if it should be improper to talk about it. The world he traveled through turned out to be the world of American comics. This special code is too cheating. For the past 3 months, Billy has been looking forward to the appearance of Goldfinger every day. However, nothing happened. However, Billy did not abandon himself. After all, he is still alive, and the terrible disaster has not yet officially arrived. Even if it does happen, it will not necessarily fall to one's own head. It is more reliable to find a way to make more money to improve your life. Billy discovered in the plan that his memory has been greatly improved after crossing, and he is completely clear about what he has seen and heard. After some thinking, Billy decided to take the road of making money by copying the public. It just so happens that there is no Harry Potter series of novels that are popular all over the world. I chose this novel because Billy clearly knew that the author of Harry Potter has a fortune of more than $1 billion with this novel. Although it cannot be compared with those commercial giants, it is definitely one of the best in the industry of writers. I believe this novel can also shine in this world with similar historical and cultural backgrounds. Billy's codeword speed is not slow. Even if he still has to go to school, he will guarantee at least 10,000 words a day. You can get 1 copy in less than a month, and the 3rd copy just uploaded is all ready. The first 2 books, Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone and Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, have been published, with very good results, and have been translated into other languages and exported to places other than the United States. Every month, Billy can receive a large amount of manuscript fees, and the amount on the account has successfully exceeded $1 million. Before Billy crossed, he was depressed. He had no car, no house, no money, no rights, and no girlfriend. Since God has let him cross now, he must not waste this opportunity in vain. Even if unfortunately died young because of future disasters, you must enjoy the good life of the rich. But as soon as he saw Tony Stark, who wore a mustache and wandered around all day, on TV, Billy felt a burst of irritability. This planet is about to enter the era of superhero flying all over the sky and supervillains flying all over the ground, especially in New York City where I am. It is super insecure. It is better to move as soon as possible. Billy put on a down jacket, brought his secret vault and forged ID card and walked out of the orphanage, to the subway station, ready to go to the old place to enjoy life. Billy didn't tell anyone about publishing books to make money. On weekdays, there is not much communication with the members of the orphanage. After all, they are basically children who are teenagers or younger, and Billy's real age is far above them, and there is a generation gap. Billy got on the subway, and when the door closed, something strange happened. Ha ha ha. The entire carriage went dark in an instant, and all the surrounding passengers disappeared. Only the silver-blue electric lights kept running around, and the air began to fill with a terrifying atmosphere, which made Billy feel uneasy. Click click click. Immediately afterwards, all the windows on the carriage were frozen with a thick layer of ice slag, and a series of crunching noises were emitted, and the warmth suddenly decreased. Billy tightened the down jacket on his body and couldn't help but shudder. Although it is already December, it shouldn't be so cold. It feels at least 20 degrees below zero. However, more is the panic in my heart. Billy was a little at a loss, but he felt a little familiar with all this before him, as if he was very familiar, but he couldn't remember it for a while. The car door opened, and Billy poked his head out cautiously, looking at the completely unfamiliar environment outside. It seemed to be in an underground cave, and it seemed to be in a mountain that had been hollowed out. There is a majestic stone temple in front of it, exuding a terrifying breath, like a peerless beast, with its mouth wide open, waiting for food to approach. Billy glanced at the subway map above the door and confirmed that he did not do the wrong car, but everything in front of him was really unexplainable. He courageously shouted, "Hello, is there anyone?" No one answered, everything was so silent. But there was a strange feeling in Billy's heart. It seemed that someone in the mysterious stone temple was calling him. Billy struggled for a while, and finally walked towards the mysterious stone temple not far ahead. After entering the stone palace, the feeling of summoning suddenly became stronger. Billy looked at the demon statues on both sides of the stone hall with a little fright. The 7 original sins of mankind are arrogance, jealousy, anger, laziness, greed, lust, and gluttony. I'll take it. How do these demon statues feel like they are alive? They keep staring at me, as if they are about to eat me. At this moment, an abnormally weak voice suddenly reached Billy's ears. "You are finally here, I have been waiting for you for a long time." Billy was taken aback. There are people here. At this moment, Billy hurriedly followed the prestige, and saw on the stone seat at the end of the stone hall, a grey-haired, dying old man was sitting there holding a long wooden staff with his head down. A legendary name instantly popped out of Billy's mind, Shazam. The last necromancer of the Eternal Meeting, Shazam. Billy's eyes lit up immediately. Could this be my gold finger, the power of Shazam? P.S. For newcomers and new books, please ask for flowers and collect them. If you come to give a reward, I am very grateful for a small amount of money. Asterisk. 002 In a critical moment, save the god sister 2 more. The Temple of Eternal Rock, one of the origins of magic, is supervised by the 7 necromancers of the Eternal Council, who vowed to protect everything. Later, Shazam's students betrayed and released 7 deadly sins. 6 necromancers were killed, leaving only Shazam. Shazam sealed the temple until his power became weaker and weaker, unable to continue to seal the 7 demons, and needed a new heir to take his place. Billy had just watched some movie clips about Thunder Shazam before crossing, and he understood in an instant. He didn't expect that the fellow he passed through was the heir to the power of Shazam. The power of Shazam represents the power of the 6 gods. The wisdom of Solomon, the power of Hercules, the endurance of Atlas, the trial of Zeus, the courage of Achilles, the speed of Mercury. At this moment, Shazam hung his last breath and said weakly, "Come here, hold the staff in my hand, and call out my name, Shazam." Billy stepped forward with excitement, knowing what would happen next. He would gain Shazam's power. However, Billy also knows very well that if it hadn't integrated the soul of the original body owner with a sense of justice, he might not get it. Billy held the staff, his voice trembled with excitement, "Shazam!" Boom! There was a loud noise, and a blazing magical lightning fell instantly, hitting Billy's body. Then, Billy transformed into an adult superhero endowed with the power of 6 gods. From then on, Billy is the new generation of Shazam and the new Asgardian of the Eternal Council, who has to bear the responsibility of suppressing the 7 deadly sins. Shazam glanced at Billy with a smile on his face, and then quickly aged, his white hair all fell off, and his whole body turned into dust. Shazam, who had lost his strength, could no longer hold it and left the world completely. In order to fight back Dr. Shivana, who had taken away the magic pupil, Shazam had forcibly overdrawn and had only a small amount of vitality left. Just because he has not found his heirs, once Dr. Shivana recovers, the 7-headed demon sealed in the temple will surely escape, causing the lives of the world to be destroyed. As the last necromancer, Shazam has a heavy responsibility, relying on his superior willpower to endure the arrival of his successor. Billy felt the power in his body, looked at the tall and mighty new face, and every cell in his body was filled with joy. However, Billy couldn't help feeling a little confused when he saw Shazam turn into a pile of sand. How could you just die like this? Haven't you taught me how to use your power? I only know that by shouting Shazam, you can gain strength and change back to the original state. I don't know anything else. You are too irresponsible. Suddenly, an irresistible force came, and Billy's body flew directly, his eyes filled with whiteness. After a while, Billy regained control of his body, and the surrounding scene became clear again. At this time, a ridiculous voice came into Billy's ears. Ha ha ha, where is this silly DK, white cloak, red battlesuit, golden boots, really cool, is this imitating Superman? It doesn't look like it at all. Billy looked at himself excitedly and made sure that all of this was real and not a dream. He really gained the power of Shazam, and he was able to protect himself in this dangerous world of comics. Glancing at the big guy in disdain. You know what a shit, dumb hat. Billy stood up from his seat, ignoring the opponent, and slightly bumped his right shoulder against the opponent's block, and went straight to the car door. Boom! With a loud bang, something incredible happened. Even if Billy didn't use any force at all, the big black man weighing at least 100 kilograms was hit by Billy and hit the toughened glass heavily. Hee hee. Billy looked at the big guy grinning in pain, a smile involuntarily convolved at the corner of his mouth, and walked out under the horrified gaze of the other person. Is this the power of Hercules? Even if you haven't controlled it yet, even if it's just a trace of being mobilized inadvertently, it is beyond ordinary people's resistance. Billy walked out of the subway station at a brisk pace, muttering to himself softly. As far as Billy knows, Hercules is the strongest god among the Olympus gods. His power is almost infinite. Above Superman, he can even move planets. Billy began to replan his own future, and now he has gained the power of Shazam, and in the face of future disasters, he will no longer be a cannon fodder. Money is still to be earned, but the most important thing is how to enable oneself to master the power of Shazam as quickly as possible, and even make one's own originally possess strong power. After all, there are weaknesses in the power of Shazam. Moreover, Billy, who has watched some movies, knows that there is an unknown bald doctor who has been bewitched by the devil and wants to gain the power of Shazam, and he will definitely work on him in the future. Billy remembered very clearly that when he was in the Temple of Eternal Rock, the magic pupil sealed on the stone pillar had indeed disappeared. This means that Dr. Bald has already got the magic pupil. Although it is not clear why the stone statue of the 7-headed demon is still in the temple, looking at the cracks covered in the body, as long as the magic pupil is not resealed, it will be inevitable to escape. At this moment, Billy couldn't help feeling the sense of crisis and urgency, and must think of a solution as soon as possible. While Billy was thinking, countless people's eyes were attracted by Billy along the way. This sleek outfit and sturdy figure really made men jealous, and women wanted to fall in love with him. Especially the women in their 20s and 30s, their eyes shone like a wolf, and collision accidents happened frequently. Drop. A loud whistle sound accompanied by the harsh brakes suddenly interrupted Billy's thoughts, making Billy couldn't help but look up. I saw a young lady with a fair complexion and good temperament with a sad face, her head down, looking at the documents in her hand, trance running through the red light to cross the road, and about to be hit by a fast-moving truck. I don't know what's in my mind. Mary. When Billy saw that the other party turned out to be the young and beautiful Miss Mary in his orphanage, his heart suddenly became anxious. Mary takes good care of everyone on weekdays. If something happens, everyone will be very sad. The most important thing is that I haven't soaked this young lady into my hands yet. Billy didn't even think about it, and rushed straight up. Driven by a strong desire to save people, the speed from Mercury, one of the 12 gods of Olympus, was aroused. Hey! A slam on the foot. Feeling an unusually powerful force burst out suddenly. Billy's entire body rushed out like an arrow from the string. In the eyes of others, Billy disappeared from sight in an instant, only a trace of shadow was visible. Asterisk. 003 Hero saves the United States, Raiders dry sister 3 more. Hey! Amid the harsh braking sound, the big truck came to a halt slowly, but the sliding distance had already passed the position where a certain beauty was 1 second before. The truck driver held the steering wheel tightly with his hands, his right foot slammed on the brakes, his heartbeat was so fast, his whole person looked very panicked, and his face paled in fright. The driver raised his head and slowly opened his eyes, very nervous, looking tangledly to the front of the car. His heart was terrified to the extreme. But the next second, the driver was stunned. Hey? What about people? In the driver's line of sight, there was no one in front of him, only a few cars were approaching. However, when he closed his eyes a second ago, the front of his car and a young beauty were clearly less than 1 meter away, and it was 100% of the time that he crashed into it. Could it be was hit and flew? Hey! The driver's face instantly became super ugly. Click! The driver hurriedly opened the door, jumped down, and ran to the front of the car. There was no sign of impact, and no trace of blood. Although he was very puzzled, he was relieved a lot. The driver frowned and murmured in disbelief, "Did you avoid it? How could this be possible?" Then, the driver lay on the ground again and looked at the bottom of his car. He still didn't notice anything. He couldn't help muttering more suspiciously, "Is it really hiding?" The driver stood up, scratching the back of his head with his right hand, and found that the pedestrians on the side of the road with his left hand were all standing in place, staring blankly at a large depression on the road teeth, and there were many scattered gravels around. This scene confuses the driver and completely does not understand the situation. Damn it, could it be that I was dazzled by driving for a long time? The driver murmured again, turning around and preparing to return to the car, only to see the young girl who should have been hit by her own truck at the door of a store on the right rear of the truck. At this moment, the little girl was being held in her arms by a mysterious man who was well-dressed, handsome, and strong, with an intoxicated smile on her face, feeling quite enjoyable. Could it be that this weird guy saved him from the front of my car? Why didn't I see it? How fast and responsive is this? Is he Superman? The driver showed a shocked expression, but quickly changed his conversation. Hey, it's fine if nothing happens, and I will make a false alarm. The driver got back to the car a little angrily, restarted the car and drove towards the destination, but couldn't help but complain, "Mad, why isn't Loudsa holding the little girl?" If the driver knew that the big footprints on the road teeth were actually accidentally stepped on by the envious and hateful Pullwind man, how he would feel. He should be as stunned as everyone else. After the truck left, on the other side of the road, many pedestrians looked at Billy in shock, shouting, "Superman, Superman!" Many people also took out their mobile phones and photographed Billy's handsome and strong figure. Billy hugged Mary and said accusingly, "Mary, you are too careless about traffic safety. If I happen to pass by just now, you will go to see God. Everyone will be very sad." The words were filled with Billy's deep concern for Mary. At this moment, Billy's nose couldn't help taking a deep breath. "It smells so fragrant," Mary's body smells so fragrant, even more reluctant to let go. The waist is also very thin, and the waist of the small man who exercises every day has no fat at all, that is, the clothes for the big winter are a bit thick. Billy looked at Mary's delicate face intently and found that Mary was far more beautiful than he had imagined. The fair skin is like fat, it must be very smooth and tender to the touch, and it feels as long as a slight pinch can pinch out the water. The contours of the face are distinct, with the unique heroism of European and American women, and the three-dimensional facial features are set off more attractive, so perfect, like a work of art. There is also the long black hair with big waves, which adds a bit of charm and has a strong attraction to male animals. In fact, it's not that Mary has become more fragrant and beautiful, but that Billy's 5 senses have been greatly strengthened. Solomon's wisdom not only gave Billy Superman the knowledge and understanding of ability, but also incredible perception and insight, but Billy has not yet controlled it. Mary looked at Billy with a blurry gaze, her heartbeat speeding up. Every girl's heart desires that one day when she encounters danger, there will be a hero who will drop from the sky. Perhaps this is her own hero. Mary asked curiously, "Who are you? How do you know my name?" Billy was taken aback for a moment, and immediately reacted. Now, the self that appeared in front of Mary was not the familiar little boy Billy, but a new generation of superhero Shazam. "Well, I'm Shazam, you should have noticed it. I am a superhero, and I can perceive some of your information. This is also a kind of super ability." The witty Billy shifted his brain a bit, and quickly found a reasonable explanation for himself. As for his true identity, Billy didn't intend to tell Mary, including other people in the orphanage, it was a secret. Billy knows very well that there are dangers everywhere in the American comics world. Not only the evil super ability people, but also those careerists who try to obtain super ability through various research or fight against super ability. Such people are more dangerous and even crazier. Before he fully controlled the power of Shazam, Billy didn't want to expose himself. It would be no fun if he became a slicing mouse of some madman. "Thank you for saving me." Mary's head can't help lowering again, with a touch of worry on her face, but she can feel that the embrace of the other person is very warm, warmer than the embrace of the family in the orphanage, as if it has a kind of magical magic. Although Mary was a little embarrassed, she was unwilling to break free and she was quite greedy. At this moment, she really needs such a warm embrace, so that she can temporarily dilute the worries in her heart. Perhaps this is the unique personality charm of superhero. Billy naturally perceives Mary's thoughts very keenly, and a flash of light flashes in his eyes. Good chance. Strive to win in one fell swoop. Cupid, the god of love, said that wounded women need the comfort and warmth of the opposite S*X the most, especially handsome and safe men. Billy immediately recalled in his mind scattered fragments of the film Thunder Shazam, knowing that Mary was annoyed by being admitted to the California Institute of Technology. And she didn't want to leave the family members of the orphanage. "Mary, you want to be admitted to Caltech in your dreams. Now that your wish comes true, you should be happy. Your family will congratulate you. Although parting is a sad thing, it doesn't mean that you won't see your family anymore. You can come back anytime, and I will visit you from time to time." When she heard the last sentence, Mary's eyes lit up. *. 004 Love is like a tornado, successfully on the base 4 more. Really? Mario raised her head and looked at Billy with piercing eyes, with an expression of expectation on her face. Grandpa Christmas is right. The best way to make a person forget their troubles quickly is to use a happy thing to destroy them. December is a season suitable for love, and the air is filled with the sour smell of love. Billy naturally wouldn't disappoint Mary, with a bright smile on his face, and said with certainty, "Definitely is true, I am a superhero, how can I deceive you? Besides, I'm better than Superman. I fly faster than a plane. The distance between New York and Los Angeles is not a big deal. I flew there in a while." Billy casually pulled a piece of cowhide and raised his right hand. Regardless of whether Mary agrees or not, he directly touched his head and showed off his strong biceps by the way. Mary, who has never been in a relationship, is simple and ignorant, looked at Billy a little shyly, and did not stop the other party from doing such an intimate action to herself, but felt that a small deer was bumping in her heart. This superhero is so handsome, the more I look at it, the more I like it. Does he like me too? What should I do? Mary asked anxiously, can you take me to fly together? Billy nodded, and the corner of his mouth inadvertently evoked a bait smile. The only question is whether it can fly. Billy was very calm. He recalled the scene where Strange was learning spells in the movie Doctor Strange, and believed that it had something in common with his use of Shazam's power. After all, it was all magic. Concentrate, mobilize your mind, and miss the scene where you are flying. Suddenly, Billy felt a magical power emerging from his body, which came from Mercury, one of the 12 gods of Olympus. At this moment, Billy found that his body became light, his feet slowly separated from the ground, his own gravity, or the gravity of the earth, all disappeared. Wow, I really flew. Mary looked at her body soaring into the sky, let Billy hold herself, and shouted in excitement. She had completely forgotten her previous troubles, and her mood changed as fast as flipping a book. Billy smiled triumphantly. This time he could really fly away. He lowered his head and whispered in Mary's ear, "Hold me tight, I'm going to speed up." 2 blushes rose on Mary's pretty face instantly, as charming as cherry blossoms. The heat from roar in Billy's mouth penetrated directly into Mary's heart, and involuntarily produced a strange feeling, like an electric shock. Mary glanced at Billy shyly, with an ambiguous look in her eyes, and then put her hands around Billy's neck boldly, and Billy naturally looked at Mary, the shy rose. The two looked at each other, and there was some kind of strange chemical reaction, and both sides took a fancy. Everything is so beautiful, and it's a matter of course. By virtue of the powerful charm brought by the incarnation of superhero, Billy succeeded in getting a young lady with good color and fragrance. It seems that the plan to go to the bar with a forged ID can be cancelled at night. However, the pedestrians around were heartbroken. "Maid, is it so easy for superhero to pick up girls? Why am I not a superhero? I also want such a superhero sister paper." Mary gave Billy a very shy look, then buried her head in Billy's chest. Fly. Billy's heart was crooked. And his body was full of magical power. He soared up into the sky holding Mary, breaking the 100 per hour in an instant. It felt like he was riding a roller coaster, with the sound of the wind roaring in his ears. However, Billy has a feeling that he can still fly faster. Mary couldn't help but poked her head out and watched the changes in the foreground with surprise. The secretion of adrenaline accelerated. At this moment, Mary looked at Billy and suddenly made a decision in her heart. Billy felt Mary's gaze, slowed down flight, and asked in his ear, "Is it cold? Do you want me to slow down?" Mary shook her head and said that she was not cold. "Are you cold? Dressed so thinly?" Billy smiled and said, "I'm a superhero, how can I be cold?" After experiencing the feeling of flight, Billy hugged Mary and landed in a park. Billy noticed that Mary's eyes looked a little strange, and asked, "What's the matter with you? Is there anything you want to say to me?" Mary made a deep roar suck, then summoned her courage and shouted, "At the moment, I, Mary, want to tell the world that from now on, you, Shazam, are my boyfriends." After speaking, Mary stared at Billy very tsundere, as if waiting for the other person's answer. Billy was stunned when he heard the words. He didn't expect Mary to have such a side. Mary asked anxiously, "Don't you want to?" Seeing Mary's face began to show disappointment and sadness, Billy hurriedly replied, "I definitely do, why would I not? You are the best gift God has given me. However, you robbed me of my lines so tsundere, it made me lose face." Billy raised his hand and scratched Mary's little Jones' nose. "Naughty." Mary glanced at Billy, who was cheap and good seller, and then smiled excitedly, brighter than ever, feeling that today is simply her lucky day. Not only was admitted to the University of Dreams, but also found a superhero as a boyfriend, which is perfect. Suddenly, Mary stretched out her right hand. "Bring the phone." Billy was a little confused at once. "I wiped it, how can I give it to the phone? That would be AGG and would reveal my true identity." I was determined not to do it. I had to think of a reasonable excuse to confuse me. Billy had a calm face, and while thinking, he fumbled around his body pretendingly, his eyes brightened, and after transforming into Shazam, all his original clothes were gone. Spreading his hands, Billy smiled helplessly. "My dear, do you look like I have a mobile phone? I don't even have a pocket. Why don't we buy one now, and add each other's contact information?" Mary glanced at Billy's tight-fitting combat suit, did not suspect that it was fake, nodded, and rushed to the mall with Billy happily. *005 Mall in distress, powerful Billy 5 more. Billy and Mary strolled happily in the mall, sprinkling dog food all the time, attracting the attention of countless people. No way, men are so handsome, and women are so beautiful, and making friends with this kind of person is destined to become a foil for life. At the same time, videos and photos about Billy's hero saving the United States on the road have also begun to circulate on the internet, and many mobile parties with their heads down in the mall just happened to see it. As a result, the news of a new superhero taking a beautiful woman to the mall spread like wildfire, and the boring crowd talked about it. Billy secretly went to the bathroom, changed back to his original appearance, and took out his small vault, which was a bank card of the United States Bank, which contained a 7-digit deposit. When shopping for dinner with his girlfriend, Billy has no habit of letting his girlfriend pay the bill. It's just that during this transformation, 2 flashes of lightning accidentally scrapped the bathroom and the nearby power supply system, and scared many people to pee, or ran out without rubbing their buttocks. Up! Thunder, run away! Haunted and killed. God bless. Billy looked complacent and walked out of the bathroom as if it had nothing to do with him. Mary ran up to Billy with an anxious look, grabbed Billy's hands, looked left and right, looked up and down, finally breathed a sigh of relief, patted her full chest and said, "It's okay. Fine." Billy looked directly at Mary's chest, wishing he could have a pair of golden pupils, and asked curiously, "What's the matter with you?" Mary explained with lingering fear, "My dear, don't you know, I just saw 2 buckets of thick lightning smashed down fiercely. The electric sparks in the bathroom suddenly burst and all the light bulbs exploded. I scared dead man. I was so scared. You will have an accident." Billy smiled when he heard the words, and touched his nose a little embarrassedly. "Anyway, this matter has nothing to do with him. I am a superhero, I can't shoot through bullets, and missiles won't hurt. How could it be so easy to get injured? Let's go, let's buy a mobile phone, and then go shopping around, or watch Hollywood blockbusters, or find a place to sit, talk about life, talk about ideals, and promote relationships." Mary nodded happily, took Billy's arm naturally, and instantly put the previous thing behind her. After coming to the mobile phone shop, Billy bought 2 iPhone X directly, and one with Mary. After all, the orphanage is relatively poor, so Mary naturally doesn't have any good mobile phones. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside the mall. Billy had Superman's hearing and heard it for the first time. Looking at the sound, through the glass of the mall, I saw a man with iron gloves on both hands and a bulging bag on his back, which was filled with green USD. While shooting, the man looked around and shouted, "FK me away, or I will kill you, I'm not kidding." Boom! With a loud bang, a shockwave hit the shop window of the mall, and a whole piece of tempered glass exploded on the spot, and countless slags suddenly splashed, causing many unlucky customers to be injured. Billy's brow furrowed, and the image of this guy seemed a bit familiar. Soon, a set of information came to mind. It turned out to be this hapless guy. Billy murmured to himself. Herman Schultz, originally an electrical engineer, is also an expert in unlocking. He often used his career to commit many crimes and successfully escaped from prison after being arrested. Later, relying on his outstanding professional knowledge, he developed a set of iron gloves that could form shockwave. Under the pseudonym Thriller, he came out and continued to do evil. It can be said to be the most famous legendary dragon set in the Marvel world. After every appearance, he will give a severe lesson. Horror rushed to the mall, trying to get into the crowd, avoiding the chase of bank security and street patrols, and being able to take a few hostages in case of being surrounded. Run, the robbers are coming. God, help! Seeing the sudden chaos in the mall, Mary subconsciously grasped Billy's arm tightly, feeling somewhat scared in her heart. Billy comforted, "Don't worry, I'm here." Mary looked at Billy's mighty and domineering look, and all the fear in her heart disappeared immediately, filled with a sense of security. "Honey, go up and beat that bad guy." Billy couldn't help but laughed at Mary's cute look. "No problem, give it a kiss first." Bomb. Billy didn't care whether Mary agreed or not, but his big mouth fell directly on Mary's cheek, making Mary blush. "Haha, I'll be back soon, wait for me soon." Billy's legs exerted force, and a powerful force rushed into his legs. Boom! Billy's whole body was shot out like a cannonball, and a gust of wind started. With just a blink of an eye, the customers only felt that a very vague shadow dangled in front of their eyes, and then there was a tall and mighty man in front of the robber who broke into the mall. The customers were stunned, blinking their eyes doubting about life, and staring at Billy, who was so pretty. Only a small number of people know that Billy is a superhero, with incredible super ability, and saved a beauty before that. Ah! The horror was immediately taken aback by the sudden appearance of Billy, and almost fell into a big somersault. Looking at Billy with a smile on his face, his horrified heart didn't know what was going on, panicked inexplicably, and subconsciously raised the iron fist in his hand. "You!" snapped. The horror hadn't reacted yet, so Billy slapped the horror on the left face without saying a word. At this moment, the horrified head turned 90 degrees to the right, the chin was completely dislocated, blood mixed with teeth spurted out of the mouth, and the whole body flew up, tracing a curve in mid-air. Boom! The horrified body slammed heavily on the tiled floor of the mall, and it must be painful. Way! Ha! Shocked and lit up with a horror, rolling around in pain, yelling and screaming. Because of the dislocation of the jaw, I can't speak any words other than onomatopoeia at all. Horror looked at Billy angrily, his heart-piercing cry aroused his anger even more. He knew that this operation might have failed again. However, before that, he must have given a tough lesson to the guy who blocked him. Horror pointed the iron glove in his hand at Billy and slammed the button. Boom! Boom! 2 explosions, a shockwave carrying tens of thousands of volts electric current, and an armor-piercing projectile capable of penetrating a 10 mm high-hardness steel plate, all fired at Billy. Asterisk. 006 second kill, the power gradually mastered one more. In the face of the thrilling attack, Billy was not afraid. The courage from Achilles and the power of Shazam was inspired. The magical power made Billy's body extremely hard and indestructible. Damn it! The electric current shockwave hit Billy's body first. It scurried and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Boom! Doraemon! The armor-piercing bullet hit Billy's steel body, then fell to the ground again. Billy's face always had a calm smile. At this moment, the whole shopping mall was quiet, and the needles dropped could be heard. Countless people who eat melons looked at Billy dumbfounded, as if they were watching a monster. That's shockwave that can blast even toughened glass into slag, and lethal bullets, no matter what they are extremely deadly. However, in front of a mysterious man wearing a white cloak, a red battle suit, golden boots, and a dazzling lightning bolt on his chest, he completely lost the power he originally had. Horror stared at Billy awkwardly, his eyes filled with shock, his brain was blank, and even the severe pain in his body was temporarily forgotten. "Playing in front of me, you are too tender." Billy gave a horrified look with disdain, raised his right hand and made a spear. With a movement of his mind, a violent divine power instantly flew out of his index finger. Boom! A flash of golden light and unusually dazzling lightning appeared. The surrounding customers didn't even have the effort to blink, and the lightning had broken through the distance between Billy and Horror, and slammed on Horror's body severely. Bang bang bang! A series of explosions sounded one after another, the horrified body flew out, countless counters were smashed, the 2 iron gloves in his hand were all scrapped, and the whole body was full of white smoke. Horror rolled his eyes, foamed at the mouth, and stared at the top of the mall blankly. There was no threat anymore. This wave of Billy's counterattack directly stunned the people who eat melons. Several eggs can be stuffed into his wide-open mouth. Although most people have watched Batman and Superman's performance on TV or the internet, this kind of close-up experience is really the first time. After all, those 2 superheroes are not in New York. The feeling that Billy brought to them was really shocking, and the strong visual and auditory impact was not comparable to the blockbusters on the screen. Especially Billy's indifference in the face of danger, the domineering arrogance in his gestures, the arrogance in his eyes that despise everything, as if everything is under control. The calm and self-confidence deeply shocked the hearts of everyone present. Billy didn't even glance at the Horror, and walked towards Mary very handsomely. Step step step. At the moment, there was only the sound of Billy's boots kissing the ground in the entire mall, as if celebrating the master's merit. Pop pop pop. The applause from the people eating melons suddenly sounded and became more enthusiastic. Superhero. Thank God. I want to give you a monkey. The people who eat melon express their gratitude, admiration to Billy in their own ways, and the shopping mall has once again restored the original lively atmosphere. Billy accepted the wave of knees happily and looked at Mary with a smile. "My dear, it's done, is there any reward?" "Humph!" Mary snorted pretentiously, and hammered Billy's chest with a small fist, and said worriedly, "I just scared me to death. I thought you were going to have an accident. It's so dangerous." Billy squeezed Mary's white and tender face. "Fool, I told you a long time ago, I am a superhero, and there is nothing in this world that can hurt me. How about? Is your boyfriend super good? Do you think you really made a lot of money?" Billy asked jokingly. Mary nodded, her face a bit shy, but she couldn't help but stretched out her hands and stroked Billy's strong chest. Billy looked like he was enjoying, which felt really good. But immediately, Billy became a little depressed again, and really wanted to rectify Mary on the spot. This was completely challenging his endurance in Chiguakuo. "Wow, there really is nothing wrong." Mary's face was shocked, her eyes faintly glowed, and she continued excitedly, "My dear, you are so amazing." "That's it." Billy replied triumphantly, his thoughts had actually drifted above the applause movement. "It's definitely better when it gets to the bed." Bomb! Suddenly, Billy felt a soft touch on his cheek. Mary still said shyly so easily, "This is your reward." Billy curled his mouth, "Just kiss your face, it's not enough. It seems that you still have to fight for the good benefits yourself." After speaking, Billy directly brazenly relied on himself, well clothed. Suddenly, a wave of hatred eyes were drawn over. The men envy and hate Billy, and the women envy and hate Mary, and there are heartbreaking voices everywhere. However, men still want to be Billy, and women still want to overthrow Billy. After the enjoyment, Billy took Mary and left the mall quickly. Out of the corner of his eyes, he found that some annoying characters had arrived. Under the current circumstances, Billy does not want to have any contact with relevant government personnel. After leaving the mall, Mary looked at Billy a little weirdly, and pressed against Billy's body and asked softly, "My dear, the 2 lightning bolts in the mall bathroom before were your pranks. When you subdued the bad guys, the lightning on your fingers seemed to be the same, but it was much smaller. Tell me honestly, did you do it? Billy smiled, pinched Mary's nose and said, guess? You are a super schoolmaster admitted to the top 10 Caltech in the world. Mary hugged Billy's arm and continued to ask her coquettishly, is it right? Tell me. Billy looked intoxicated, the voice was so nice, it was so crispy, is it good? I'll tell you if it's good. Mary groaned, I don't want to talk to you anymore. But in fact, I still want to know. As night fell, Billy and Mary played happily all day and returned to the door of the orphanage. Billy and Mary had an affectionate kiss goodbye and watched Mary walk in. But what Mary didn't know was that in the orphanage, waiting for her would be the terrifying 3-court trial. Asterisk. 007 New Plan 2 More. I'm back. Mary walked into the orphanage, with the words have adultery written all over her face. After hearing Mary's voice, the adoptive father Victor, adoptive mother Rosa, the lame Freddie, the little black girl Dara, the esports kid Eugene and the fat Pedrazai in the living room looked towards Mary. The expressions are different, revealing weirdness. Why are you looking at me like this? Is there a flower on my face? Mary was puzzled and couldn't figure out the situation. But the next second, when Mary saw the news about the new superhero on TV, she would not calm down. OMG! There was even an intimate scene of her and someone on the TV. It's all right now, there is no need for her to say anything, the whole world knows it. Hey! Mary's face turned red, even redder than a red apple, and her head dropped very shyly. Step, step, step. Stepping on her high heels, Mary rushed to the bedroom upstairs in a trot, without lifting her head during the whole process. The people sitting on the sofa in the living room looked at each other and smiled, shrugged their shoulders, or spread their hands. Their faces were full of curiosity about gossip. After all, gossip is everyone's nature. Mary, ready to go downstairs for dinner. Rosa walked to the top of the stairs and shouted to the upper floor. I know, I'll get down right away. Mary was lying on her bed, feeling a little flustered, but she was very happy when she thought of someone. Not long after, the door of the orphanage was opened again. I'm back, can I eat? I'm groaning with hunger. Billy, who returned to the appearance of a 14-year-old boy, yelled, closed the door, took off his jacket and threw it away, flicking his feet and putting on comfortable cotton slippers. Brother, you're back, it just happened to be dinner. Today I have grilled noodles and vegetarian turkey. Before the little black girl Dara finished speaking, she rushed to Billy's body and hugged Billy. Billy feels a little helpless about this, I don't know why, Dara just likes to stick to him. Although Dara is a little black girl, she is very cute, but she is too young. Billy feels that Dara will be a beautiful girl when he grows up. Maybe he will take the initiative to ask to be his little girlfriend, which is really a headache. At this time, Freddie walked over on crutches and said excitedly, Billy, have you watched the news? We also have superhero in New York, and she is still Mary's boyfriend. My wish is finally coming true. I must ask Mary's sister to take me to meet her superhero boyfriend. I will also take a photo with him and let him take me to fly. My friends in the school will definitely be envious. Mine. Freddie is a superhero fanatic, and has a large collection of posters and souvenirs about Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, and the Captain of the United States. Billy couldn't help laughing, things seemed to be interesting. Well, Freddie, I wish your dreams come true, do you want to secretly tell you a secret? Freddie suddenly became interested and asked curiously, what's the secret? Billy glanced around, lowered his voice and said, actually, I am the superhero. Haha. Freddie clutched his belly and laughed, Billy, don't tease, your small body isn't necessarily better than me. I want to say that I am actually Batman. Billy shrugged. These days, no one believed the truth. Children, it's dinner. Victor and Rosa put everyone's dinner on the table. Soon, all 8 people were seated, and Mary became the object of attention for the first time. Sister Mary, your superhero boyfriend is so handsome. How did you get together? Dara said enviously. Sister Mary, can you take me to meet your superhero boyfriend? Is it cool to have a superhero boyfriend? Does superhero play games? A group of kids suddenly asked in a rush. Billy had a look at the play, and he was secretly happy while eating roasted noodles. Mary's look in embarrassment was so cute. The most important thing is that everyone doesn't know that Billy is actually the superhero, Mary's boyfriend. This made Billy's heart secretly refreshed. Ahem. The adoptive mother Rosa coughed, and the little kids fell silent for a moment. However, Rosa's question began again, how old is the other party? Where is the person from? What do you usually do? Who are there in the family? Where are you? Rosa's mouth was like a machine cannon, and there were endless questions about it. The firepower was so fierce that she was so screaming and amazing. Mary was frightened on the spot. What the hell? This is simply the combat power that the 7 ants and 8 ants together can have. Billy couldn't help sighing in his heart. However, this artillery fire can never hit me. Ying Country, London, a certain art museum. Diana looked at the picture on the TV and took out a group photo. It turned out to be Diana and Billy in the form of Shazam in the photo. Even more incredible, the shooting time of this group photo was actually during World War I. Diana looked at the photo and said with some excitement, "It's been 100 years, and you are finally back." New York, orphanage. Billy turned into Shazam, sitting alone in the attic, with his hands hitting frantically on the computer keyboard again. At the moment, Billy's hand speed was so amazing that he couldn't see clearly, only a series of afterimages were moving fast on the keyboard. With the help of Solomon's wisdom, the series of novels Harry Potter was polished even more brilliantly by Billy. With the help of Mercury's speed, Billy's typing speed has been unprecedentedly improved, and he can code tens of thousands of words in an hour. It's just that the speed is too fast, the keyboard is overwhelmed, and it starts to smoke. Boom! With a loud bang, the keyboard in Billy's hand broke out completely. Billy unplugged the cable, replaced it with another spare external keyboard, and tapped again. Prior to this, Billy had replanned the future development direction and worked out a new plan. Code the remaining 4 copies of Harry Potter as quickly as possible to make more money. Then, fly to the east, looking for the Himalayas temple. Billy intends to ask Ancient One Magician for help. After all, everyone is practicing magic, and should be able to help him master the power of Shazam as quickly as possible, and best to make his body become very powerful. For this world and for the future, Billy has no ambitions. He just hopes that he has enough strength to deal with all the dangers, so that the people around him can live happily and worry-free. Billy has no interest in things like hegemony. I am very interested in making money and picking up girls. *008 entering the Himalayas temple 3 more. A week later, Billy finished the remaining 4 copies of Harry Potter, said goodbye to Mary, and then left a message and quietly slipped out of the orphanage. I don't know how many times Billy has done this about running away. More precisely, it is the original Billy of this world. Anyway, everyone has become accustomed to this matter. Billy got on the plane to Tibet, and did not choose to fly there by himself. After all, his current flight speed is about the same as that of the plane. Moreover, the journey is so long, it takes a day to fly by plane, and flying over by myself is really boring. After arriving at Lhasa Airport, Billy went straight to the Himalayas. Billy learned from the film Doctor Strange that the legendary Himalaya temple is not located in the Himalayas, but hidden in a nearby village. This village was originally called Kamartaj village, but due to some change, it was directly hidden by the power of Ancient One's magic tricks, leaving only a broken portal to the outside world. Billy began to quickly search in the villages near the Himalayas, looking for the magical door leading to the place of Ancient One practice. After a long search, Billy found nothing, but unexpectedly found a middle-aged man who was somewhat familiar. The man had a beard and scumbag, with messy long hair and a band around his hands. He looked very embarrassed and pitiful, like a refugee. Billy's figure flickered, and a gust of wind ignited and appeared in front of the decadent man amidst everyone's exclamation. At the moment, the decadent man was slumping in front of a wooden door engraved with strange runes, and shouted feebly, "Open the door, let me in, I want to learn, I want to learn." Billy felt that this scene was familiar, as if it were the plot in the movie Doctor Strange, and immediately confirmed, "Are you strange? Come here to find a way to heal your hands." The decadent man was stunned when he heard the words, turned his head and looked at Billy, who was in the form of Shazam. He couldn't help but was stunned. A stranger who dressed very well said, "Who are you? Do you know me?" There was a smile on Billy's face. It was already certain that the other party was the future Doctor Strange, and behind the wooden door in front of him was the place of practice of Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One, one of the Asgardians on Earth. "Want to go in?" Billy looked at the closed wooden door and asked Strange casually. Strange nodded repeatedly and said excitedly, "Yes, definitely want to go in, do you have a way?" Billy said without hesitation, "Yes, since no one opens the door, then just slam the door in." Strange was stunned by Billy's domineering answer. "Behind the door is a group of non-human beings. Is this really appropriate?" Billy's eyes flicked, his right hand fisted, and the power from Hercules rushed to his right fist. "Ah!" Billy let out a low drink and blasted his right fist, his momentum soaring. Boom! Billy slammed his fist against the wooden door, and even the ground under his feet shook. The symbol on the wooden door came alive in an instant, bursting with a dazzling golden light, completely blocking Billy's heavy fist, without causing the wooden door to suffer any damage. This is the magic defensive array under Ancient One Magician, possessing powerful magic power. Billy frowned when he saw it. As he deserves to be the sight of Sorcerer Supreme, even a wooden door is so hard. The punch just now, although he didn't use his full strength, was enough to blast a tank into scum. Strange on the side was completely stunned. Unexpectedly, the guy in front of him not only dared to say, but also dared to do it. He was really bold. The power of the fist was amazing, and even the ground trembled violently. It was definitely not something ordinary people could do. And the golden light released by this wooden door brightened Strange's two 4K titanium alloy dog eyes, which once again subverted the original cognition. Billy didn't give up, he would never look back without seeing Ancient One Magician. As soon as his eyes rolled, Billy began to prepare for a second wave of attacks. A cluster of electric lights appeared in Billy's palm. This was the divine power from Zeus, which gave Billy the ability to summon lightning. Billy raised his palm and faced the wooden door. Boom! A lightning bolt thicker than an arm shot out from Billy's palm, and blasted fiercely on the wooden door. The golden light shone again above the wooden door, blocking the lightning that Billy released. After all, Billy has just received the power of Shazam, and the power he can use is just some fur, and naturally it cannot be compared with Ancient One Magician, who has long been standing on top of the strong. The name of Sorcerer Supreme is not just to talk about it, it was made by Ancient One on its own strength. Strange looked at Billy in a daze, his heart was deeply shocked again. Such a thick lightning can be released from the palm of the hand. Is this magic? Himalaya's temple. Ancient One Magician frowned slightly, and murmured, "The power of Shazam? How could Shazam attack the gate of my temple? Could something happen to the Temple of Eternal Rock?" At this moment, Ancient One Magician's disciple Motu hurried over and said, "Teacher, there is a mysterious man attacking the gate of our temple. Do you want me to take it down?" Ancient One Magician shook his head and said, "Open the door and let him in." Motu felt a little strange when he heard the words, but he obediently followed suit. The wooden door opened and Billy saw a golden oval space portal. Billy knew that as long as he walked through this portal, he could reach the temple suggested by Ancient One. It seems that my attack has already alarmed the people inside, and the goal has been achieved. Billy stepped forward and stepped into the portal. Strange followed closely, and got up very numbly, for fear of missing this opportunity. He didn't want his hands to remain crippled, he wanted to learn magic, he wanted to return to the operating table. It's just that the gap between this person is so big, and I can't get in after asking for a day. Others smashed the door twice and instead let in. In an instant, Billy and Strange had already arrived at another place. In the former Camartage village, one of the birthplaces of magic, there are a large number of people who practice magic. They have not fallen like the Temple of Eternity. In the center is the Temple of Ancient One. This is the Himalayas Temple. It's really magnificent. Billy looked at the antique temple, which looked like an ancient palace, and walked in slowly. Ancient One stood in the hall, looking at Billy from a distance. Although I haven't seen Billy, Ancient One knows that this should be a new generation of Shazam, and the old Shazam should be gone. Although she has a long life, she will die one day. If it hadn't been for her ambitious friend Kalu to suppress her, she would not lose infinite lives, let alone cause her strength to decline over time. Asterisk. 009 Ancient One's library for more. Billy saw Ancient One, and was instantly astonished by the appearance of Ancient One. This bald-headed nun from the east is much more beautiful than in the movie, and has more temperament, like the snow lotus on the Tian Shan Mountains, ethereal and arrogant. If you can soak this sorcerer supreme on the bed, you will definitely not have a style, and you can walk sideways on the earth. Billy knows that Ancient One magician has the same strength as Dormammu, Lord of the Dark Dimension, and has repeatedly repelled this guy who tried to invade the earth. To have such a fraudulent sorcerer supreme as a wife is really a cool thing. Although this thing is unlikely to be realized, the idea is still possible, in case it will happen someday. Billy walked up to Ancient One magician and politely greeted Roar, Ancient One magician, hello, I am a new generation of Shazam, Billy, please excuse me, please forgive me. He knew exactly what he was here for, he was here to ask for help, not to mess up the scene. Ancient One magician had no expression on his face, and he couldn't see what was thinking in his heart at all. Just said coldly, you are not staying at the Eternal Rock Temple, what is this so-called coming to me? It's best to give me a reasonable explanation, otherwise, there will be a meal of flesh and blood. My place is not a place where you can make trouble casually, even if it's old Shazam coming, he has to be polite to me. Ancient One magician is not angry and pretentious, and Billy can't help but feel it. Trembling. It is worthy of being one of the strongest, even the slightly exuding momentum is so fearful. However, Billy is not afraid, he has very legitimate reasons. Billy didn't change his face and said, I'm sorry for the fact that I smashed the door. It's urgent, and I have to make this move. Old Shazam passed away his power to me immediately, so I want to ask you to help me control the power of Shazam as soon as possible. After all, you are the most powerful magician on Earth. Moreover, the magic pupil in the temple has been snatched away, and the stone statue of the demon transformed by the 7 deadly sins is already full of cracks, and it will not take long to return to the world. So I must grow up as soon as possible to be able to better deal with the upcoming crisis in the future, to ensure that the devil cannot harm the world, and to reseal the magic pupil. Hope Ancient One magician will be fulfilled. What Billy said was a sense of righteousness. What he did was nothing but the world, and he was blowing up to the sky as the savior of the world. All that said, if Ancient One magician dared to embarrass Billy, or was unwilling to help Billy, it would be an act of disregard for the common people all over the world, and this would have to be pierced into the backbone. A light flashed in Ancient One's eyes, and with a wave of his hand, a golden space door appeared in front of her, and then quickly walked in. Looking at everything in the Temple of Eternal Rock, Ancient One knew that what Billy had said was true. Old Shazam was dead and the 7 demons were about to escape. Although Ancient One has the strength to defeat these 7 demons, these 7 demons are special existences that are immortal. As long as humans have desires in their hearts, they can't die, and they can be resurrected when they die. The only way to subdue them is to seal their fountain of power, the magic pupil. Ancient One sighed, and said with a heavy heart, "I didn't expect you to leave so soon. It's really troublesome. Don't worry, your disciple, I will definitely take care of you and make him a qualified Asgardian, the Eternal Rock Temple." Looking at the 7 empty stone seats again, Ancient One returned to her temple. Ancient One looked at Billy and said, "From now on, you will practice in my place. I hope you can grow up as soon as possible, take up the responsibility of Shazam, and suppress the 7 deadly sins." Billy said politely, "Thank you, Ancient One Magician." Boom! At this moment, Strange knelt suddenly in front of Ancient One. "Please, teach me magic, please." Ancient One frowned and seemed a little unhappy. "I've already said that I won't accept you as a disciple, let's leave." In Ancient One's eyes, Strange looked a lot like a disciple she had taken, stubborn, arrogant, and ambitious. But that disciple chose to betray in the end, and Ancient One didn't want to let a disciple with the ability to be swallowed by darkness after getting started. Billy glanced at the begging Strange and decided to help him. After all, if it weren't for him, he wouldn't have been able to find Ancient One Magician so quickly. "Ancient One Magician, I think Strange is a good seedling. I can feel the sense of justice in him like me. Now that the dark forces are growing stronger and stronger, we need fighters like him." Billy babbled solemnly. Ancient One Magician began to think seriously after hearing the words. She knew what happened to old Shazam. Like her, she had accepted a disciple who rebelled against the darkness, so she became very cautious in accepting disciples. Now that the old Shazam passed his power to the young man in front of him, it also represented that the young man's heart was pure and good, and he was an absolutely reliable comrade in arms. Ancient One chose to believe in Billy, or the choice of old Shazam. But what she didn't know was that the Billy in front of her was no longer the real Billy. Ancient One sternly said, "Modu, this person will be handed over to you, take him down." "Okay, teacher." Mordo, who had been standing behind Ancient One, nodded, and walked to Strange. Thank you, thank you." Strange thanked Ancient One and Billy again and again, feeling excited. After Mordo left with Strange, Ancient One asked Billy, "You don't need to rest, right?" Billy nodded. Possessing the stamina of the great god Atlas, he could not need to sleep and eat for a long time, and always maintained his best condition. Ancient One took Billy to the library, and at the same time introduced, "Mysterious magic has existed together since the birth of civilization. Although our magical powers are different, we have the same origin, all obtained from the multi-universe space of. Although you now have the power of Shazam, you are still just a piece of white paper. You don't know how to use it at all. You need a key to open this huge amounts of treasure. The large number of books in the library can fill in the gaps you lack, and the wisdom of Solomon in the power of Shazam can help you quickly understand the treasure house you have. When you understand it clearly, it will make you more comfortable to control those powers, instead of just knowing it but not knowing why. If you have any need, you can ask the Manager King for help, and then I will teach you how to control the power you have. If you want, you can also learn the spells I have." After Ancient One sent Billy to the library, he left. * 010 Super Horror Progress Rate 5 more. After Billy entered the library, Wong, who had already received the order of Ancient One Magician, brought a lot of books to Billy's body, and threw the books in his hands to Billy. "Read these books as soon as possible. Remember, don't damage the books." After speaking, Wong returned to his desk and looked at the books that had been opened on the desk. Billy glanced at the thick book in his hand with a headache. Although he resisted, he could only bite the bullet and read it in order to control the power of Shazam. Randomly looking for a seat, Billy opened Solomon's Key. However, something magical happened. As Billy flipped through the books, the knowledge points in the book triggered Solomon's wisdom in the power of Shazam, and a large amount of knowledge emerged from Billy's head like a blowout. Billy's reading speed started to fly, as if he was flipping a book. All the knowledge in the books, in Billy's eyes, seemed to have existed in his mind for a long time, but was temporarily forgotten by him, and was awakened again at this moment. Billy flipped through the books quickly, until Billy felt his head swell a bit, and then stopped. However, in a few hours, Billy has thoroughly understood what Shazam's power is all about, and what the spells cultivated by Ancient One are all about. At this moment, Billy already knew that he could strengthen his mind through meditation and strengthen his control over the power of Shazam. At the same time, you can weaken or even completely eliminate the restriction of Shazam's power by exercising your original body, so that your body can mobilize the power of Shazam. If his body reaches the strength of the divine body, then Billy can perfectly perform the power of Shazam even if he does not change his body. The next day, the martial arts field. Ancient One magician gave Billy a ring, so that he and the magicians here can practice how to use his own mind to control the power in his body. Believe in yourself and learn to take advantage of the force, as if this force originated from you originally. Ancient One patted Billy on the shoulder and exclaimed. Billy nodded, expressing understanding. Standing on the martial arts arena, Billy closed his eyes, let go of his thoughts, and entered a state of meditation, carefully perceiving the power of Shazam hidden in his body. Gradually, Billy discovered the 6 magical powers ubiquitous in his body. Solomon's wisdom, rich knowledge reserves, abnormal analysis ability, keen perception, and meticulous insight. Atlas endurance, almost unlimited physical strength and life, can fight forever. The power of Hercules, the almost infinite power, the power that even the planet can explode with a punch. Mercury's speed, incredible speed, can even fly freely in space at an astonishing speed, and can also be teleported back to the Temple of Eternal Rock anytime, anywhere. Achilles' courage, whole body indestructible, immune to various forms of physical attacks, extremely strong resistance, and able to always maintain an optimistic fighting spirit, can fight even in the most desperate situation. Zeus's supernatural power, extremely high magic resistance and lightning summoning ability, lightning can kill enemies and heal wounds. Like Strange's defective hands, Billy only needs a small lightning bolt to restore him. The above is what Billy perceives the power of Shazam. Billy began to concentrate his thoughts, to begin to control these powerful Shazam powers. As Billy mastered his mind, the power of Shazam that he could master also began to increase. Next, Billy began to practice one of the spells he most wanted to learn during this trip, from the cross-space teleportation mastered by Ancient One. A spell powerful enough to allow people to travel freely in various universes. When Billy was watching the Doctor Strange movie before, he wanted to know such a spell and go wherever he wanted. It was super convenient. Roar let out a sigh of relief. Billy concentrated his energy, came up with the destination he wanted to go to in his mind, imagined every detail, and made it concrete. The clearer the picture in your mind, the faster the portal will appear. The golden mana gushed out from Billy's fingertips, and the portal was quickly constructed, and it turned faster and faster until it was completely opened. Billy looked at the familiar portal with some excitement. He knew that as long as he passed through the portal, he would immediately be able to return to his home in New York, far away on the other side of the Earth. Although Billy's trans-space teleportation technique is still immature and not enough to teleport to other planets or other universes, it is still sufficient for use on Earth. Ancient One looked at Billy with some surprise. Although the opponent is the heir to the power of Shazam, he is indeed the first time to come into contact with magic. It is really rare to be able to master this powerful spell in one go. Strange on the side looked at Billy with envy, let alone constructing a teleportation gate. He couldn't even activate a single bit of mana, so stupid. In the afternoon, Billy, an Ancient One disciple mortal, learned the fighting technique. Billy, who possesses Solomon's wisdom, is super fast no matter what he learns, making Mordo ashamed, and even having an inferiority complex. Especially Billy's horrible reaction ability, even more so that Mordo's self-confidence was violently hit. In just one afternoon, Mordo could have been able to educate Billy, but in the end, he was no longer Billy's opponent. Billy patted Mordo on the shoulder and said with a big smile, "Go, seeing you work so hard, I'll treat you to dinner." The corners of Mordo's mouth twitched, and he said angrily, "I don't want to pay attention to you, I think your kid is a master of fighting, deliberately hiding and teasing me." Billy said very modestly, "Don't do this, I really learned it on the first day. I haven't been exposed to fighting before. Maybe because I am a genius, I learn everything very fast." Mordo was even more hurt when he heard the words. Seeing Billy's awkward expression, there were 10,000 horses running wild in his heart. Billy continued to say enthusiastically, "Let's go, eat dinner first, and then we will continue to fight. I haven't enjoyed it yet." Mordo's head immediately shook, and he refused without hesitation, "Don't fight, resolutely don't fight, your kid is a monster at all, I don't want to abuse myself." Billy was unhappy, and persuaded, "Don't do this, or I can control my strength and speed more, we can discuss and fight." "Hee hee." Mordo smiled silently. "Discussing to fight? Am I shameless?" Without saying anything, Mordo directly flashed people, and he had already decided in his heart that he was far away from Billy, whoever he wanted to find. Anyway, he was determined not to be a sparring partner. It was too hurtful. Asterisk. 011 Eye of Argon Motorcycle one more. Into the night. Billy returned to his normal appearance, locked the door, sat on the bed, closed his eyes and meditated. Following the method taught by Ancient One, he absorbed the magical energy floating in the multi-universe space and strengthened his body. With a little bit of star-like energy blending into the body, Billy felt the cells in his body come alive. They swallow every bit of energy hungry and make themselves more energetic and full of power. There was a faint feeling in Billy's heart, he seemed to be able to use a little bit of Shazam's power without changing his body. For Billy, the power of Shazam has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that he can transform into a superhero, that is, he has great power and can hide his true identity. Most importantly, he can also pick up girls with his mighty and handsome image. The disadvantage is that under normal circumstances, that is, without a transformation, he does not have the ability to protect himself, and he is easily killed by sudden danger. This is the last thing Billy wants to happen. But now, Ancient One allows Billy to find a solution to this problem. Although it cannot be done all at once, in time, Billy believes that he will be able to completely solve this defect, which makes his mood a lot easier. Now he has the ability to surpass the Ancient One disciple Mordo's hard training for decades after his transformation. You can lift a multi-ton car at will, running faster than a cheetah, and even faster than a sports car. The flight speed is comparable to an airplane, and the speed can reach more than 1,000 km per hour, which is close to the speed of sound. Moreover, the whole body is indestructible, the bullet is invalid, the bomb fails, even in the face of powerful magic, there is abnormal resistance ability. In addition, Billy also mastered a super powerful auxiliary magic, cross-space teleportation. Billy can be used regardless of whether it is in a transformation situation or under normal circumstances. Late at night, an idea that had already existed in Billy's mind started to move. Eye of Agamotto. Billy opened his eyes, and a sly light flashed in his eyes. Eye of Agamotto, the mysterious artifact in the Marvel Universe, comes from the original Sorcerer Supreme Agamotto. It has all-seeing power and can see through many illusions, crack dark magic and even observe the past and the future. Billy rolled his eyes, got up and left the room. Shazam! Billy changed his appearance and went to the library. On the innermost wall of the library, Ancient One's collection is sealed. These collections are very precious, they have existed for a long time, the writings used are very old, and they record profound knowledge of magic, or the secrets of the world, and so on. During the day, Billy wanted to read these books, but was stopped by Fatty Wong. Now, there is only Billy in the library, and no one can stop Billy anymore. Billy took down a collection of books and, with the help of Solomon's wisdom, read it quickly, looking for the use of Eye of Agamotto. After flipping through several books in a row, Billy couldn't find it. Billy took down the last book in the collection, The Art of Cagliostro. Holding the book collection in his hand, Billy's eyes suddenly flashed with a strange color, and the touch of the book was a bit unusual. Billy looked at the collection of books he was holding. The paper in this book was actually made of some kind of animal skin through a special process, and it was also blessed with magical power to ensure that it would not be corroded by the years. This book is not simple. Billy opened the collection of books and looked at the words on it. There was a look of surprise on his face, which turned out to be wedge-shaped words. The oldest text is mainly presented in the form of images. The magic symbol used by Dr. Shivana to open the gate of the Eternal Rock Temple is the wedge-shaped writing. This kind of writing comes from the oldest Sumerian civilization, a civilization that is older than ancient Egypt, Babylon, Maya, etc., and it is the place where the Garden of Eden was born in the Bible. Billy looked through it curiously. With Solomon's wisdom and the accumulation of these 2 days, he was able to easily understand these words. He didn't need to look like Ancient One at all, but also needed to find relevant information. Looking through the ancient books, Billy's mood became more and more excited. This ancient book is all about the knowledge of the power of time, as well as the notes added by the original Sorcerer Supreme. It is no exaggeration to say that this book is definitely the Bible in every magician's heart. Its existence is extremely ancient, and its preciousness is self-evident before the original Sorcerer Supreme. Not long after, Billy's flipping speed suddenly slowed down. He saw the method of opening the Eye of Agamotto in Agamotto's notes, which was very complicated and required a series of cumbersome curses. Billy remembered and understood, branding all these things into his mind. After the memory was over, Billy continued to look at the content behind, but found that 2 pages were torn off. Billy recalled the relevant clips in the film. The 2 pages should have been snatched by Caecilius, the traitor disciple of Ancient One, and the content seemed to be about Dormammu, the Lord of the Dark Dimension Space. At this time, a bright light appeared in Billy's mind. Since the book is missing 2 pages, it's a good time to test the power of Eye of Agamotto. Billy put the ancient book on the table, and then removed the Eye of Agamotto from the closet. This copper magical implement is slightly cool at the beginning, with a half-slap file size, which looks like a closed eye, depicting dense magic runes. In the film Doctor Strange, Strange relied on the power of Eye of Agamotto to dismiss Dormammu, the Lord of the Dark Dimension Space. Billy clearly knows that Eye of Agamotto is actually the Time Gem, one of the 6 infinite gems. It has the power to control infinite time, allowing users to reach any point in time. Whether it is the long past or the distant future, it can change history and manipulate cause and effect. However, before it was activated, this magical artifact looked very ordinary, with no magical aura leaking out, but it showed its extraordinariness even more. Billy puts the Eye of Agamotto on his neck, and then, according to the method recorded in the book, he formed a series of complex curses on his chest with his hands. The speed of Jiyan is getting faster and faster, and countless after-images are transformed, which makes people unrealistic. The golden mana continued to condense into various mysterious magic symbols, which were penetrated by Billy into the Eye of Agamotto. Kang! With the sound of metal, a bright green light suddenly burst from within the Eye of Agamotto. The Eye of Agamotto was opened, revealing a green oval gemstone. The surface is extremely smooth and the whole body is radiant. It seems that there is liquid flowing in it, and it is like a deep and vast starry sky, exuding a mysterious and ancient atmosphere, which is very impressive. Fascinated. Billy knows that this is the legendary Time Gem. Asterisk. 012 Absorb Time Gem 2 more. Boom! The power of time spewed out from the time gem in the eye of Agamotto, and the bright green light instantly enveloped most of Billy's body. Whoosh! Green time chains composed of mysterious runes were condensed and wrapped around Billy's body, forming a six-pointed star magic circle in the palm of his right hand. At this moment, Billy's aura changed drastically, as if he became a magician with a profound cultivation base. Billy looked at the power of time shining with green light excitedly. Although it only mobilized a very weak part, it also had a very powerful power. To calm down, Billy turned the hexagram magic array to the defective book collection. Under Billy's control, the power of time rushed to the hexagram magic array in his palm, and then injected it into the defective book collection. The unthinkable happened. Under Billy's control, under the force of time, the time node where the book was located began to go backwards, until Caecilius stole these 2 pages of content. The green light of time gleamed, and the torn-off 2 pieces of animal skin paper appeared again, intact as before, without any damage. Billy put away the power of time on his body. Roar let out a sigh of relief, a thin layer of sweat on his forehead. The power of time is the most mysterious and difficult to control magical power. Even as Sorcerer Supreme's Ancient One, it is not easy to use, which is very exhausting. Billy looked at the 2 pages of animal skin paper excitedly, the contents of which were clear. He succeeded, and the magic of the power of time did not disappoint him. Dormammu Dark Dimension Eternal Life. Billy looked at the content on the 2 pages. He knew that Caecilius, the disciple who betrayed Ancient One, was seduced by eternal life. Continuing to flip back, Billy was stunned, his eyes caught. It was a piece of gold silk paper sandwiched in an ancient book, with some broken edges and a gleaming gleam, which looked older than this collection. But what really surprised Billy was that he had never seen the text above. In the past 2 days, he has seen all kinds of writings in the library, no matter how old, or even lost, he has seen them, except that he has never seen such writings. Billy's heart suddenly became curious, and quickly flipped through the ancient book in his hand again, hoping to find bright information from it. Soon, Billy found the relevant content in Agamotto's notes. As mentioned above, it was found by Agamotto in a certain ruin, and the text above is an extremely ancient divine text. As for the specific content, Billy turned through the entire ancient book but couldn't find it, and Agamotto didn't translate it all his life. Billy was even more shocked. Even the most powerful first-generation Sorcerer Supreme ever on the earth, the gods did not know how precious the contents of this record are. If it can be translated, the benefits that can be obtained are simply unimaginable. Billy picked up the golden silk paper sandwiched in the book and stared at each word carefully. Even if you don't know each other for the time being, it's good to write it down first. However, an accident happened. The wisdom of Solomon in the power of Shazam was aroused, and the magical power rushed into Billy's brain frantically, and the divine texts that were originally completely incomprehensible were able to be understood. Billy blinked his eyes, his mouth opened involuntarily. And his right hand holding the gold silk paper shook more severely. Shocked, unbelievable, unbelievable, and ecstatic expressions appeared on Billy's face one after another. I'll wipe it. OMG. 6 ways to absorb the power of infinite gems. Damn it. Do you dare to believe it? The power of infinite gems can be absorbed, not afraid of being blown up. Which great god did it? Billy didn't know what to say anymore, his head was a little dazed. You know, infinite gems are the earliest things in the universe and the most powerful objects in the universe. The energy contained in each one is huge amounts of incomparable. Not to mention absorption, it is impossible to use it directly. Even Thanos needs the help of the magical tool Infinity Gauntlet to be able to use the power of infinite gems. The same is true for the original Sorcerer Supreme Agamotto. If the time gem is not made into the eye of Agamotto, he will not be able to use its power. There was only one result of forced use: exploded and died, leaving no bones. But now, This piece of golden silk paper, which was uncovered by Agamotto from Witch Ruin, actually tells Billy that the power of infinite gems can be directly absorbed and used. The one who invented this method is a super cheating boss. Still quit? Billy's heart began to get tangled. This is a risky thing, maybe it will be dead man. However, this temptation is too great. If Billy can gain the power of time gem, then his strength will reach what level? It is inconceivable that even gods can sling. Hold the courageous to death, starve the cowardly. Billy looked at the time gem in the eye of Agamotto, a firm gaze flashed in his eyes, and it was done. Looking at the golden silk paper in his hand again, Billy looked at the content on it very seriously, not dropping every word, with unprecedented prudence. After putting down the gold silk paper, Billy did a few deep roar sucks, adjusted his state to the most stable as possible, and then looked at the gold silk paper to confirm it again. Billy sat down with his legs crossed, and imprinted with his hands as recorded on the gold silk paper, and imprinted super ancient golden magic spells into the time gem. The bright green light bloomed again, and the time gem slowly floated, and there was a lot of energy surging in it. Deed. A golden light flashed in Billy's eyes, and his hands condensed a miniature golden six-pointed star magic circle. Under his nervous gaze, he slowly penetrated into the time gem. The faint power of time was let out by Billy, slowly integrated into his body, and could be used for himself. Billy doesn't dare to go too fast, everything is safe. Seeing that it was going well, Billy was overjoyed and gradually drove faster. However, the accident still happened. Boom! An earth-shattering terrifying power suddenly erupted, instantly sweeping the entire temple, and even the entire Kamartaj village, and everyone was shocked. The dazzling green light instantly illuminates the entire library room, revealing the windows, and shooting directly into the sky. Ancient One was shocked for the first time, looked in the direction of the library, and was immediately shocked by the surging power of time. Asterisk. 013 The power of time runs away 3 more. How could there be such a terrifying power of time? Who is studying time manipulation in the library? Don't you know how dangerous it is? At this moment, Ancient One's heart was shocked, suspicious and annoyed. In the temple, besides her, there is no other person who has ability to master time manipulation. Ancient One feels quite disturbed, and must figure out this matter and prevent any bad accidents from happening. As soon as the mind moved, Ancient One directly performed the cross-space teleportation technique. Mana surges, and a golden oval portal is instantly condensed. ZZ. Ancient One frowned, the portal in front of him was extremely unstable, and violently rubbed against the surrounding air. Boom! The spell failed, and the portal shattered. Ancient One's face suddenly became solemn, things were a bit beyond control, and the space in the library was in chaos, occupied by the power of horrible time. If it is forcibly transmitted, it will only be sent into the turbulent flow of time and space, and the consequences are unpredictable. Ancient One couldn't help feeling a bit tricky, but he couldn't let it go. With a thought, he reopened another portal, stepped in, and came to the outside of the library. Looking at the library full of time in front of him, Ancient One's brow furrowed deeper, and his mood sank suddenly. It was really difficult to handle things. Ancient One walked towards the door cautiously with a full face, and slowly stretched out his right hand, mana surged, condensing a golden shield, and pushed it towards the door. Boom! The golden shield shattered, and the power of rioting time directly blasted Ancient One away. Humph! Ancient One took a few steps back and forth before completely stabilizing his figure. The time and space in the library has been completely disordered, and there is no way to get in. You know, Ancient One tried to fight in vain, but it was Time Gem, one of the 6 infinite gems, and it was running away in Time Gem. Ancient One's face became extremely ugly, and his eyes were full of horror. At that moment, Ancient One clearly felt the horror of the power of time of the riot, which she could not resist at all. If you have to be strong, there will only be one, and you will be crushed. At this moment, Ancient One became more confused. Who is using time manipulation? It's like the first-generation Sorcerer Supreme Argo Motors to visit in person. Ancient One shook his head helplessly, and sighed deeply. It is impossible to forcibly break in. Now I can only watch the changes, hoping that nothing bad will happen inside. At this time, the king who was in charge of the library, the disciple of Ancient One, Modu and others also came to the library room. Their eyes were full of shock, and they were all frightened by the power of this horrible time. However, everyone frowned when they saw Ancient One, who was also standing outside the library. I thought it was Ancient One studying the power of time in the library, but now it seems that it is not. However, besides Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One, who else has this ability to mobilize such a terrifying power of time? Everyone's hearts were filled with doubts and disbelief. Wang asked curiously, "Teacher, who used the time manipulation technique in the library?" Ancient One couldn't answer, and wanted to know who it was, and said solemnly, "Use the fastest speed to find out who is in the library." Wang Vinian was stunned. His teacher Ancient One didn't even know who was activating the time manipulation technique, and things seemed a bit wrong. The expression on Wang's face suddenly became serious. "Teacher, I will go now." Library room. Boom. The surging power of time suddenly rushed out of the time gem, like a green tide, madly poured into Billy's eyes. After Billy opened the opening for the release of power, it was instantly rushed open by the boundless force of time inside, and it rushed out frantically. Billy's eyes were bloodshot, shrouded in the light of green time. Ah! Billy's entire face was distorted, his mouth let out a low growl like a beast, and huge amounts of pain came from his eyes. At this moment, Billy's heart was terrified. This time, being big is dead. How could the power of time get out of control? Although the eyes are still visible, there is a rush to explode at any time. I have to let the power of time stabilize. Billy panted heavily, roar sucked, and all the mana in his body was mobilized, all injected into the magic circle in his palm, desperately trying to suppress the power of time of the riot. However, there is no use for eggs. Not to mention Billy, even if Thanos came, it would still be useless. The power of time in the time gem is said to be infinite, dominating the entire universe. Billy panicked, the situation got out of control. There is a hunch in his heart that if the power of time is allowed to go on like this, not only will he not be able to keep his eyes, but even his life will be over. Billy's mind turned sharply and made a decisive decision. Stop absorbing, give up the power of time, and close time gem again. Although the power of time is extremely powerful, it is not as important as one's own life. Billy clenched his teeth and persisted, resisting the severe pain in his eyes, and re-imprinted his hands in accordance with the method recorded on the gold silk paper. A golden inverted six-pointed star magic circle slowly condensed in Billy's hands, and success or failure was a matter of success. Deed. Billy pushed out with both hands and hit the magic circle at time gem without hesitation. A burst of golden light shone, and the magic circle was completely submerged in the time gem. Billy watched nervously, praying that everything would be calm, and his heartbeat quickened. The green light emitted by the time gem became dimmed, and the speed at which the power of time was injected into Billy's eyes also slowed down. Billy felt like he saw hope. However, just as Billy wanted to breathe a sigh of relief, an accident happened. Boom! The time gem exploded again, and before the bright green light prevailed, the surging power of time rushed into Billy's eyes even more frantically. It was simply a stormy sea. The magic circle has failed. The power of time is completely gone. Nima. Bang bang bang. The terrifying power of shocking the sky swept in all directions, the bookshelves in the library collapsed one after another, and the wood shattered to the ground. Outside the book library, green ripples surged, and all the magicians were forced to retreat, even Ancient One could not resist. Ah! The intense pain was like a landslide and tsunami, madly invading Billy's nerves. Billy was sweating from the pain, his eyes closed tightly, and his hands clasped tightly. However, the surging power of time still unstoppably flooded into Billy's eyes. What Billy didn't know was that his eyes had changed drastically, like emeralds full of bloodshot eyes. Billy clearly felt the arrival of the breath of death, and the alarm bell of death became more and more urgent, as if his life would be swallowed by the powerful force of time in the next second. Too strong. As expected of Time Gem. Asterisk. 014 The strongest seal technique for more. At the same time, there was a strong unwillingness in my heart. After finally resurrecting a life, crossing into a superhero, a good life has not yet begun, the money has not been squandered, and the young lady who has made a home run has not yet been homed. How can it be so blasted by the power of time? Billy thought of the power of Shazam, but the power of Shazam he can use is so weak, it is like a stream in front of the power of time like Wang Yang. How can it be suppressed? Even if you can use all the power of Shazam, you can't fight it. At this moment, Billy really hopes that everything can go back to before it happened. I'm too sloppy. Too arrogant. However, the power of these rampages of time is not something he can control at all, let alone activate the time manipulation technique to make time flow backwards. Right now, the power of time in the time gem is like a flood that opened the gate, completely unstoppable. Along with the massive gushing out of the power of time, the time gem shrinks at a speed visible to the naked eye. Billy endured the severe pain, his brain ran at high speed, desperately squeezing his potential, recalling the content of every magic book he had read in the past 2 days. Time is passing bit by bit, and the power of time continues to be crazy. 1 hour later, Billy still hadn't found a solution, the knowledge in those books was too low level. Billy's face was extremely pale, he was soaked in sweat, and he had to endure the excruciating pain. Time gem has shrunk a lot, but there is still a lot of time power madly injected into Billy's eyes. Billy felt that his eyes had reached the limit, and he was going to die soon. If it hadn't been for the transformation, Billy would have been blown up. Billy still didn't give up, he was unwilling to accept his fate. Suddenly, his gaze stayed on the page of gold silk paper. The way to absorb the power of infinite gems is obtained from this. Is there a way to solve the power riot? Hope suddenly ignited in Billy's heart, and immediately picked up the gold silk paper and checked it. I have read the positive content, and looked directly at the negative side. Billy read it carefully, ecstatic uncontrollably. The sky is endless, and the reverse side of the golden silk paper is the way to seal the power of infinite gems. Billy read quickly with excitement. With the help of Solomon's wisdom, Billy quickly understood and recorded the above content. The infinite seal technique is of unknown origin. It is known as the most powerful seal technique. There is no power that cannot be sealed, even the infinite gems with infinite power. Billy put down the gold silk paper, made a deep roar suck, calmed down the excitement, raised his hands, and sealed again. The golden mana gushed out, and Billy's hands turned into a series of afterimages, condensing one after another more complex and cumbersome magic spells. Under pressure. Life is in danger. Billy's potential is also being infinitely stimulated. One by one golden curse marks were constantly being punched into Billy's eyes, and the surging power of time really began to calm down and began to be sealed. Billy could clearly feel that the pain in his eyes began to ease, and the feeling of being burst at any time became weaker, which made Billy see the dawn of victory. It's just that as the spells were printed, Billy's face became paler. And layers of sweat continued to pop up on his forehead, as if he was under some kind of extreme pressure. Billy's sealing speed started to slow down, the infinite seal technique was extremely difficult and extremely exhausting. Even with the help of the power of Zeus and the power of Shazam, Billy's seal was far less smooth than before. The power of time in the time gem is still frantically injected into Billy's eyes, and Billy can't stop at all. Once stopped, the result of waiting for him is bound to be burst by the power of time. Billy gritted his teeth and insisted, fighting to survive. Time is passing fast, time gem is getting smaller and smaller, and Billy is fighting hard. An extremely complex magic circle appeared in front of Billy very slowly, from blurring to becoming clearer and clearer, and the aura emanating from it became stronger and stronger. At the moment, Billy's consciousness had already become blurred, his entire brain was humming, his body was extremely weak, swaying, and his hands were trembling, supported by firm willpower. Seal up! Billy bit the tip of his tongue, forcibly raised his spirits, rallied all his energy, and slammed the last curse mark, slamming the magic circle into his own eyes, completely sealing the power of time. However, this is not over yet. Billy's hands quickly formed a seal again, condensing a golden inverted six-pointed star magic circle into the time gem, completely stopping the madness of the power of time. Just at the moment, the time gem of the original pebble file size has only a tiny bit of fingernails left, and there is not much time left in it. If this is not the case, this magic circle is likely to fail again, being directly distorted by the power of time ran away and becoming a scum. After all, this is the power of time. Wow! Billy couldn't help but squirted out a mouthful of blood, and the aura on his body wilted in an instant. Boom! Billy fell directly on the ground, his face pale as paper, no blood, feeling that his whole body was being hollowed out. He didn't want to move, just wanted to get a good night's sleep. You know, Billy's Shazam's power contains Atlas's endurance, and he doesn't need to sleep at all. It can be seen how weak Billy is and how huge the consumption is. Click! The eye of Agamotto's rays all converged, suddenly closed, and returned to the ordinary copper eye, which fell down. A trace of Billy's mouth pulled out, and his fate was finally saved, and he also received an unusually huge amount of time. Although he can't use it for the time being, Billy believes that as long as he is given enough time, he will be able to master all the power of time. In a sense, time gem has disappeared, and its power over 9 levels has been sealed in Billy's eyes. Billy's eyes are time gem. Boom! Suddenly, the door of the library was opened. An ancient one magician, Wang, Mo, and others rushed in one after another. Ancient one magician came to Billy's side instantly, his expression very anxious. After Wang reported to her that Billy could not be found, she was sure that it was Billy who used the power of time in the library. She knew very well that Billy was the heir of Shazam, with powerful Shazam's power in her body, and it was naturally possible to activate the time manipulation technique. Ancient One looked at Billy caringly, whether as an elder or as an Asgardian on Earth. She very much did not want Billy to have any accidents. Old Shazam is no longer there, and the magic pupil that sealed the 7 deadly sins has been robbed. Billy is of great importance. Once Billy has an accident, the Eternal Rock Temple will be completely extinct, and the 7 deadly sins will be unguarded. Asterisk. 015 time magic pupil 5 more. Seeing that Billy was still alive, Ancient One suddenly dropped the big rock hanging in his heart. Wang and Mordu also walked to Billy's side and helped Billy to stand up. When Ancient One saw the opened book collection, he was immediately sure that, as he expected, Billy, the kid, really secretly learned and used time manipulation. However, even if Billy possesses the power of Shazam, it is impossible to release the power of time that was as terrifying as before. The whole process is still 2 hours long, even he can't do it. At this time, a sharp glow flashed in Ancient One's eyes, and he found the eye of Agamotto hanging on Billy's neck, and his face couldn't help showing a thick color of shock. Eye of Agamotto. Is Billy approved by Eye of Agamotto and able to use the power of time? Yes, it must be like this. Otherwise, how could Billy release such a terrifying power of time? Only the secret treasure left over by the original Sorcerer Supreme Agamotto can be made possible by Billy. This kid is really surprising. Even my contemporary Sorcerer Supreme can't use the secret treasure, but he has been mastered by an outsider. To be honest, for Billy, the magic novice, can learn time manipulation in such a short period of time and be recognized by Eye of Agamotto, Ancient One is very impressed, even if Billy is the heir of Shazam's power. However, Ancient One still blamed angrily, "You kid is really brave enough, how can time manipulation techniques be used casually, and now the vitality is badly injured, you must take a good rest." Before he finished his words, Ancient One suddenly stared into Billy's eyes, with a solemn expression and doubts. "Your eyes?" Billy was shocked when he heard the words. It took so much effort to seal the power of time in his eyes. "But don't ask any questions," and couldn't help but ask anxiously, "What's wrong with my eyes?" Ancient One frowned, even suspecting that he had read it wrong. But under the perception of strong mental power over and over again, it can be 100% determined that Billy's eyes are definitely problematic, which is no small matter. Although it is not clear what happened, your eyes have indeed become different from before. I guess it has something to do with the power of time you used before. Furthermore, I can still feel that there seems to be a palpitating power of time in your eyes, but it is very cryptic and elusive. After speaking, Ancient One waved his hand and instantly condensed a magic mirror. Billy looked at his eyes in the mirror in surprise. They were really different. The pupils of his eyes were no longer the original black, just like the Emperor Green Emerald with a full head of water, glittering and unpredictable under the light. The center of the pupils is faintly blue, giving people a particularly mysterious and profound feeling. People can't help but want to find out, but there is a danger that they may fall into it at any time. Billy could feel that he could use part of the power of the time sealed in it. Although very weak, it can also confine time for a short time. Billy believes that with the improvement of his strength, the power of time control will become stronger and stronger, and these eyes will become a powerful weapon comparable to the Eye of Agamotto. This made Billy's mood overjoyed, and all the efforts were worth it. Billy felt that he should give these eyes a domineering name, after all. They were a pair of magic eyes that sealed the power of time. The Eye of Time? It's too common. The Eye of Imprisonment? Too limited. Yes, Time Magic Pupil. After thinking about it, Billy decided to name his eyes the Magic Pupil of Time. When Ancient One saw Billy, he was not worried. On the contrary, he was happy, so he didn't continue to explore. Everyone has their own secrets. She looked at Billy and solemnly warned, "You should not use time manipulation casually. It may create time branches and even cause space-time chaos. If the situation is serious, you will be trapped in infinite repetitive time, and you will never get out of it. It is more likely that you have never appeared in this world at all, and all traces of you will be erased." Billy felt scared for a while after hearing this. The power of time riot was caused by his casual use of that cheating absorption spell. Fortunately, the result was good. "I know, I'll remember it later," Billy promised sincerely. Then, Billy handed back the library and Eye of Agamotto to Ancient One. "The contents of the collection have been written down, and I don't need this book anymore. As for the Eye of Agamotto, there is nothing to do with it, and it is almost absorbed by myself. You still have to be kind, and the last bit of sesame should stay in the temple." The most important thing is that Billy really wants to take a look. When Thanos gets the hidden time gem in the future, what kind of expression will it look like? Maybe it will be as exciting as eating Xiang Xiang. Billy couldn't help thinking again, if he had absorbed the power of the other 5 infinite gems, would Thanos' snapping fingers still snap? Ancient One took over the collection of books and Eye of Agamotto in Billy's hands, and once again solemnly said, "We should follow the law of nature and defend its normal operation, rather than arbitrarily manipulate it and change it." At this time, Strange, who was standing in the crowd, stared curiously at the book collection and Eye of Agamotto, and became interested in time manipulation. It was exactly the same that Strange would one night, like Billy, opened the book collection and opened the Eye of Agamotto. However, Strange was able to use Eye of Agamotto, and I would also like to thank Billy for his help. If it weren't for Billy to absorb almost all of the power of time, how could Strange use the time gem in it? Definitely, these are all things to follow. Ancient One handed over the collection of books and Eye of Agamotto to the king, and solemnly said, "Take it away. Don't let him use the power of Eye of Agamotto until he has completely recovered." Wang Wei was taken aback for a moment. Can Billy use this secret treasure that no one can use? How is this possible? Wang nodded in a daze and said, "I see, teacher." Afterwards, Ancient One confessed to Mordu, "Modu, go to the magic pharmacy to prepare some decoctions for him to replenish vitality to help him recover as soon as possible." Mordu replied, "Okay, teacher." Finally, Ancient One warned Billy again, "Remember, in the future, never use the power of time at will, so as not to cause irreparable trouble." Billy promised again, "Don't worry, I will not use the power of time arbitrarily." With a move of Ancient One's mind, he opened a teleportation door and left directly. Most of the surrounding people also left. Only Wang and Mordu stayed. **016 London Holy Place Crisis Flowers plus more. Wang and Mordu looked at Billy in shock, and both had a damn expression. You know, since they became the students of Ancient One, they haven't heard of anyone else who can use Eye of Agamotto except the original Sorcerer Supreme as the maker. Even their teacher, Ancient One, known as the strongest Sorcerer Supreme in nearly 1,000 years, and the only boss who has mastered time manipulation, still can't use this secret treasure. But now, an outsider, who has just learned magic for a day or two, has mastered the time manipulation technique with a high degree of difficulty, has been recognized by Eye of Agamotto, and has made such a big move. They all have a saying in their hearts that they don't know whether to say it properly, "It's really more popular than Dead Man." Mordu looked at Billy and asked in disbelief, "You really did the previous movement? How did you do it? Can you learn the complicated and cumbersome spells of time manipulation?" Wang looked at Billy curiously. The shock level in his heart was even higher than that of Mordu, and he was very unwilling to believe that this matter was true. Billy shrugged, looking at Wang he Mordu's bloody look, feeling a little inexplicable, and casually replied, "Maybe it's because I am a genius, I have an unforgettable ability, and a super understanding ability. Anyway, I just took a look like that, and then I learned. It feels very easy. Isn't it difficult? You guys should all be able to do it too." After hearing Billy's answer, Wang and Mordu glanced at each other, and there was a bitter smile on their faces, and their hearts were hurt, especially when they looked at Billy's face, which everyone should know. Both of them have tried before, but they have not been unable to use Eye of Agamotto, and time manipulation is still not mastered after these years of hard work. Regarding this incident, Wang felt the most hurt in his heart. In terms of force value, the king who is the caretaker of the library is definitely one of the best, especially the Kung Fu, judging by the tonnage, except for Ancient One, basically no one in the temple is his opponent. However, in terms of magical attainments, Wang's ability was far from satisfactory. After Wang became the caretaker of the library, he worked hard every day to learn magic knowledge, believing that he would be able to catch up. But after seeing Billy's enchanting ability, Wang had to recognize a fact. Even if a stupid bird flew for decades, it might not be able to compare to a smart bird that only flew for a day or two. It really hurts people. After a few days of cultivation, Billy has completely recovered and become vigorous again, and his strength has been greatly improved, and he has more control over the power of Shazam, which can be described as a blast. Billy came to the library again, ready to make gestures with Wang. During the battle, Billy was able to control the power of Shazam in his body faster. The Wang's melee level is very strong, his fists are strong, his response is quick, and his offensive is fierce. Two Mortis may not be able to fight against the king. Woo! Suddenly, a loud alarm sounded in the library, and a button on one wall burst out with dazzling golden light. Wang was shocked instantly, and hurriedly turned his head to look at the button on the wall. A terrible thing happened. As the caretaker of the library, Wang knew very well that the button was connected to the London Holy Place. Its alarm only represents one thing: something happened to the holy place in London. Wang Lima stood up, mobilized the mana in his body, and launched the cross-space teleportation technique. Zi. The fingers of the king's right hand quickly drew a circle in the air, the golden mana gushing, rushing like sparks, and finally condensed into a portal. As soon as the portal was opened, Fatty Wang didn't stop at the slightest, he directly used his legs and rushed in angrily. At this time, golden oval portals appeared one after another around Billy, and magicians in the temple came one after another. Everyone's expressions changed immediately after seeing the alarm button on the wall. All of them, like the Fatty Wang before, mobilized mana and used the cross-space teleportation technique. Billy looked at the situation in front of him and felt quite puzzled, not knowing what was going on. Until Billy noticed Mortar's arrival, he drew up in front of Mortar and asked curiously, "Mortar, has something serious happened? Why are you all so anxiously panicked?" "There is an accident in the London holy place, and urgent support is needed." Mortar hurriedly replied, then left Billy aside, and quickly activated the cross-space teleportation technique and rushed to the London holy place. London holy place. Billy murmured, recalling the plot in the movie Doctor Strange. After the traitor Caecilius stole the 2 pages of Hyde paper, he began planning to destroy the holy place, attempting to open the space node and summon Dormammu, the master of the dark dimension space. There are a total of 3 holy places, and the first one he took to deal with was the holy place in London. Moreover, in this event, Ancient One fell unexpectedly. Because of the thoughts of the past mentor and apprenticeship, Ancient One couldn't bear the cruelty, and died under the sword of Caecilius. Since you have encountered it, you can't just stand by. Although Billy is not a person with a sense of justice, he is still very kind in his heart. Otherwise, old Shazam would not pass on his power. During this time, Ancient One helped Billy a lot, and Billy didn't want her to sacrifice like this. For Wang and Mortar, Billy also forged a lot of friendship with them. If there is a need, he will definitely help. Billy swiped his right hand randomly, and a golden portal appeared in front of him. Due to the power of Shazam, even though Billy has only been exposed to magic for a few days, he has already possessed extremely extraordinary magic skills. Now, Billy can easily use the cross-space teleportation technique. There is no need to gesture to the air for a while to open the portal like Mortar or King. London holy place, a few minutes ago. Boom! The closed door was kicked open by Caecilius, and Caecilius with a gloomy face led his men into the holy place aggressively. Caecilius, the one with the most magical ability among the many students of Ancient One, is not one of them, far above Mortar, and is highly expected by Ancient One, and even intends to train him as the next Sorcerer Supreme. Now, due to the erosion of Dormammu's dark power, Caecilius's figure has become thinner, and most of his face has become black, especially around the eyes, as black as ink. Caecilius feels gloomy and dangerous, like a poisonous snake who chooses and kills people. Asterisk. 017 Billy appears one more. Caecilius looked at the Asgardian in the holy place in London coldly, with killing intent in his eyes. "Daniel, Ancient One has named you the magician of this holy place, then you should understand that you will fight to defend it." Daniel, a thin and weak black and white mixed race, Caecilius's junior, also has extremely high abilities in magical attainments, is decent and loyal to the temple. At this moment, Daniel is guarding Caecilius very vigilantly. When studying with teacher Ancient One in the temple, his magic skills were inferior to that of the opponent, and his shots were not as decisive and ruthless as his. Now the other party has turned to Dormammu, the space ruler of the dark dimension, and the dark aura emanating from his body is even more turbulent, making people feel palpitation. Daniel knew in his heart that he was definitely not Caecilius's opponent. Therefore, after discovering that the opponent was attacking the holy place in London, Daniel immediately sent a rescue message to the temple. As the Asgardian of the holy place, Daniel did not retreat, stepped forward, looked at Caecilius without showing any weakness, and resolutely said, "Oath to coexist and die with the London holy place, fight if you want to." When the voice fell, Daniel took out the staff directly and was ready to fight. "Humph, take it to death." Caecilius smiled grimly, glanced very disdainfully at his junior who had always lost to him in the competition, and was sure of the chance of victory in his heart. Motivated by mana, Caecilius condensed a pitch-black sword in his hand, with black mist enveloping it, raging and sharp. Boom! "Strengthen your legs." Caecilius jumped up suddenly, his power skyrocketed, and he raised his sword high, from top to bottom, and smashed it into Daniel's head fiercely, like a ferocious falcon. Daniel was not afraid of danger, holding the staff tightly in his right hand, quickly spurring the mana in his body, and condensing a large golden shield against the hack's sword. Boom! Caecilius's sword slashed heavily on Daniel's shield, and the cracks spread like a spider web, and suddenly shattered, and Daniel's body flew backwards under the effect of the huge impact. Wow! Daniel's upside-down body shook suddenly, and a mouthful of bright red blood spurted out when he opened his mouth. Boom! Daniel's body slammed heavily on the ground, and he continued to slide back for a certain distance. The right hand holding the staff was hanging weakly, already dislocated. After Caecilius obtained the dark power, both his physical fitness and magical power have been greatly improved, far beyond what he once was. Daniel, who had not improved by leaps and bounds, naturally couldn't stop a single move, and was directly knocked to the ground by Caecilius. Unbearable! Caecilius smiled coldly, raised the sword in his hand, and walked towards Daniel slowly. Daniel's face turned pale, with blood on the corners of his mouth, gritted his teeth, resisting the pain on his body, stood up, and a thin layer of sweat was already coming out of his forehead. The gaze that looked at Caecilius was horrified, and the strength of the opponent was far beyond his imagination, and he felt rather powerless and desperate in his heart. "I just hope that the reinforcements can arrive in time and keep the holy place in London, so even if he is dead, he will be able to look down." At this moment, the sound of psitzisa suddenly spread to all the ears present. Daniel involuntarily turned his head and looked over. Caecilius was also attracted to stop his steps, and saw a golden portal appear in the holy place. Everyone knows that reinforcements from the temple are coming. Caecilius snorted and rushed to Daniel faster, preparing to get rid of Daniel completely before the portal was fully opened. A wave of dark power rushed into the sharp sword frantically, the sword hummed, the black mist rolled, the murderous aura, the ferocity soared, and with the momentum of lore, it stabbed Daniel at lightning speed. Daniel's face changed drastically, his scalp was numb, he felt unprecedented crisis and despair in his heart, and a sharp look and determination flashed in his eyes. "What?" Daniel yelled, angrily raised the only left arm that was still able to move, activated all the mana in his body, and condensed a golden long sword, ready to die with Caecilius. At the same time, a burly figure passed through the portal and came to the holy place in London. He is the caretaker of the library of the Himalayas temple and the first king to find the alarm. After seeing the sharp sword piercing Daniel, Wang didn't even think about it. The mana in his body instantly poured into the staff in his right hand. Bang! The staff suddenly burst out with a dazzling golden light, and the whole mana surged like magma. Wang clenched the long stick in both hands, squatted down, his leg muscles swelled, and he was madly accumulating strength. I saw that the king's face was stern, his anger was round and his eyes were as bright as electricity, staring at the pitch-black sword that Caecilius stabbed at Daniel. His momentum rose wildly and he was extremely arrogant. Among the many students of Ancient One, Wang's fighting ability is definitely the strongest, Caecilius is the strongest in magical attainments, and Mortar is the most moderately balanced one. Boom! Explosive power suddenly erupted from the king's legs. Wang's body, which is less than 1.7 meters, but weighs 200 kilograms, directly turned into a cannonball, with an unusually violent aura, shook hands with the long stick, and slammed into Caecilius's forehead. A flash of anger suddenly flashed in Caecilius's eyes, and the expression on his face instantly became more hideous. If he insists on forcibly killing Daniel, he will surely take a heavy stick from the king's power. He is not willing to take his own life for the sake of a holy place Asgardian. Caecilius snorted, and immediately stopped the forward thrust, turning his wrists, holding the sword in both hands, exerting force at the waist, and the sword swept out. Boom! Boom! After two violent collisions, Caecilius opened Daniel's golden magic sword and the king's long stick. Although Caecilius changed his moves temporarily and his power was weakened a lot, he was still able to fight one enemy too and faintly gain the upper hand. Wang Xiaoba came to Daniel's side and lifted him up. Daniel connected his dislocated right arm by himself. At this time, golden portals appeared one after another in the holy place in London, and mortar and others appeared one after another. Caecilius coldly looked at his former fellow apprentice brother. His killing intent was undisguised. After receiving the dark power bestowed by Dormammu, he was full of confidence in his own strength. It's just right, I'll just bury you all here today. So I don't need to run another trip in the future. Suddenly, another golden portal appeared. But the speed of this portal condensed very fast, far above Mordu and others. Under the gaze of everyone, a tall and handsome figure came out. He is Billy. Asterisk. 018 mirror space 2 more. Billy looked at Caecilius curiously. This was a viper, full of danger, cruel and cold, and wanted to destroy the holy place and kill everyone in the holy place. Under his skin, there were black auras running constantly, and Billy knew that that was the dark power Caecilius got from Dormammu. In order to gain eternal life, this guy has become a running dog of Dormammu, a puppet in the dark dimension, a machine that kills people without blinking. In fact, he was just a fool who was deceived by Dormammu, and when Dormammu used him up, there would be no need for him to exist. Caecilius glanced at Billy casually, did not put Billy in his eyes at all, just felt that there was one more to die. Due to the power of the skyrocketing, Caecilius's heart became more swollen than ever before, arrogant and defiant, and unconsciously assumed the posture of Laozi's number one in the world. At this time, the king clasped the magic stick in his hand and looked at Caecilius angrily. Traitor, you want to destroy the holy place, so don't blame us for cleaning the door today. For Caecilius's betrayal, Wang felt very angry and very heartbroken. Once, he, Caecilius, and Modu, all three of them were students of Ancient One, living together, practicing together, and sympathizing with brothers and sisters. But now, Caecilius's betrayal has allowed them to stand on the opposite side of justice and evil and meet each other. At this moment, Mortar also walked to the king's side, holding the golden magic whip, ready to join forces with the king to deal with Caecilius. He knew very well that the strength of the three of them was similar to each other, but now that Caecilius has gained the dark power, his strength must be greatly increased, and it is definitely not something they can deal with alone. A strong smell of gunpowder suddenly diffused from Caecilius, Mortar, and Wang, and a battle was about to break out. Billy couldn't help feeling aroused in his heart, silently stood aside, leaving the fighting space for the three of them, ready to take a good look at what the battle between them would be like. In these days, although Billy often competed with Mortar or Wang, everyone just clicked and used fighting techniques instead of magical powers. So, Billy really wants to see what the real battle between magicians is like. Humph! Caecilius looked at Mordu and Wang disdainfully, did not pay attention to their joint hands at all, but silently took out a sling ring and put it on the index and middle fingers of his left hand. This is the sling ring, also known as the Dharma ring. As the name suggests, it is used to assist in the launching of spells, which can help the caster better control the magic power and cast powerful spells faster. Billy also owns a sling ring, but because of Billy's magical attainments and strength, this thing is not very useful. At the moment, Mortar and Wang looked at each other, nodded, and understood each other. The joint attack plan was determined, and they directly began to attack Caecilius. Wang shouted angrily, his momentum skyrocketed again, as violent and arrogant as King Kong on Skull Island. The golden light of the long stick in his hand gleamed, and the powerful mana surged like magma, full of power. Boom! The sturdy legs were bent and suddenly exerted force. Wang Kuo's body rushed forward, and there were two more large footprints directly on the ground where he was originally. There were spiderweb-like cracks, and broken stones. Hey, you can't help yourself, do you think I'm still the me back then? Caecilius snorted coldly, holding both swords, and a thick black mist filled his body, which instantly felt more than 10 times more dangerous than before. Dark power was madly injected into the sword, making the sword extremely black, like a black crystal, and like a fierce beast rushing out of the abyss of hell. Caecilius had a fierce light in his eyes, 2 black holes staring at the king, with a grinning smile at the corner of his mouth, his hands drooping naturally, and the tip of his sword pressed against the ground. Snapped! Suddenly, Mordu slammed the magic whip in his hand, and immediately brought a violent detonation, and the dazzling golden light and fierce aura rose into the sky at the same time. The mana in Mordu surgingly poured into the long whip, his right arm slammed forward, and the long whip immediately drew towards Caecilius's grimace at a speed that surpassed the king's attack. Whoosh! In the sharp howl of the air, the long whip approached Caecilius with a lethal power that was not inferior to the king. At this moment, Caecilius had trouble doing it. Kill! A frenzied killing intent suddenly appeared on Caecilius's face, and the black mist on his body suddenly boiled, as if a devil had come to the world. He violently exerted force with both hands, the sharp sword went from bottom to top, and instantly broke Wang Taishan's imposing momentum, and hit the forehead with a heavy blow. Boom! With a loud explosion, the golden mana turned into a sky full of sparks, and the magic stick was shaking uncontrollably. The king's hands were numb, and the tiger's mouth was suddenly torn apart, and blood gushing out. Immediately afterwards, Wang hadn't reacted yet, another unstoppable force of impact struck, and Wang's body suddenly flew upside down. However, everything is not over yet. At this time, Caecilius' sharp sword suddenly became black, and a large amount of dark power gushed out, instantly condensing into a shield, protecting it in front of him. Boom! In the screaming sound, the golden magic whip fell like lightning, slammed Caecilius' shield, and exploded with a violent explosion. The ripples on the dark shield did not show the slightest crack, and Mordu's fatal blow was steadily blocked. Boom! Wang's body drew an arc in the air and hit the ground heavily. Wow! Wang opened his mouth and spewed out blood, his whole aura could not help being weakened a bit. At this moment, both Mordu and Wang's expressions became extremely solemn. Caecilius's improvement in strength far exceeded their imagination. He even wounded the king with a single blow, and he was still in front of him. In addition, his spell power is far better than before, and he can block Mordu's attack without any effort. Today is bound to be a fierce battle. The faces of the other magicians all became very ugly. Caecilius's strength was far beyond their imagination, and behind the opponent, there was a group of traitors who also gained dark power. Caecilius glanced at the people in the holy place, smiled coldly, raised the left hand with the sling ring, and at the same time the right hand was sealed, urging the mana, mirror space. Asterisk. 019 The power of space magic 3 more. Kakaka. A large amount of mana crazily poured into Caecilius' sling ring, and the terrifying power of space immediately enveloped the entire London holy place, and the transparent mirrors continued to unfold, constructing a brand new London holy place mirror space. Mordu's face changed drastically, feeling an unprecedented sense of crisis, and hurriedly reminded, "Oops, the dark power has greatly improved Caecilius's control of space magic. This mirrored space is exactly the same as the real space, but no matter what damage it causes, it can't affect the real world, but it has the power to kill all of us." Billy looked at this magically constructed London holy place curiously. It was exactly the same as in reality, without any difference. This is the first time Billy has seen the mirror space. Although he has heard of it before and has studied it, he has not yet mastered this spell with ability. It's not that the mirror space technique is more difficult to master than the time manipulation technique, but Billy temporarily lacks the assistance of Tesseract. Among all the people present, apart from Caecilius, no one can also use this mirror space technique. It is no exaggeration to say that the mirror space technique is definitely the most difficult spell besides the time manipulation technique. It requires extremely high space spell attainments and deep mana accumulation. Caecilius was able to use this spell, enough to see the extraordinary magical ability and the horror of the dark power, and he deserves to be the next heir to the Sorcerer Supreme that Ancient One had high hopes for. Kakaka. At this time, under the control of Caecilius, the ground of the mirror space was suddenly divided into pieces, and then suddenly sank. Everyone did not notice for a while, and fell one after another under the inertia of gravity. Billy possesses the power of Shazam, his figure shook slightly, and then stabilized instantly. He hovered in the air, looking down, it was pitch black, as if it were the mouth of an abyssal beast. And I can't see any of the figures that fell before, I don't know if they are still alive, if they are in danger, it shouldn't be so completely wiped out. Caecilius glanced at Billy unexpectedly, but he didn't expect that someone could resist his space spell. What made Caecilius more surprised was that he didn't perceive any familiar magical powers in Billy's body, and his brows wrinkled. However, Caecilius, whose heart was swollen, didn't take Billy seriously. It was just an appetizer. The real meal is still to come. Even if Ancient One is coming, she will have to admit it. Ah, ah, ah. Suddenly, the sound of roar came from above to Billy's ears. Billy immediately looked up, only to see the figures that had fallen and disappeared one after another from the sky, looking quite embarrassed. The ground that just sank suddenly did not cause any harm to everyone, but moved everyone to the top of the mirror space. This is also the magic of the mirror space. At the moment, there was only Modu alone with golden light on his feet. With the help of magic weapon jumping boots, he ran in the air, quickly stabilized his figure, and launched the technique of trans-space teleportation, teleporting towards the safety zone. In Caecilius's mirror space, although everyone can still use the cross-space teleportation technique, the range of teleportation has become very limited. Only limited to the mirror space. If you want to rely on the cross-space teleportation technique to leave this mirrored space, unless you have a deeper knowledge of space magic than Caecilius, everything is forbidden to talk about. At this moment, as soon as Mo Duo fell to the ground, he found that the ground under his feet was sliding fast to the rear, causing his center of gravity to be unstable, and his upper body knocked down directly toward the front. At this moment, Billy understood that this is the magic of the mirror space. In the mirror space, Caecilius as the builder is the absolute master of this space. He wants to make the space upside down to make the space upside down, and he wants to make any part of the space move randomly to make it move randomly. However, Billy, who has read the relevant information, is also very clear that the power of the mirror space is far from that, it depends on how far Caecilius has mastered this spell. At this moment, Caecilius, who was not far away, looked at the embarrassed people mockingly, with a more ferocious smile on his face. His hands quickly formed a curse, and a large amount of mana gushed out again, sweeping in all directions. Bang bang bang! Violent explosions sounded one after another, and all the windows in the mirrored space of London's holy place were all shattered, turning into pieces of sharp glass shards, glowing in the sun, enveloping everyone. "Kill me!" Caecilius yelled, and the ground under everyone's feet moved one after another, leading everyone's body toward the center of the mirrored space, trying to gather everyone together. Everyone fought hard, but at most they could only run in place. As for launching the cross-space teleportation technique, it is completely a death-seeking behavior. I saw that the sky full of glass fragments, all turned into a deadly dagger, launched a storm-like attack. Shoo shoo shoo! In the sharp whistling sound, the glass shards condensed by mana launched a frantic besieging everyone. Zi. Facing the overwhelming and fierce attacks, a group of magicians urged their magic powers, raised their defenses, and condensed a huge and strong golden magic shield. Bang bang bang. The sound of intensive blasting began to continue, and countless glass fragments burst completely on the shield. The huge amounts of impact made everyone's bodies move closer to the center area more quickly. Click click click. Cracks began to appear on the magic shield in front of everyone, and it became more and more intense. A layer of sweat has appeared on many magicians' foreheads, which obviously won't last long. Once the magic shield is completely broken, there will be casualties. At the same time, the gang of traitors behind Caecilius also began to act. The traitors all held black swords and formed a siege to everyone, and only waited for Caecilius's attack. They launched the most violent charge. Billy looked at the people who were about to be exhausted, and knew in his heart that after watching for so long, it was time to go on his own. If Caecilius succeeded in killing people under his nose, wouldn't he be very shameless? Billy's figure flickered, and suddenly turned into a series of afterimages, like an arrow from the string, rushing into the attack of the sky glass shards, and killing Caecilius. *020 The power of one punch 4 more. Bang bang bang. The violent blast sounded frantically on Billy's body, and the glass fragments in the sky could not cause any harm to Billy, even if it was condensed by powerful spatial forces. You know, Billy's power of Shazam includes the power of Olympus, the king of god Zeus, which makes Billy possess a powerful magical defense ability. A flash of surprise flashed in Caecilius's eyes. How could such a powerful and fierce man appear? He looked at Billy seriously, frowning. This guy, he hadn't seen him before. Could it be that Ancient One's new disciple after his betrayal? Caecilius' eyes flashed a fierce gaze again. No matter what the situation, as long as the opponent dares to oppose him, then there will be only one end, that is, death. He looked at Billy and smiled ferociously. For such a strong opponent, he has always liked to kill him most, and he will get a very satisfying sense of accomplishment. Boom! A thick black mist burst out suddenly from Caecilius's body. This is the most intense, almost liquefied dark power, which can make Caecilius burst out even more powerful combat power. At this moment, Caecilius's momentum was soaring, and countless transparent spatial blades condensed around him, exuding a sharp aura far exceeding glass shards. Go to death for me! Caecilius roared ferociously, and then launched a frantic attack on Billy. Shoo shoo shoo! A series of unusually sharp piercing and screaming sounds suddenly sounded, and the terrifying sound seemed to be able to penetrate the eardrum of a person. Billy has no fear, his face is indifferent, and he behaves very calmly. As soon as the thought moved, the power of Shazam in the body quickly mobilized, and the divine power of Zeus attached to the surface of the body, shining with a faint layer of fluorescence, but exuding a supreme mighty power. Caecilius was shocked suddenly in his heart, and was shocked by the power that Billy broke out. I saw that after my own spatial blade hit the opponent's body, it immediately burst completely in that layer of faint fluorescence, completely unable to cause any effective damage. This made Caecilius feel a little unbelievable. The opponent's strength was far beyond imagination, far above Mordor and the king, which made him feel a little bit tricky. Billy's figure in his eyes became more and more clear, and he was getting closer and closer. He seemed to feel an unprecedented sense of crisis, as if death was calling. Caecilius snorted, giving up the useless space blade attack, and clenching the pitch-black sword with both hands again, his whole body vigorous. Kill! Roaring, Caecilius angrily raised the sword in his hand, and the dark power was injected frantically. He rose up and slashed at Billy fiercely. The sharp sword was released in black, the sword aura was pressing, and an unusually sharp breath of death erupted towards Billy. Billy was not afraid, making a fist with his right hand, frantically condensing the power of Shazam, and the muscles of the entire right arm instantly became stronger for several points, exploding with unprecedented terrifying power. Break it for me!" Billy yelled. Right fist made a golden light, unleashing an extremely violent and arrogant power. With an indomitable fighting spirit, he directly hardened Caecilius' sharp sword. Boom! Billy's fist slammed into the sword cut by Caecilius, and there was a deafening and violent bang. And waves of counter-shock force rang out in all directions. Wherever he went, the mirrored space was unstable, and black holes were broken, and even the surrounding space was distorted. Click! Suddenly, a clear voice came out, and a crack appeared where Billy's fist touched Caecilius' sharp sword. Click click click! In the next second, cracks spread wildly, and the entire sword was already covered in a flash. Boom! With a loud explosion, the sharp sword in Caecilius's hand was directly and completely shattered, turning into a thick black mist, and quickly dissipating toward the surroundings. Billy's fist continued to go straight in, with his spare strength, rushed through the black mist, and slammed firmly on Caecilius's left cheek. Snapped! Caecilius only felt a sharp pain in his face, like being hit hard with an iron hammer, and there was a rumbling in his ears, and his entire head was stunned. Before he could react, his body flew out to the side, and blood was gushing in his mouth, with a few teeth between them. Half of his face instantly swelled up. The power of a punch is so terrifying. At this moment, the entire mirror space became extremely quiet, no noise was heard, and all attacks stopped. Whether it was Caecilius's men or the magicians from the temple, they looked at Billy dumbfounded. No one would have thought that Billy, this guy, smashed Caecilius' magic sword with one fist, and also smashed Caecilius into the air, saving a group of magicians who almost died of exhaustion. Only in the next moment, everyone in the temple felt a surprise, while the traitors felt horror. One side has a powerful ally, and one side has a terrifying enemy. Boom! The bewildered Caecilius slammed heavily on the wall behind, and then fell down. Caecilius looked at Billy in disbelief. He didn't expect that after receiving the dark power, he would be beaten so forcefully. Feeling the fiery pain on his face, thick shame and intense anger crazily flooded into Caecilius's heart, as if his entire chest was about to explode. Roar! Caecilius stood up abruptly, yelling angrily, and the black mist around him suddenly surged crazily. Boom! A powerful shockwave instantly centered on Caecilius, sweeping in all directions. The space vibrated, and sonic boom bursts. Caecilius was angry. Billy could feel the flames burning in Caecilius' eyes. Die! Caecilius's entire face was distorted in anger, and the black mist was rolling, growing stronger. Boom! The legs suddenly exerted strength. Caecilius directly turned into a sharp, off-string arrow, and rushed towards Billy madly and murderously. The terrifying dark power rushed to Caecilius' right fist frantically. The entire right fist looked like a thick layer of black armor, with full attack power. Caecilius will fist for fist, blood for blood, tooth for tooth, to wash away the shame. At this moment, Caecilius's madness suddenly shocked everyone. The magicians of the temple were heart palpitations. If Caecilius had been so fierce at the beginning, they would have never known how many deaths. The traitors secretly applauded their boss, expecting their boss to blast the opponent's support and regain their glory. Asterisk. 021 Bewitching and the trump card 5 more. Facing Caecilius's angry punch, Billy naturally did not shrink back. The power of Shazam in his body was fully opened. The power from Hercules and the supernatural power from Olympus the king of God Zeus all gathered right fist. Above. A golden light flashed in Billy's eyes, the whole person flew up, and the golden light of his right fist shining brightly, illuminating the entire London holy place mirror space, and the mighty power shocked everyone present. While the black mist was rolling, cold and cruel, while the golden light was brilliant and the sky was majestic, the two sides formed a strong contrast, and the terrifying power was fiercely confronted. Before the pair of fists arrived, the entire battlefield had already set off stormy waves, and everyone around them retreated to the edge. When the battle reached this point, they were no longer able to interfere. If it is accidentally twisted in, it may be a tragic ending with no bones left. It is better to stay away and be a quiet spectator. The distance between Billy and Caecilius is getting closer and closer, and their power is getting stronger and stronger, but their expressions are different. Caecilius glared with a ferocious look, wishing to peel off Billy's skin, smoke Billy's tendons, eat Billy's meat, and drink Billy's blood. On the other hand, Billy, calm, unhurried, not sad or happy, a master style, completely exploded. Caecilius did not know how many streets, is definitely the perfect object in the hearts of thousands of young girls. Suddenly, both sides punched one after another, blasting at each other. Fists out, wind and thunder bursts, accompanied by the sound of dragons and tigers. The two fists grew bigger and bigger in the eyes of both sides, and finally met abruptly, and they were completely hardened together. Boom! With a violent explosion, the entire London holy place mirror space trembled 3 times. Everyone looked over, staring at the center of the battlefield, nervously waiting for the final result. Wow! Caecilius squirted out a big mouthful of blood, the blood on his face disappeared, and then his whole body quickly flew backwards, his right arm fell weakly and his bones were broken. The hearts of a group of traitors sank suddenly, and their boss was defeated. The morale of the original victory suddenly decayed, and there is quite a rush to go. The magicians in the temple were all excited. Billy really gave them a big surprise. He is indeed a monster who can master time manipulation, and he is a genius who can be recognized by Eye of Agamotto. At this time, Billy slowly flew in front of Caecilius, and a golden sword instantly condensed on the sling ring in his left hand, exuding extremely sharp sword aura. Caecilius stared at Billy angrily, with a complex expression, unwilling, tangled, unbelievable, etc. Even at this moment, Caecilius still didn't want to believe that he would be defeated. This result made him unacceptable and made him want to go crazy. He received the dark power bestowed by Dormammu, how could he be beaten? This is simply impossible. The sharp sword in Billy's hand was getting closer and closer to Caecilius. For the first time, Caecilius felt that he was so close to death, and he couldn't help feeling terrified. Caecilius stood up and looked at Billy very dissatisfied, but he also had more attention in his eyes, half threatening and half seducing. Are you sure you want to be an enemy of me? You will die without a place to be buried. Don't you want to get eternal life? Just call Lord Dormammu, and we, and all human beings on the earth, can get eternal life. At this moment, Caecilius no longer chose to fight Billy, which was obviously a thankless thing, but wanted to draw Billy into his camp. Definitely, how could Caecilius make such a shameful compromise if Billy didn't have the strength to match it? The corner of Billy's mouth couldn't help but evoke a playful smile. If I remember correctly, in the movie Doctor Strange, Caecilius was captured by Strange. Caecilius continued to tempt him, this is the end and the beginning. Everything is life and death. Time ends, the golden crow is exhausted, the temperature drops, and the earth perishes. But in the dark space, this is not limited by time at all. The earth can be a part of Dormammu-sama like other worlds, a very beautiful part. We will embrace life, eternal life, and we will save the world and let Dormammu, Lord of all things, handle it all. Regarding the truth of the dark space and the origins of Dormammu, Billy knew very well how it was possible to be deceived by this stupid Caecilius. Billy said with disdain, in the dark space, there is no life at all. Dormammu is not the lord of all things, he is just a predator. Caecilius suddenly exclaimed angrily, you don't understand the greatness of Dormammu-sama, you don't even know the beauty of the dark space, you are insulting Dormammu-sama. Billy was not angry about this, but looked at Caecilius like a poor joker. It was really brain-dead to be deceived by Dormammu to such an extent. Caecilius said excitedly, it was Ancient One who deceived all of us. Do you know how long she has been alive? Do you know why she can live so long? It's because of Lord Dormammu. But, will she give everyone this kind of magic that can make people immortal? No, she will never. We must kill Ancient One, destroy the holy place, and release the dark space. Billy smiled coldly. He knew that Ancient One had indeed violated the vow she had made, but after all, he insisted on the bottom line. The power of evil is not inherently wrong. When used in just things, it is the power of justice. It's like guns were originally correct, but they are used by bad guys for bad things. Caecilius was bewitched by Dormammu too deeply because of the desire in his heart, and this person was already hopeless. At this moment, Billy shook his head, and didn't want to talk nonsense with this guy anymore. I think you should die, and then the world will be quiet. After Caecilius heard Billy's answer, his facial expression suddenly became hideous like never before, distorted to the extreme because of his anger, and the anger in his chest was burning. He had good intentions and bitter words to persuade him, but the other party chose to become his enemy, so there was not much to say, there was only one battle. You forced me. Originally, this was reserved for Ancient One. Now let you see my trump card, the true horror of the dark power. Caecilius let out a violent roar, and the demon's flame burst into flames all over his body, and his thin body instantly became thinner. Especially that face became haggard, and it was as black as a black charcoal head. There was no more normal place, and the whole person had been completely eroded by the power of darkness. Asterisk. 022 directly overturn the mirror world one more. Billy stared at Caecilius with all his attention. This guy had become inhuman and ghost under the erosion of the dark power. But it cannot be denied that the aura radiating from Caecilius's body has become stronger and more ferocious and dangerous, as if he has become a real demon. The mood of the surrounding people eating melons changed again. The traders became excited again, seeing the boss who was showing up and seeing the hope of victory. The magicians of the temple became nervous. Caecilius's soaring strength made them feel extremely palpitations and a strong breath of death. They don't know whether Billy can turn the tide again, but they all hope that Billy can perform miracles again, and it is best to kill the traitor, Caecilius directly and completely. GG. Caecilius sneered grimly, his voice was almost like a monster. Feeling the unprecedented power in his body, his heart swelled again. At the moment, his eyes were full of playful abuse when he looked at Billy, as if he could play Billy with his applause, but the raging anger did not change at all. I have already given you a chance, but you have chosen to seek your own death. You don't even want eternal life. You are a hopeless fool. Caecilius slowly raised his right hand, the corner of his left mouth couldn't stop rising, and a cruel smile evoked, and said in an unusually cold tone, "Now, you can go to death." Bang! With a loud explosion, Caecilius' right hand suddenly burned a black ball of the demon's flame. Immediately afterwards, his right hand slammed, and the demon's flame instantly exploded, and the flames jumped up all at once, causing the surrounding space to be distorted. Click click click! At this time, the space around Billy suddenly condensed into a transparent mirror surface, sealing off all the space around Billy. Billy's brows wrinkled involuntarily. He could feel the mighty power of space around him, but he couldn't control the power of a little bit of space. In other words, it is basically impossible for Billy to use the cross-space teleportation technique to leave this blocked space. Obviously, after Caecilius was completely eroded by the dark power, his control over the power of space became more powerful, and Billy could not compete for control of the power of space from his hands, even if it was very weak. Billy reckons that unless Ancient One comes in person, no one can compete with Caecilius in terms of space spell attainments. With a triumphant smile on Caecilius's face, he mocked, "You try to be arrogant, do you think you can escape? Do you feel the power of the powerful space around you? You are now a prisoner of mine, completely trapped inside." Caecilius looked at Billy arrogantly, with the joy of victory in his eyes. The two fists of Billy before had dealt a big blow to Caecilius and made him feel an unprecedented humiliation, which made him have to find the place back. After hearing what Caecilius said in the distance, Mortar and others, their fragile hearts sank suddenly, and they couldn't help worrying about Billy. However, Billy still has a calm face, with a faint smile, calm and confident, as if everything is still under his control. You wait, I will come out immediately, but once I come out, it means you are really going to die, so if you have any tricks, just use it, otherwise, you will die. Caecilius's face suddenly became gloomy. And Billy's indifferent calmness, and the appearance that did not put him in his eyes at all, once again deeply stimulated his heart. This is not what he wants to see. What he wants to see is Billy's panic, fear, and kneeling begging for mercy, which will make his vanity more satisfied than ever. But, at the moment, he didn't see anything he wanted to see from Billy's face. Caecilius was even more angry. I'm going to tear you up. Caecilius looked at Billy grimly, and shook his right hand sharply. Ka-ka-ka. The sound of intensive cracking suddenly sounded and madly spread into Billy's ears. I saw that the space where Billy was, like glass that had been hit hard, suddenly shattered. The darkness began to spread rapidly from all directions towards Billy's location, and accompanied by the burning the demon's flame, exuding a strong aura of destruction. At the moment, Billy's figure disappeared from everyone's eyes, and only the black magic fire could be seen. The magicians of the temple suddenly became anxious, and they mobilized the remaining mana in their bodies, preparing to rush to find Caecilius desperately. After all, Billy is their guest, and they have no reason to let Billy fight for their temple, or even pay the price of his life. At this moment, Billy moved his neck, hands, and feet in the blocked space. Despite the imminent disaster, he still didn't panic at all. In terms of space spell attainments, he is indeed inferior to Caecilius. After all, he has only been in contact for a few days. However, Billy's whole cards have never been space spells or other spells. The power of Shazam is Billy's most powerful force. A smile inadvertently evoked from the corner of Billy's mouth, and his strong confidence and strength were released at the same time. At this moment, the power of Shazam was all mobilized by Billy, surgingly in Billy's body, and a layer of shining light appeared on Billy's body surface. Zi. Immediately afterwards, a series of silver-blue electric lights suddenly appeared, covering Billy's body completely, running frantically, exuding a terrifying power like the world and destroying the earth, and instantly swept the entire mirrored space. The magicians in the temple who were about to rush to the desperate temple suddenly became excited. Billy was okay, he was still alive, and looking at this situation, it seemed that he wanted to amplify the rhythm of the move. At this moment, the magicians immediately felt relieved, and their mood became extremely excited, believing that Billy would break out of the game soon. A sharp look flashed in Billy's eyes, his right hand slammed into a fist, and the surging fighting spirit suddenly rose. Hey! Stout electric lights rushed to Billy's right fist frantically, shining with almost blazing silver-blue light. The terrifying destructive power shocked people's hearts, and the blocked space began to twist. At this moment, Caecilius could clearly feel that the space he blocked seemed to be out of control. Boom! Billy's eyes widened, his raging fighting spirit broke out, and he rushed straight into the sky, and strongly overturned the ceiling of the mirrored space of London's holy place, shocking all souls. Everyone's eyes were attracted, and they stared blankly. Asterisk. 023 direct hit 2 more. Break. Billy cried out, his eyes flashed with electricity, and then he punched out like a dragon. Thunder and wind roared, and the power of Zeus, the most domineering among the power of Shazam, burst out wildly. Boom! With a dull explosion, the blocked space in Billy's body was instantly broken, the feeling of controlling the space returned, and the cross-space teleportation technique could be activated again. Bang bang bang! In a series of explosions, it seemed that countless mirrors were exploded, the mirror space constructed by Caecilius began to collapse, and cracks spread in all directions with Billy as the center. At this time, a series of terrifying electric lights broke through Caecilius' attack forcefully, penetrated the raging fire, and appeared in the sight of everyone. Under the ravages of that electric light, strands of black mist rose up, then disappeared, and the magic fire became weaker and weaker. Boom! Suddenly, with a bang, the magic fire was blown to pieces, splashed randomly, and finally dissipated. At this point, Caecilius's killing of Billy was completely dismantled. Billy's figure reappeared in everyone's sights, covered in electric glow, majestic, like Thor came to the world, and his powerful posture shocked people's hearts. Caecilius stared at Billy in shock, with an unbelievable look on his face, shaking his head and murmured, "Impossible, impossible, this is absolutely impossible." With a sarcasm at the corner of Billy's mouth, he glanced at Caecilius with disdain. Boom! Billy exploded suddenly, shooting out like a missile, staring at Caecilius stubbornly, clenching his right fist, and the electric light burst, blasting Caecilius's forehead. Caecilius instantly fell into the abyss, a strong sense of fear and powerlessness madly attacked, his pupils dilated, and he stared blankly at Billy, who was approaching at speed, and the terrifying attack. "I don't." Caecilius was about to launch a second attack, but the voice stopped abruptly. Billy's fist arrived, and with a roar, it blasted Caecilius's head like lightning. Boom! With a loud bang, Caecilius's thin black head exploded. There are no red and white things, only black skulls and grey brains splashing out in all directions. Billy stood with his hands in suspension, suspended and in the air. This battle was over. As for the remaining small gongs, it was not worth his shot. The magicians of the temple looked at Billy excitedly. The traitor Caecilius was dead, and they won. Caecilius's men stared at Billy blankly. Their boss was dead, their backbone was gone, the general situation was gone, and the idea of running away arose one after another. Bang bang bang! Suddenly, a series of explosions sounded frantically, and Caecilius's control was lost, and the mirror space could no longer be supported and was completely destroyed. At this time, Ancient One magician finally led the team to arrive. Caecilius's remaining party fled, and those who were caught were arrested. The danger of London's holy place was completely relieved. However, everyone is well aware that this incident is just the beginning. Even though Caecilius, who is the mastermind, has fallen, there will still be people who want to destroy the holy place and summon Dormammu to come. The contents of the 2 pages of the book have been leaked out, and the greedy human nature is destined to be unable to resist the temptation of darkness. Ancient One magician walked up to Billy and said gratefully, "Thank you, I will remember your help." Billy took a meaningful look at Ancient One magician, and then said, "No thanks, you should. You helped me before, but now I help you, but I still make more money." To be honest, Billy doesn't believe that Ancient One will be long overdue. The most likely thing is that she is not willing to kill the once most proud disciple by herself. Billy, who has watched the film, knows that Ancient One's heart is not hard enough, otherwise, how could the dignified Sorcerer Supreme be killed by a few traitors? However, due to the emergence of Billy, the original plot development also appeared some deviations, resulting in a butterfly effect. Caecilius died, the London holy place was saved, Ancient One also survived temporarily, Strange's rise was slowed, and Dormammu's crisis was postponed. As for how it will develop in the future, Billy doesn't know, and no one has a clear idea. Ancient One magician glanced at the holy place in London, and then said to Billy, "Just like superhero protects the world from evil, we magicians bear the responsibility of protecting the world from magic. The name of Sorcerer Supreme has been passed down from generation to generation, and I am this generation. The first generation of Sorcerer Supreme countless years ago was the creator of Eye of Agamotto, Agamotto. Ago Motors has built 3 powerful holy places on the earth, namely Hong Kong Holy Place, London Holy Place, and New York Holy Place. In this way, the 3 holy places have built a protective net for our world today, blocking the invasion of dark forces, and the duty of all of our magicians is to protect the holy place. It's like your duty is to seal the magic pupil and ensure that the 7 deadly sins cannot do harm to the world. Dormammu is the master of the dark dimension, the devourer of the universe, the destroyer of the world, with infinite energy and great ambition. He wants to invade all universes, bring all worlds into his dark space, the earth he most wants to invade. You have also seen the content on the 2 pages that Caecilius stole. It is the ritual for summoning Dormammu and drawing power from the dark world. Billy said, once all 3 holy places are destroyed, the space node can be opened and Dormammu can be summoned, right? Ancient One Magician nodded, and said with a dignified expression, yes, that's it. I don't know what's going on. It may be that the earth has been calm for too long, and the dark forces are about to move. In the future, not only our Himalayas temple, but also the Eternal Rock Temple where you are, or other ancient heritages, will be or have been challenged by dark forces. We must be prepared. The situation is not optimistic. It may be more severe than ever. Ancient One Magician looked at Billy very solemnly. Ancient One masters time manipulation and can see some developments about the future, but she can't see Billy's future at all. This is something that has never happened before. However, Ancient One has an intuition that Billy is very important to the safety of the Earth in the future, absolutely more important than her, and even vital to the safety of the entire universe. Ancient One hopes that Billy can grow up as soon as possible and have the ability to bear all crises. She is also willing to be Billy's guide and help him grow. Asterisk. 024 Dr. Shivana 3 more. At this moment, Billy couldn't help being a little uncomfortable being seen by the elder Ancient One Magician, and felt that the burden on him had become heavier inexplicably. However, Billy obviously only wants to be a salted fish, with money to spend, and having x with girls. It is enough for the people around him not to be harmed. As for other messy things, he really doesn't want to participate. Suddenly, Billy's face changed drastically, his thoughts moved, and the divine power in his body exploded, and his whole person disappeared directly. In the next second, Billy had arrived at the Temple of Eternal Rock. Looking around, Billy found that the 7 demon statues had all been turned into rubble on the ground. This means that it is clear that when he had the induction before, the 7 deadly sins had been released, and the guy who snatched the magic pupil had used the power of the magic pupil to completely break through the seal that old Shazam had desperately smashed. Although Billy had anticipated this incident, he didn't expect it to happen so soon. Billy knew that the guy who snatched the magic pupil would find himself under the bewitching of the 7 deadly sins, and wanted to take away the power of Shazam he had obtained. In this way, the 7 deadly sins can do whatever they want in the world. However, this is absolutely not allowed by Billy. Billy will never let the 7 deadly sins take away his Shazam's power. After all, the Shazam's power is the basis for him to base himself in this beautiful comic world. If anyone dares to pay attention to the power of Shazam, whoever is Billy's enemy. There is only one end, and that is death. Now that this matter has been confirmed, there is no need to stay here. Finding and resealing the 7 deadly sins is the most important thing next. Billy moved his mind, turned and left the Temple of Eternal Rock, and returned to the holy place in London. The power of Shazam gives Billy the ability that can be teleported to the Temple of Eternal Rock anytime and anywhere, but when teleporting back, it can only teleport to the place where it was originally. When Ancient One saw Billy appear again, he had basically guessed what it was, but he still confirmed, the seal of the 7 deadly sins has been broken. Billy nodded and said with a heavy face, yes, it won't be long before the guy who snatched the magic pupil will find me. Ancient One promised, if you need help, you can come to the Himalayas temple to find me. My students will be very happy to help you. Billy shook his head and said confidently, don't worry, there are only 7 deadly sins, and they are not a threat at all. I can handle it. Go back to New York first, bye. After bidding farewell, Billy directly activated the cross-space teleportation technique, opened a golden teleportation door, and instantly returned to the vicinity of the orphanage. Shazam! Billy came to a hidden corner, restored to his original appearance, went back to the orphanage to report that he was safe, and then ran out quietly. The operation was just like that. Regarding the guy who snatched the magic pupil, Billy, who had watched the film, knew that that person was Dr. Shivana. A guy who has always been bullied and denied since he was a child, has caused an extreme distortion of his heart, longing for strength, longing for revenge, and a serious tendency to violence. It is absolutely impossible to lie down at home and wait for the other person to deliver it to the door. For such a dangerous infinitive bomb, Billy will not let it go, let alone escape from someone in the film. This time, Billy will take the initiative to reseal the 7 deadly sins just before they get out of trouble and before they have recovered much strength to avoid future troubles. As Billy walked, he recalled the relevant content in the film Thunder Shazam. If his appearance did not cause too much butterfly effect, then, according to the development of the plot, the bald doctor will choose to kill his Lao-tzu and his brother at the first time after gaining the power of the 7 deadly sins. Dr. Shivana is a scientist who believed in the existence of magic since he was a child, so he was always ridiculed and attacked by his brother, and denied and scolded by his father. This matter has not changed with age, but has intensified. He once received the call of old Shazam, but he failed the test of his soul, was bewitched by the 7 deadly sins, and almost broke the seal of the magic pupil, and was expelled by the anger of old Shazam. Later, in order to obtain the power of the 7 deadly sins, he began decades-long research, interviewing countless people selected by the old Shazam, and finally let him find a way to the mysterious stone temple. That is a set of ancient graphic symbols with magical power. This also led to the following story: the magic pupil was snatched by Dr. Shivana, the old Shazam found Billy, and the 7 deadly sins successfully broke the seal. New work time. In an extremely prosperous place, the headquarters of countless top wealthy businessmen are located here. For example, Tony History of the Stark family, Stark Industries, Justin Hammer's Hanmer Industries, Norman Osborn's Osborne Group, and so on. At this time, Billy took a cup of coffee and walked around the Thaddeus Group, which is Dr. Shivana's company. At the same time, in the meeting room at the highest level of Thaddeus Group, a wonderful show is being staged. Meeting room. Dr. Shivana, a middle-aged man with a bald head, wears a pair of sunglasses, has a thin face, looks quite cloudy, and is quite tall. Boom! Dr. Shivana kicked open the door of the meeting room, broke in unscrupulously, and interrupted the old John who was presiding over the meeting. Old John, the father of Dr. Shivana, had grey hair and wrinkled face. He looked very old, sitting in a wheelchair because of his feet. His face suddenly became gloomy. He looked at Dr. Shivana very displeased, and said in a very cold tone, "Don't you know I'm holding a board meeting? Is this a place where you are qualified to come in? Before I get angry, get out of me immediately, otherwise, I will have to let the security throw you out." Dr. Shivana's elder brother, Jesse, looks quite similar to Dr. Shivana, but has dense black hair and looks more handsome. Jesse looked at Dr. Shivana with a smile on his face, and said in a weird manner, "My silly brother, is your research project short of money? Go downstairs and wait. When we finish the meeting, I will go down and give you some charity. As for now, you should get out of this useless thing quickly, so as not to be embarrassed here, ha ha ha." Jesse laughed unscrupulously, and the surrounding directors couldn't help laughing. It was not the first time that they saw a scene like this. Asterisk. 025 7 Deadly Sins appeared one more. Dr. Shivana didn't leave, but the smile on his face that had been excited because of the power of the 7 deadly sins disappeared, and he became very ferocious and cruel. He walked slowly to the side of old John, stretched out his right hand, and directly lifted old John from his wheelchair. Boom! There was a loud bang, and before everyone could react, Dr. Shivana slammed the old John's head heavily on the sturdy conference table. Ah! The screams of horror and pain suddenly sounded, and a pool of red blood poured out of old John's forehead. At this moment, under Dr. Shivana's sunglasses, his fierce eyes flashed, and the veins of the old John's right hand were exposed, which was enough to see the anger in Dr. Shivana's heart. All the directors present were shocked by Dr. Shivana's sudden eruption. They had no idea that Dr. Shivana, who was always silent from beating and scolding, would go crazy. Dr. Shivana roared angrily, "In your eyes, do you really think of me as your son? I am like a stain on you. You wish you didn't have my son at all. Since I was young, you have either insulted or beaten me. You have never looked at me directly. No matter what, you will deny me." At this time, Jesse, who reacted suddenly, became angry and stood up from the chair suddenly. Today is an important day for officially confirming that he will take over the group. How can he be allowed to be sabotaged by his rubbish brother? Moreover, in the face of this situation, he must stand up for the first time and perform well in front of his old father, so that he can give the group to himself more at ease. Jesse also shouted angrily, "Fack, you dare to hurt your father? I think you are crazy. If you don't teach you a lesson, you don't know what your last name is." Before she finished speaking, Jesse walked towards Dr. Shivana angrily, raised his sandbag big fist, and unceremoniously slammed into Dr. Shivana's temple. Jesse looked at Dr. Shivana fiercely, not treating him as his own brother at all, let alone the slightest blood kinship. It seemed that it didn't exist at all. Snapped. Before Jesse's fist fell on Dr. Shivana's face, Jesse himself was kicked into the air by Dr. Shivana's big foot. Boom! With a dull explosion, Jesse's body slammed heavily on the hard wall, and then slowly fell to the ground, directly fainting. Dr. Shivana snorted, flicked his right hand, and threw old John back into the wheelchair. Old John screamed, and pointed at Dr. Shivana with a trembling old hand, and shouted angrily, "You beast, do you want to rebel? It's really against you. Security, security, come in for me." However, there was no security guard to take care of old John, and the security guard outside the meeting room had long been taken away by Dr. Shivana. Dr. Shivana smiled coldly and said, "Stop dreaming, no one will come to save you. Today, I want you to pay for the insult to me over the years." When the words fell, Dr. Shivana took off his sunglasses, revealing his blue right eye. This right eye is the magic pupil that Dr. Shivana snatched from the Temple of Eternal Rock. It has now become a part of his body, but because of this, there is a lightning scar around the eye. Suddenly, a thick black mist came out of Dr. Shivana's right eye. Bang bang bang! With 6 bangs in a row, the entire conference room shuddered violently, and 6 tall, ugly monsters appeared in the conference room. These demons were all transformed from the 6 clusters of black fog. They are the demons transformed by 6 of the 7 deadly sins, representing arrogance, rage, laziness, greed, gluttony, and lust. Roar! The 6 demons yelled in excitement. It has been a long time since they saw delicious human beings, and in each of them there are souls full of desires that they need to restore their strength. They opened their mouths involuntarily, spitting out their long red tongues, and the saliva inside their mouths couldn't stop popping out, with piercing eyes. All in all, it's just 2 words: I want to eat. Ah, ah, ah! The screams of horror suddenly sounded, and the surrounding directors looked at the sudden appearance of monsters with fear, and chose to run away. Dr. Shivana's mouth evoked a grinning smile. "Don't want anyone to run away, eat them for me." Before the words fell, the 6 demons all rushed up. With a bang, without even a blink of an eye, a demon suddenly appeared in front of a certain director. With his tongue rolled, he received a delicious meal. Not long after, with his super-personal ability, Billy slipped in effortlessly and unconsciously got on the only elevator that could go to the highest floor. Ding! A clear prompt sounded, the elevator door opened, and Billy reached the top floor. There is only one room on the top floor, that is, the group meeting room, a meeting room that only holds board meetings and discusses major decisions. However, as soon as the elevators opened, a guy in a suit and bright leather shoes who looked like a successful person rushed in a hurry, with a look of fear, and shouted, "Devil, devil!" Immediately afterwards, a big monster with a height of at least 3 meters rushed up eagerly. However, it was also at this moment that the monster suddenly abandoned the human being and turned to look at Billy, staring at Billy stubbornly, his eyes full of raging anger. Roar! This monster screamed fiercely, and the other 5 monsters rushed over, and also fixed their eyes on Billy. All of them looked terrifying and looked extremely cruel. Billy's nose twitched suddenly, his brows wrinkled, and he glanced down at the trembling middle-aged man who was lying in the elevator. He was scared to pee. It was a waste. Shaking his head, Billy walked out of the elevator, staring at the demons in front of him indifferently, without any fear at all. Billy always felt that they should be afraid of themselves, because absolutely none of them wanted to be sealed again. Suddenly, the demon Rage, who looked the most bluffing, yelled at Billy, "Damn magician air, you took the initiative to send it up, hand over your power, and we will spare you not to die. Otherwise, I will make you better than death, and I will torture you until you say it." Dr. Shivana continued, watching Billy grin grinningly, and walked over with excitement. Asterisk. 026 Destroying the 7 Deadly Sins 2 more. Billy smiled and looked at Dr. Shivana unhurriedly. "Poor boy, it's impossible to get strength from me. However, if you are willing to cooperate, then I can make you suffer a little bit less, so you should take the initiative to hand over the magic pupil. Otherwise, the same words will be given to you, and I will make you worse than dead, and forcefully dig out the magic pupil in your right eye, so that you will become that poor creature again. Presumably after you have experienced the wonderful feeling brought about by a powerful force, you must be more reluctant to lose this terrible power." Billy still looked at Dr. Shivana with a smile on his face. His voice was as warm as a gentle breeze, but it was so harsh in Dr. Shivana's ears. Dr. Shivana looked at Billy coldly, his eyes were fierce and murderous. As Billy said, after experiencing the wonderful pleasure of power, how could he allow himself to lose this power? It is simply an extremely painful torture. He doesn't want to live the humiliated life he once had, he wants to control everything, he wants stronger power. Dr. Shivana's face showed a smearful look, and he said fiercely, "If this is the case, then you have to suffer a bit first." When the voice fell, the 6 demons rushed towards Billy. Rage Demon is the first one to rush. It is the largest, most explosive, and full of offensive power. The huge amounts of fists are like a big iron pot. Roar! The demon Rage yelled in excitement, and slammed his fist at Billy. Finally he was able to express the evil anger that had been sealed all these years. Although the culprit, old Shazam, is no longer there, it is also very good to be able to beat up the descendants of old Shazam madly. Billy stood calmly on the spot, without retreating half of his footsteps, and slowly raised his right hand. The power of Hercules burst out instantly. Snapped! The picture freezes, and Billy's small hand steadily catches the huge fist of Rage's demon. At this moment, whether it was the Rage demon, the other 5 demons, or Dr. Shivana, all were stunned, staring at Billy in a daze, with shock in his eyes and an incredible look on his face. The demon Rage was able to knock down a hard wall with one fist, smash the car into an explosion, and smash a person into meat pie at will. But now, its huge amounts of iron fist was steadily caught by a small palm. Moreover, looking at the other's calm face, it seems that this is just a very simple matter, and it doesn't take much effort at all, so it's easy. After a brief shock, the arrogant demon laughed and said, "Rage, haven't you done it for so many years? Why can't you even deal with a small error? This is too shameful for our 7 deadly sins, right?" The Rage demon snorted when he heard the words, and didn't take care of the arrogant BD, but the look in Billy's eyes became more fierce, and the power on his right fist intensified crazily. 50%, 70%, 90%. 10%. However, Rage's demon's face was distorted, but Billy's palm always carried his power so easily, not weak at all. But Rage Demon knows that, in fact, in this round of power confrontation, it has already lost, and it has lost very thoroughly. Obviously, the opponent's power is definitely far above it. Realizing this, Rage's demon's heart was completely shocked. They are very clear about Billy getting the power of Shazam. And it can be said that the witnesses of this matter, everything happened under their noses, and it took only a week. However, in just 1 week, without the teachings of old Shazam, how could this guy control such a powerful Shazam's power? It is unbelievable. You know, although they have been sealed for so many years and their strength has been greatly reduced, they should definitely not be able to deal with a rookie who has just gained Shazam's power. Roar! The demon Rage was angry, and directly overturned the unacceptable speculation in his heart, and suddenly raised his left fist. Hee hee! At this moment, Billy suddenly smiled playfully, turning his right wrist, directly grabbing Rage's right fist, and at the same time grabbing his left hand. Immediately afterwards, Billy strode up and exerted force on his waist. Before Rage's left fist fell, he directly shook Rage's demon to his feet. The other 5 demons and Dr. Shivana were stunned, staring dumbfounded at this super unbelievable scene. The brain went blank for a moment. It was a hell of a ghost. Roar! Rage Demon roars again and again. It is easy to rage, now it is super rage directly. It feels an unprecedented humiliation, and has never been treated like this in history. The demon Rage struggled hard, but still couldn't get away from Billy's claw-like hands. It wants to attack Billy and kill Billy, but under the action of centrifugal force, it cannot control its body freely. At this moment, Billy gave a violent shout, changed direction, bulged his arms, and exploded, sweeping the Rage Demon fiercely towards the other 5 demons aside. Bang bang bang! With 5 bursts in succession, the 5 demons of arrogance, laziness, greed, gluttony, and lust blew out directly under Rage's violent impact. This is also because these demons have just gotten out of trouble, and their strength has dropped to the lowest point ever. If you encounter the 7 deadly sins of the heyday, even if Billy controls all the power of Shazam, he may not be able to get rid of them. You know, back then, Shazam and the others would finally seal the 7 deadly sins after paying the lives of many brothers and sisters. Bang bang bang! Like a dumpling, a bunch of demons directly blasted the wall or window, and fell from the top floor, including the Rage Demon who was originally caught by Billy. Unbearable. Billy walked slowly towards the standing Dr. Shivana, still with a friendly smile on his face. It's just that in Dr. Shivana's eyes, Billy's smile was full of danger. I thought that after he got the power of the 7 deadly sins, he would be invincible in the world, and he could do whatever he wanted. There was no need to put anyone or any law in his eyes, but he didn't expect that there are people who have such a powerful force. The power of. Moreover, he still wanted to deprive him of the existence of strength. He was born with the existence of a mortal enemy. It was simply a slapstick. However, this also made Dr. Shivana more eager to get the power of Billy, and then become stronger. Dr. Shivana grinned grimly, and slowly clenched his fists. The terrifying electric glow flew out, and the powerful divine power poured out frantically from the magic pupil. Asterisk. 027 Immortal 3 more. New work time. Bang bang bang. With 6 explosions in succession, a monster with 6 heads, huge amounts of, fell from the sky and smashed heavily on the square, smashing 6 big pits on the spot. Suddenly, dust and smoke were everywhere, rubble was splashed, and the surrounding people were accidentally injured. Fortunately, there were no deaths. The melon eaters in the square looked at the situation in the big pit curiously, wanting to see what was going on. Hey, brother, did you see clearly just now? It doesn't seem to be a human. Maybe you are making a movie. Bullshit, our movies are all shot in the studio. Isn't it a cult who committed suicide? The people who eat melons talked with the standard passerby mentality, and they didn't feel any fear about it. Roar! A deafening roar suddenly sounded, and then, 6 monsters covered in black aura jumped out of the big pit, and appeared in the eyes of the crowd with majesty. Roar! 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 The 6-headed monster looked up at the place where it fell, and roared angrily. These 6 monsters are naturally the demons defeated by Billy, representing arrogance, rage, laziness, greed, gluttony, and lust. As soon as they got out of trouble, they were given a vicious dismissal by the heir of old Shazam, which made them feel very shameless and very angry. At this moment, the surrounding people who eat melons were stunned, staring at the 6 demons in front of them in a daze. What the hell? Falling from such a height, he is still alive. Where did this monster come from? Or did aliens invade the Earth again? You know, after Superman returned last time, the Earth was invaded by a team of Kryptonians led by General Zod. However, just before the small brains of the people eating melons hadn't reacted, another figure fell from the sky. Boom! With a loud explosion, huge amounts of tempered glass shattered, and the bald-headed Dr. Shivana flew upside down and quickly fell to the ground. However, Dr. Shivana is much more witty than the previous 6-headed demon. With the magic power of the jealous demon in the magic pupil, he quickly stabilized his falling figure, suspended above the square, and did not have a close contact with the ground. At this time, another figure appeared in the sky above Times Square, seemingly possessing the super ability of flight, and slowly descending towards the square in an unusually chic manner. I saw the opponent wearing a white cloak, red combat uniform, golden boots, and a golden lightning bolt on his chest. He was strong and handsome. He was definitely a superhero who could fascinate thousands of young girls. There is no doubt that this super handsome guy is Billy. At this moment, the eyes of countless pairs of women were immediately attracted by Billy, and they couldn't move away anymore, showing obsessive smiles and gazes, which made the male companion around him unable to help cursing at the sky. Fuck! Roar! After seeing Billy's figure, the 6 demons suddenly roared even more angrily, their expressions as ferocious as they were, and as ferocious as they were. Boom! The sturdy legs exerted angrily. The rage demon took the lead and hit Billy with huge amounts of fists. Billy didn't show the slightest timidity in his eyes. Whether it's solo or taking turns, everyone is fearless. A smile came up at the corner of his mouth, Billy's eyes drenched. His right hand slammed into a fist, and the power from Hercules and the divine power of Zeus suddenly activated. Billy suddenly accelerated, thrust one head down, his right fist flashed with electricity, and his power was arrogant. The air was locked to the rage demon, like an arrow from the string, and violently shot at the rage demon. At this moment, Rage's demon's heart screamed, as if a large number of sharp blades penetrated the heart like lightning. His breath couldn't help but slowed down, and he looked at Billy getting closer and closer. In the next second, the pupils of Rage's demon suddenly enlarged, and saw a silver glow rushing towards it, like a terrifying thunder, with unrivaled tremendous power, blasting on it wildly. Billy's eyes were firm, his punches went forward like a thunder, and directly blasted through the huge amounts of Rage Demon's body, and then steadily stopped not far behind Rage Demon. The power of Hercules left a huge amounts of circular cavity in the chest of Rage Demon, and his eyes could pass straight through without hindrance. The electric glow transformed by Zeus's supernatural power ran wildly on Rage's body, madly destroying its body, completely covering its whole body in the blink of an eye. Boom! With an explosion, Rage's demon's body had a perfect explosion, which turned into a dark firework, which bloomed over Times Square. Dr. Shivana and the other 5 demons looked at Billy standing proudly in the sky in shock. They couldn't help but set off a stormy sea and were frightened by Billy's punch. At this moment, they finally saw Billy's real toughness, absolutely possessing the strength to blast them with a punch. Before, they were just a small test in the mansion. In just 1 week, without the guidance of old Shazam, the opponent can control such a powerful Shazam, far beyond their imagination, and the terrifying ability is terrifying. Obviously, they never expected that Billy would go to the Himalayas temple and get the help of Ancient One. Naturally, he could control the power of Shazam much faster than he could explore. However, Billy didn't feel any pride in blasting the Rage Demon with a punch. He knew that the Rage Demon would not be eliminated so easily. The strands of black aura fell one after another, and then quickly condensed into a mass, becoming the Rage Demon again. Billy was not surprised by this. In a sense, these demons are immortal existences, but are transformed by various desires in human hearts. In other words, as long as the desires in the human heart are not destroyed, they will always exist, which is why they can only be sealed but cannot be destroyed. The demon Rage looked fiercely, staring at Billy, and slowly came to the side of the other 5 demons. The 6 demons looked at each other, then nodded, and then turned into a cloud of black mist, pouring into Dr. Shivana's pupils again. They knew that none of them alone could deal with Billy, they had to unite. The growth rate of the old Shazam's heirs is too fast, far beyond their imagination, they have to strangle the other party before they fully grow up. Otherwise, they will have no place to turn around, and they will definitely be sealed again. This is something they are unwilling to accept. They want to be free, they want to devour human souls, they want to return to the top, they want to control the world. Asterisk. 028 Human meat sandbags 4 more. Billy Feng King Yun looked at Dr. Shivana who was soaring in front of him. He knew that Dr. Shivana's power came from the magic pupil in his right eye, and the magic pupil's power came from the 7 deadly sins. In other words, when all the 7 deadly sin demons have entered the magic pupil, Dr. Shivana can use all the magic power of the 7 deadly sin demons. However, the 7 deadly sins have just been broken, and the strength has not been recovered much. Even if they add up, they may not be able to exceed the power of Shazam controlled by Billy at the moment. So, Billy didn't worry about it, but it was in his own favor, and it happened to be exhausted. Dr. Shivana was full of magical powers, his clothes were hunting, and he slowly flew up, once again arrogantly came to Billy's body, and confronted Billy in the air. Feeling the surging power in the magic pupil, his heart is full of strong confidence. He believed that with the power of the 7 deadly sins, he would be able to slam Billy under his feet and force the opponent to obediently surrender the power of Shazam. Then, he can get everything he wants, and no one can go against him anymore, even ruling the world will become so easy. Now, under the influence of the magical power of the 7 deadly sins, Dr. Shivana, who was already psychologically distorted, has become even darker, and his violent tendencies and desires have all been infinitely magnified. He grinned grimly, his eyes on Billy's desire for the power of Shazam had no concealment. Go to the Temple of Eternal Rock, hand over the power of Shazam, and I will spare your life. Billy smiled contemptuously. I really don't know where this old bald man is so self-confident. He is also a PhD, so many books are probably stupid. Perhaps the sudden and powerful force will always make ignorant people feel maddening and arrogant. I don't know how high the sky is, how thick the earth is, thinking that he is the most wicked one. Caecilius is a very good example. If you want, then take it yourself. Billy glanced at Dr. Shivana disdainfully. It would be useless to say more about this kind of person, so let's just start the war and finish the work early. After Dr. Shivana heard Billy's answer, his face suddenly became gloomy, and the other party was still so stubborn, and the pretending look was really awkward. If it is not for the power of Shazam to be passed on by both parties through the staff, Dr. Shivana really wanted to kill Billy immediately. Dr. Shivana's gaze instantly became fierce and cruel, and the expression on his face became even more hideous. He wants to make the shameless Billy suffer a bit, and then force the opponent to surrender the power of Shazam. But in the end, he would never leave another corpse to the other party. If he didn't swallow the other party alive, he would not be Dr. Shivana. A strong magical power spurted out of the magic pupil frantically, and Dr. Shivana stopped talking, and rushed directly to Billy. He wanted to beat Billy so hard that he didn't even recognize him. The thick killing intent suddenly broke out from Dr. Shivana's eyes, and the whole person's aura rose wildly, as if a terrible storm was coming. Boom! Dr. Shivana clenched his fists sharply, and the cold black the demon's flame suddenly burned. The heat in the air was swallowed frantically, and the temperature dropped by at least 20 or 30 degrees. Billy was not in danger. Raised his eyebrows, and calmly responded, and the power of Shazam in his body was also mobilized frantically. With a squeeze of both fists, the mighty power of Zeus suddenly turned into terrifying electric lights and flew out. The aura of terror was not under Dr. Shivana's aura of destruction at all, and it was even more victorious. The flaming fighting spirit in Billy's heart was stimulated again, and he could let go of a fight happily again. I hope the bald doctor in front of him will never let himself down. Otherwise, it would be very disappointing. At this moment, Dr. Shivana and Billy looked at each other, and the battle immediately detonated. Bang bang bang! The fists of the two people fisted in the air frantically, making endless bursts of sound. The people eating melons below couldn't see their fists at all. The speed was too fast, and they could only catch some of them slightly. Only after images. From the perspective of the situation, it was clear that Billy had the upper hand. Dr. Shivana's figure kept retreating under Billy's storm-like attack. It seemed that he could only passively defend and could not launch an effective counterattack. The melon-eating crowd watched in amazement at the wonderful battle that was rare in a century in New York's Times Square. The shock in their hearts was unspeakable, and it was incredible. That kind of visual impact, that kind of inner shock, is completely beyond the reach of a blockbuster on the screen. It is simply incomparable. The people eating melons took out their phones one after another, and based on the principle that happiness alone is not as good as the others, they quickly shared the scenes on their social platforms and showed off complacently. This melon is so fragrant. Suddenly, being suppressed by Billy, Dr. Shivana was eager in his heart, accidentally exposed a flaw, and was instantly caught by Billy. The corners of Billy's mouth raised, a smile appeared, his right fist was faster, and he slammed into Dr. Shivana's head. Boom! With a loud bang, Dr. Shivana's head exploded on the spot, flesh and blood flying across, and the thick white brains. The picture was so explosive that he couldn't die anymore. However, Dr. Shivana is no ordinary person. After his head is missing, he still flies in the air, but his body is trembling violently, and he doesn't know if it is painful or angry. Then, something incredible happened. This scene has definitely become an unforgettable scene of the melon-eating people present. On the bloody neck of Dr. Shivana without a head, a brand new big bald head grew madly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it was intact in just a few moments. Since Dr. Shivana gained the power of the 7 deadly sins, he also possessed the almost immortal ability as the 7 deadly sins. Billy's gaze flickered, and he couldn't help feeling excited. He wanted to see how Dr. Shivana's recovery ability was and whether there was a limit. With a playful smile at the corner of his mouth, Billy's fists blasted all over Dr. Shivana's vitals like a violent storm. However, without exception, no matter how fierce Billy's destruction was, Dr. Shivana was always strong, just like an immortal invincible Xiaoqiang, who could recover everything if he was devastated. Billy shook his fist and kicked Dr. Shivana out. It's really comfortable, this man's meat sandbags are really cool. Asterisk. 029 Seal Magic Eye 5 more. Soon, Dr. Shivana completely recovered, and looked at Billy with a smug look, thinking that Billy was crippled because of his abnormal recovery ability, and had to give up the attack on him. At the same time, Dr. Shivana was excited by his almost immortal perverted body. It was so exciting for him, it was a miracle. He had never thought that he would have such an incredible ability, and the feeling of happiness could not help but dazzle his head, let alone Billy. Billy glanced at Dr. Shivana disdainfully, and couldn't help feeling that the other party was probably stupid by himself, otherwise how could he be so excited? Is it exciting to be beaten like a sandbag? Billy would never think so anyway, he doesn't have such a perverted tendency to be abused. I don't really think he didn't kill the opponent's ability. Then Dr. Shivana really thought about it, and there was a way to solve him. At this time, in the magic pupil of Dr. Shivana's right eye, a flash of light suddenly flashed, causing Dr. Shivana to smile very hideously. Billy frowned, wondering what Dr. Shivana was up to. However, Billy has no interest in continuing to play with Dr. Shivana. Although the opponent's strength, speed, reaction, etc. are all good, after all, he is still a bit worse than his own. Billy felt that it was time to send Dr. Shivana back to his hometown. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Dr. Shivana laughed wildly inexplicably, and the magic power on his body surged wildly, and then turned into claws and grabbed the crowd in the square below. Billy's heart shuddered, and he immediately learned about Dr. Shivana's calculations, or the calculations of the 7 deadly sins in the magic pupil. Obviously, they want to swallow human souls to quickly restore their own strength. The more souls they swallow, the more strength they can recover naturally. At this moment, Billy's face suddenly became gloomy. This group of demons is so unscrupulous, they dare to kill in front of him. And also delusional to swallow the human soul under his nose, using him as the heir, right? Billy couldn't help being angry. The 7 deadly sins are completely challenging Billy's bottom line, and Billy is not considered at all. If they succeeded, it would really be slapping Billy in the face. Billy snorted, and the magic pupil of time that has never been used since obtaining it finally bloomed at this moment. I saw Billy's eyes gleaming with green light. This green light of time, which belongs to the power of time alone, is the brightest light under the stars, extremely charming. The power of time, the rule of time, is one of the most powerful forces over many forces. Green time chains composed of mysterious magic runes shot out from Billy's magic time pupils like lightning, instantly tying Dr. Shivana firmly. You know, in Billy's magic pupil of time, what is sealed is the endless power of time. Although Billy can mobilize not much, as long as he wants to mobilize, he can mobilize at any time, and he does not need any spell seal assistance. Under the chain of time, Dr. Shivana was stunned, hovering motionless in the air, even his eyes could not move. Dr. Shivana looked at Billy in horror. The time that belonged to him had been forbidden. His life had been pressed with the pause button. Not to mention he wanted to resist, he was deprived of the right to think. Billy flickered and appeared in front of Dr. Shivana in an instant. But drive. Shivana didn't know all of this, and the picture in his eyes remained at the previous moment. Billy stretched out his right hand like lightning, and reached out to Dr. Shivana's right eye, preparing to take out the magic pupil. Puff! Billy's thumb, index finger, and middle finger unceremoniously penetrated into Dr. Shivana's right eye socket, and his 3 fingers slammed into the magic pupil. However, when Billy was about to pull it out, he encountered a strong resistance. This was originally from the resistance of the magic pupil. It could feel the power of Shazam on Billy's body. It didn't want to be sealed back again, and Dr. Shivana's body began to tremble violently. Although Dr. Shivana was completely conscious at the moment, he still didn't want to lose the magic pupil in his subconscious. You still dare to resist, you can't help yourself. Billy snorted, the power of Hercules and the power of Shazam burst out, and the magic pupil was drawn out in an instant. At this time, the moment the magic pupil left Dr. Shivana's body, the 7 deadly sins inside joined the rebellious camp, and a wave of violent magic power madly impacted Billy. Zeus's supernatural power immediately blasted up, and the silver-blue electric light directly wrapped the entire magic pupil, and began a full-scale bombardment. At this time, Billy's forehead was already oozing with a dense layer of sweat. Billy's control of the time magic pupil is still too weak, and it is very difficult to control. Otherwise, even if the magic pupil and the 7 deadly sins are strong, there is absolutely no possibility of resistance. Break it for me! Billy yelled. Shazam's power exploded, and the magic pupil was dug out, completely cutting off the connection between the magic pupil and Dr. Shivana. At the same time, the power of Shazam rushed into it frantically, suppressing the 7 deadly sins that attempted to resist, so that they could no longer do whatever they wanted. Seeing the quiet magic pupil in his hand, Billy suddenly sighed, and withdrew the power of time, closed the magic pupil of time, and there was a faint feeling of weakness. Ah! At this moment, Dr. Shivana, who had lost his strength, fell from the air. It's just that Dr. Shivana's eyes were staring at the magic pupil in Billy's hand, full of naked desire, and his facial expression was extremely hideous and distorted. "Give it back to me, give it back to me!" Dr. Shivana waved his hands frantically, roared again and again, and his eyes were red. Boom! Dr. Shivana fell heavily on Times Square in New York, and suffered comminuted fractures all over his body. Blood shed instantly on the ground, but his eyes were round. Billy didn't bother to take a look. This kind of scum is not a shame. With a movement of his mind, Billy directly used the power of Shazam to teleport to the Temple of Eternal Rock. Billy placed the magic pupil on the stone pillar, injected the power of Shazam, and activated the sealing circle. A huge amounts of 6-pointed star magic array appeared at Billy's feet, shining brightly, exuding an ancient and mysterious and powerful aura, waved out a magic light curtain, and sealed the magic pupil again. Immediately afterwards, 7 groups of black mist spewed out from the magic pupils, and once again turned into 7 stone statues, standing quietly on both sides of the temple. At this point, the magic pupil was retracted. And the 7 deadly sins were sealed, and old Shazam could rest in peace. Asterisk. 030 Time travel for more. London, an apartment. Dear friends in front of the TV, good evening, everyone. Our reporter based in New York sent the latest news. This afternoon, the Thaddeus Group in Times Square, New York was attacked by a terrorist and almost all members of the board of directors were killed. The perpetrator was Dr. Shivana, the youngest son of the chairman of Thaddeus Group. According to relevant personnel's speculation, and witnesses at the scene confirmed that Dr. Shivana should have some kind of super ability. But in the end, the evil Dr. Shivana was killed by the superhero that recently appeared in New York. The outside world has not received any specific information about this superhero. Wonder Woman Diana in a casual outfit stared at the figure she got on TV, holding a group photo in her hand. It was a photo of her and Billy during World War I. Diana stroked Billy's face in the photo, nostalgic and annoyed, and said, "Why don't you come to me?" Obviously, Wonder Woman must have an unknown story between Diana and Billy. However, Billy at the moment doesn't know anything. When did he have a fate with Diana? Temple of Eternal Rock. After Billy resealed the magic eye and the 7 deadly sins, he immediately felt relieved. The things that the old Shazam explained were completed, and there was no need to worry about it in the future. Moreover, Dr. Shivana is also dead, and no one will come to trouble him anymore. Although Billy is not afraid of trouble, he never likes trouble. Billy wanted to be a salted fish, a layman, greedy for money, lustful, and full of poisons. At this time, Billy's eyelids suddenly throbbed, and the power of time in the magic pupil of time began to riot restlessly. Billy was shocked, and suddenly a bad idea arose. There was a saying that he didn't know if it was inappropriate to talk about it. Made. You know, what is sealed in his eyes is almost the power of time in the entire time gem, and that amount can be described as infinite. If there is any accident, maybe you will die so much that there is no scum left. Is there something wrong with the infinite seal technique? Will it always be the time before the magic pupil has been used to cause the seal to be unstable? Special code. Is the stuff on that piece of gold silk paper reliable? I won't talk about cheating subsorption technique, and almost caused myself to be blown up directly. This life-saving infinite seal technique is not a copycat too. It is also known as the strongest sealing technique in the universe, which is simply shit. Suddenly, Billy's heart was full of crazy complaints. Afterwards, Billy's eyes flashed with a gleam, and he had to save his life. If it didn't work, he would use the infinite sealing technique again, and it would be able to suppress it for a while. After thinking of a way, Billy suddenly felt that he was too witty. At the same time, Billy's eyes suddenly glowed green, and the horrible power of time spurted out in chains, which was extremely shocking, and made the surrounding time and space distorted. Billy was taken aback at once. He was determined that he could no longer let the power of time continue. He had to seal it all immediately, and his life was absolutely the most important. Mindful of this, Billy stopped hesitation and sat cross-legged on the ground. His hands began to seal. But at this moment, an irresistible time fell on Billy's body. Making Billy's body unable to move anymore, even his eyes could not move. Billy couldn't help panicking. "Mommy, what's the matter with this special cat? What exactly does the power of time of this riot want to do?" Although he hasn't caused any harm to himself yet, such special codes are also very scary. Billy's little heart was beating, and it was beating faster and faster. At this time, the power of time rushing to Billy more and more, almost completely enveloped Billy, forming an oval cocoon. Immediately afterwards, chains of time composed of mysterious magic runes continued to condense, and they revolved around Billy's body. The chain of time turns faster and faster, and the aura that exudes is getting stronger and stronger. Even if Billy is in full burst, it is completely incomparable. It is simply a difference between heaven and earth. The dazzling time and the green light bloomed crazily, as dazzling as the sun, and a terrifying time storm was unfolded. Suddenly, everything disappeared. The power of time disappeared from the Eternal Rock Temple, Billy also disappeared from the Eternal Rock Temple, and the entire Eternal Rock mysteriously fell silent again. The 7 deadly sins demons, who were resealed into 7 stone statues, witnessed all this with their own eyes. At the moment, Billy didn't know what was going on. He just felt the sky spinning around, as if his body was moving fast. Besides the green light of time, he was surrounded by the light of time. Boom! Suddenly, Billy seemed to hear a violent bang, and everything around him seemed to quake. Then, his vision returned to normal again. The warm sunshine, fresh air, blue sky, and white clouds make everything so beautiful. Roar, roar, roar! The violent wind roared in Billy's ears, and Billy glanced down. Hey! It is absolutely 10,000 meters high in the sky, and there should be a piece of Wang Yang below. If it just falls down like this, based on Billy's physical condition, it should be possible to live, but it is also very likely that Roar will die. Billy didn't feel the slightest worry, but he could fly. But the next second, Billy couldn't help but want to curse. What's the situation? Why hasn't the time force of the riot been quieted? In this way, under the power of time, Billy quickly fell downward. Gradually, a very old fighter jet appeared in Billy's sight. If Billy remembers correctly, this fighter should be the very famous National Fokker E fighter, with extremely powerful combat effectiveness. Definitely, it was during the First World War. Behind this fighter plane, there are more than a dozen steel battleships, big or small, with thick black smoke, and their styles are also very old. However, whether it is a flight man on a fighter plane or a soldier on a battleship, they all wear German uniforms from the First World War. Billy looked at all of this in a daze, and an extremely absurd idea couldn't help but come to mind. Am I supposed to be sent to the First World War by the power of time? After all, isn't the greatest function of the power of time just for time travel? You can go back to the past, or you can go to the future. The more Billy thinks about it, the more it feels like this. However, all of this is just Billy's guess, and it needs to be confirmed by someone. Billy was still falling, the time force of the riot gradually subsided, and he began to regain control of his body. But one thing is very bad. Billy is likely to crash into that fighter. Billy is not afraid, after all, with the current physical strength, the unlucky fighter is definitely the fighter. Asterisk. 031 The beginning of Fate Wonder Woman 5 more. Boom. With a loud bang, Billy's body hit the fighter's head accurately. At the same time, Billy also just completely restored the control over his body. The figure flickered, and instantly stabilized his body, hovering in the air. However, the fighter that was hit by Billy was unlucky. The engine on the fighter's head was directly damaged, and thick black smoke was emitted, and it fell quickly downward. The flight man on the fighter plane had a dumb expression on his face. He did not expect that a person would fall down from the world, and fortunately, he smashed the fighter he used to escape. What made him even more incredible was that the guy who hit his fighter could still fly. This was a joke. Billy glanced at the fallen fighter and smiled embarrassedly. In any case, this fighter was also hit by himself, and he had to be rescued after suffering such an unwarranted disaster. It's just that if you save some scum and scum that shouldn't be saved, then wipe it off. Anyway, it's a very simple thing. Billy rushed down and quickly caught up with the fighter. But at this moment, the surrounding area suddenly became foggy, and it was still very thick. Billy frowned, but continued to do what he was supposed to do. He firmly supported the fighter he had hit with both hands, plunged into the thick fog, and landed towards the sea below. The flight man sat in the cabin, poked his head out, looked at Billy in shock, couldn't believe his eyes, he was about to doubt life. Extraordinary, what did he see? A super handsome man, not only can fly, he also flies with a fighter plane and a flightman. Do you dare to believe it? The flight man swallowed in disbelief, slowly raised his right hand, and pumped it toward his right cheek without hesitation. Snapped. A crisp applause suddenly sounded. The flight man immediately took a breath, and covered his right face with his right hand. Pain. It hurts. Very painful. In other words, the scene he saw was really true. The shocked expression on the flight man's face became more intense. Immediately afterwards, he looked at Billy's eyes and couldn't help but sparkling little stars, seemingly indescribably excited. The flight man opened his mouth, excitedly trying to say something, but didn't know what to say. You know, in his era, there was no Superman, even the word Superman. So, for a while, he couldn't find any vocabulary to describe it. Billy directly asked the question he wanted to ask, and replied in standard American English, "What year is it now?" The flight man replied excitedly, "Oh, now, it is 1918, are you a national M? You can fly? How powerful is your power? It's incredible." When Billy heard the words, he thought about it for a while. In 1918, he really came to the period of World War I, and it was the year when the First World War ended. Is the First World War over? Who are you? The flight man replied, "It's not over yet, I'm Flightman Steve." At this moment, the dense fog dissipated, and the scene in front of Billy suddenly became clear. A small island, countless beautiful warriors. Suddenly, Billy's eyes met the eyes of a certain beauty standing on the top of the cliff, and then he wondered not to move away again. She has long black hair tied behind her head. She is tall, energetic, and charming. I just don't know why, after seeing this beauty, Billy always had a particularly familiar feeling. Including the scene before him. Billy couldn't help but recalled, and soon found the answer. This is a paradise island, a refuge arranged by Zeus for the race of Amazonian warriors. The beauty in front of her is not someone else, but the famous Wonder Woman Diana. A thought came up in Billy's heart, that she must soak Wonder Woman Diana. Immediately, Billy couldn't help feeling a little depressed. Obviously, the flight man he saved was the guy in the movie who had an unusual relationship with Diana. For this matter, Billy will never let it happen, it must be strangled to death. At the moment, Diana looked at Billy in surprise, staring at Venus. This was the first time she saw a man. Moreover, this man is very handsome, has a very good figure, and exudes a peculiar atmosphere, which attracts her very much. Billy flew quickly to the beach of Paradise Island, and threw the fighter plane smoothly. Flightman Steve was taken aback at once, but felt the speed of the fall, as well as the location and distance of the landing. Boom! As the tires landed, countless sands and rocks suddenly splashed up, and the broken fighter plane landed safely under the control of Billy's gentle force, and then continued to slide forward for a short distance, and then stood steadily. However, what greeted Steve was a group of Amazon women soldiers rushing with their weapons. As early as when Billy and him passed through the fog, the Amazon women warriors had already received the news and were ready to fight in the first place. Unlike Steve, Billy's figure flickered and came directly to Diana's body like lightning. Diana looked at Billy curiously and asked excitedly, "Are you a man?" Billy nodded, feeling a little funny inexplicably. This is the first time someone has been asked such a question. "Yes, I am a man." After Diana heard Billy's affirmative answer, she couldn't help but laugh happily. At this time, Queen Hippolyte and General Antiope were standing in front of the Amazon female warrior on their tall and strong horses. After they asked their soldiers to tie Steve up, they couldn't help but look at Billy in the distance with curiosity. They frowned, and could feel that Billy had a power similar to them, which was power from God. You know, in this world, the real Amazon warrior is not as weak as in the movie. Every Amazon female warrior possesses super strength, super endurance, super physical strength, super flexibility, and the privilege of immortality. It is called the power of sacredness and the 5 goddesses from Olympus. Queen Hippolyte felt that if she had made no mistake, the other party should come from some mysterious place in Egypt. Asterisk. 032 German landing battle 6 more. At this moment, Billy felt 2 particularly obvious gazes, and subconsciously glanced over with the corner of his eye. On the majestic and mighty horse, 2 mature and beautiful figures couldn't help attracting Billy's eyes. The beauty headed by Diana looks quite similar to Wonder Woman, but she has long since faded from Diana's body. She looks at most 30 years old and exudes the charm of a mature woman. But the most eye-catching thing is that unique king temperament, which suppresses all the beauties around him, is the most dazzling pearl. In addition, she wore a bright golden crown on her head. Billy can be sure that this lady should be the mother of Wonder Woman Diana, Queen Hippolyte. A woman who has been alive for an unknown length of time is also one of the many women who have had relationships with the old CT of Zeus. If it is said that Billy despises which scumbag in the American comic world, it is definitely not the famous playboy Tony Stark, but Zeus, the head of the Olympus gods. Although Billy's Shazam's power includes the power of Zeus, Billy will never become such a shameless BD by Zeus. He will never see one and the other, even the 7 aunts and 8 aunts, brothers and sisters in the family. Don't let it go. Billy glanced at the beautiful general beside Queen Hippolyte again. She was dressed in battle armor, heroic and domineering, and her appearance was not lost to the queen. Billy always likes to take a second look at such a beautiful beauty. Queen Hippolyte looked at General Antiope next to her and asked, "Did you perceive it? That young man seems to be the heir of the deceased." General Antiope nodded, "Yes, the breath of divine power can't be wrong." Suddenly, the tied-up flight man Steve struggled and shouted, "Let go of me, I'm not the enemy." Steve looked anxious. He didn't want to die here. He still had an important piece of information that hadn't been sent to the military headquarters, which was related to the lives of countless soldiers on the entire battlefield. A female soldier holding Steve in custody gave Steve a cold glance, flicked the spear in her hand, and slammed it on Steve's body, and warned fiercely, "Be honest." Afterwards, the female soldier asked respectfully, "Queen, General, what will happen to this enemy?" Queen Hippolyte thought for a while, "Press it down, and give me a mantra lasso for interrogation." If Steve hadn't been brought in by Billy, Queen Hippolyte would kill him immediately without hesitation. Paradise Island is a sacred place for their Amazon female warrior clan. Outsiders are absolutely not allowed to enter, let alone this news to be leaked out. Suddenly, the German warship rushed out of the thick fog and hurried towards the Paradise Island. All kinds of weapons were already ready before entering the fog. The Amazon female soldiers discovered the arrival of the German army for the first time, and Steve, who was tied up, hurriedly shouted, "They are the German army, they are the enemy, they have guns and cannons, you guys." Before she finished speaking, Queen Hippolyte gave Steve a cold and merciless look, and Steve was so scared that he didn't dare to say more. However, Steve didn't feel in his heart that this group of natives, who were all women, could withstand the German artillery attack. In Steve's eyes, these indigenous weapons are too low, and they are still in the cold weapon era. How could they be the opponent of the Steel Army? Steve couldn't imagine what a tragic massacre would happen next. Queen Hippolyte's mood at the moment was very unbeautiful, and her face was completely gloomy. She never thought that the Paradise Island, which had been calm for so many years, would be broken into by outsiders, and war broke out directly. "Everyone, get ready for battle." Queen Hippolyte coldly looked at the German fleet in the distance. Although she didn't know what those iron bumps were, she didn't pay much attention to it. Divine power, so that they are not afraid of everything. For enemies who dare to invade the Paradise Island, there is only one ending, and that is to kill and feed the fish. After hearing the order of Queen Hippolyte, all the Amazon women warriors were on alert, and the weapons in their hands were directed to the Germans, and they were ready. As the German destroyer approached, the water level began to drop continuously. If you continue to move forward, huge amounts of the destroyer will inevitably run aground. At the moment, the commander on the warship had already seen the situation on the island through the binoculars in his hand, and he couldn't help showing a wicked smile on his face. "Let down the landing ship, land all the people on the island, and catch me alive. Don't hurt our spoils. You can have a good time on the way back." The commander was in a good mood and gave orders. He didn't pay attention to the Amazon female warriors on the island at all. They were already in his own pocket. This is really a heavenly place. The commander, who is already a fat middle-aged man, said to himself excitedly, then picked up the binoculars in his hand and looked at the female soldiers on the island. He couldn't help but sighed, "It's all superb." Under the command of the commander, a small landing ship was continuously lowered from both sides of the destroyer. A soldier armed with a long gun quickly boarded the landing ship along the rope ladder, and then slid the oars to the Paradise Island. March. Obviously, the eyes of this group of soldiers are also gleaming, and they don't look like murderous soldiers at all, but more like beasts in heat, eager to mate. Diana stood on the cliff looking at the German soldiers from a distance, frowning involuntarily, and asked curiously, "Are those people with you? Why don't they look like good people?" Billy shook his head and said, "They are indeed not good people. They are notorious German soldiers. I am not in the same group with them. They should kill." At this time, with the approach of the German army, Queen Hippolyte directly issued the order to attack. "The archer is ready." The order was issued, and a sharp arrow was immediately withdrawn from the quiver by the Amazon female warriors, and they drew their bows and arrows. The full moon was inclined at a 45-degree angle. Attack! With an order from Queen Hippolyte, countless sharp arrows shot into the sky and shot at the German army in the distance. Whoosh whoosh! The dense clusters of sharp arrows traversed a beautiful curve in the air, and then accurately hit one German army after another, taking out their lives. In a short while, the Germans had lost a half of their troops before they landed on the island. Asterisk. 033 The powerful Amazon female warrior 7 more. The commander's face on the warship turned dark, and through the telescope in his hand, he saw batch after batch of soldiers who were shot and killed. The female fighters are all marksmen. There is nothing wrong with them. None of the sharp arrows are shot in the air, and the distance they shoot is scary, much longer than the range of their long spears. There is also the power of that sharp arrow, which is equally scary. Basically, it can shoot through soldiers' bodies, and there are even cases where one arrow shoots 2 or 3. The commander was horrified by this scene. The combat power of the female natives on the island far exceeded his imagination. They were unexpectedly powerful, and they were simply non-human beings. At this moment, the commander couldn't help feeling a little scared. "Fire me!" Originally, the commander didn't want to fire the cannon, but in the face of the slaughter in front of him, he had to order the cannon. Boom boom boom! The artillery was ignited, and a round of artillery shells, driven by the gunpowder, was shot out by huge amounts of force, and quickly bombed towards the Paradise Island. At this moment, in the face of the bombardment of artillery, Queen Hippolyte and her Amazons were completely ignored. I saw a well-known female soldier with a shield stood up, walked to the front with a cold face, and raised the shield in her hand without fear, as if she wanted to resist the bombardment of artillery. The commander on the destroyer suddenly sneered after seeing this. It turned out to be a group of indigenous people who had never seen the world. They wanted to resist the attack of the artillery with their flesh and blood. It was a foolish dream and it was ridiculous. However, under the commander's gaze, this impossible scene happened. When the shell came, the female soldiers holding the shield directly slammed their backhands, and at the same time, the magical power in the body instantly wrapped the shell to prevent it from exploding. As for the artillery that has been born for a long time, the Amazon women warriors still know how to deal with it. Bang bang bang! In the series of hits, all shells bounced back at a faster speed in the direction they were flying. The commander holding a telescope was stunned and looked at the incredible scenes in the distance, with a devilish expression on his face, and a stormy sea suddenly threw up in his heart. OMG! My God! How can this be? I don't believe it, I never believe it, it must be my eyes. However, just as the commander sighed, the shells clearly appeared behind his sight, and they became bigger and bigger. Boom boom boom! The sound of violent explosions continued to sound. The destroyer was full of fire, smoke filled with gunpowder, soldiers flying, deck flying, hull bombing. All destroyers were plunged into chaos, and the defeat was set for fire, flooding, and increasing casualties. Billy watched the battle in surprise, exactly the same as in the movie. This is simply a one-sided massacre. As ordinary people, the German army is not at all an opponent of the Amazons. They can only wait for death in panic. It didn't take long for the Amazon female soldiers to destroy all the German troops under the leadership of General Antiope. Through this battle, Billy saw the sturdiness of the Amazon female warriors. There is no doubt that this is an extremely powerful team. Even if it is a modern special force armed to the teeth, they are all scumbags in front of them. After the battle, Queen Hippolyte rode her horse to Billy and asked, "Are you a descendant of the Temple of Eternal Rock?" Billy was stunned when he heard the words. He was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the other party would know the Temple of Eternal Rock. But think about it, everyone's power inheritance comes from the Olympus gods, and they have great ties, and it is naturally possible to know each other. Billy nodded and said, "Yes, I am the successor of Shazam, the Temple of Eternal Rock." Queen Hippolyte frowned. "Is old Shazam's condition okay?" Queen Hippolyte still knows a little bit about the old Shazam. The only magician guarding the Temple of Eternal Rock is responsible for sealing the 7 deadly sins, but due to severe injuries and difficult healing, his body is deteriorating, even the seal has problems, and he is eager to find his descendants. In fact, even though they have no contact with each other in these mysterious places on the earth, they all know each other. After all, this circle is just that big. Yet, Billy struggled, but in the end he chose to tell the truth. There is nothing to conceal about this matter. Maybe you will see each other in the future, maybe they can still help themselves. Billy scratched the back of his head, and said with a headache, "Old Shazam should be fine. Actually, I don't belong to this time and space. I come from the future. Do you understand?" Diana looked at Billy with a puzzled look, and asked curiously, "Future? What do you mean?" Billy explained, "In other words, because of an accident, I accidentally crossed over from the Earth decades later." After hearing Billy's explanation, Diana was still a little confused. The well-informed Queen Hippolyte understood. Is it time manipulation? Billy was overjoyed when he heard this. His eyes lit up. Yes, that's right, almost. At this moment, when Queen Hippolyte uttered the word time manipulation, Billy had already understood one thing. If he wants to go back, the easiest way is to go to the Himalayas temple and ask Ancient One for help. Billy believed that Ancient One would definitely help him. Queen Hippolyte said with some doubts, "This seems to be the supreme inheritance spell of the Himalayas temple. It is said that only Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One has mastered it." Obviously, Queen Hippolyte knew that there must be something tricky in this matter. However, she did not intend to ask more. She has always said that she doesn't care about things that are not of her own concern. Queen Hippolyte then asked, "Do you know the man who landed on the island with you? Did you also come from the future with you?" Billy shook his head and said, "No, he is from this time and space, but he is not an enemy. You can interrogate him." Billy is very clear about the way Paradise Island treats outsiders. If he didn't mention that the opponent is not an enemy, Queen Hippolyte would definitely let her soldiers kill the opponent immediately. Although Billy is not a great good person, he does not hope that such a positive person will be killed by Roar. Asterisk. 034 Mantra Lasso 8 more. The young and beautiful Diana Wonder Woman, who knows nothing about world affairs, is like a happy girl at the moment, holding Billy's hand and walking across the Bluestone Road to the palace of their Amazon warrior clan. Billy took a look at the palace. Like his Eternal Rock Temple, it is made up of huge amounts of stones, which is very magnificent. The difference is that the Temple of Eternal Rock is made of blue-gray limestone, while the Palace of the Amazon Warrior is made of yellow granite. In terms of personal preference, Billy prefers the palaces of the Amazon women warriors, making them look like the palaces of ancient Greece. After arriving at the palace, poor flight man Steve was tied up by a mantra lasso that shined with golden light, and surrounded by a group of powerful Amazon female warriors. Steve looked sad, knowing in his heart that it is absolutely impossible to escape. What makes him unbalanced is why Billy who came with him can enjoy such good treatment, maybe because Billy is not an ordinary person. Queen Hippolyte sits high on the throne, showing her domineering side without anger or prestige, and asks solemnly, "Who are you? Why did you come here?" Steve blinked his eyes, thinking about how to answer this question to guarantee his life and let them go back, but the accident happened. He found that his mouth was not under his control, and he responded quickly and directly, "My name is Steve Trevor, and I am a captain of the Air Force of the Ying country. The army number is 8141921. Steve subconsciously looked at the gleaming golden rope on his body, faintly feeling as if there was a magical force inside his body, causing himself to say everything he didn't want to say involuntarily. He resisted desperately. As a spy, he had received harsh training and knew clearly that he had to abide by military discipline for every item in the secrecy regulations. However, he couldn't help but continue to saying everything he couldn't say. "Now I have been assigned to the Intelligence Bureau, undercover in the German laboratory to steal important information." Steve took a deep breath, flushed, and asked in horror, "What the hell is this?" He found that when he wanted to resist, the rope on his body would become hotter and hotter, and the magical power pouring into his body would become more and more turbulent. At this moment, Steve's heart was already full of shock and fear. Whether it was the rope that tied him or something else, everything he encountered today made him feel unbelievable. It was incredible. General Antiope said, "This is a mantra lasso, which can force you to tell the truth." Steve said angrily, "But it's too hot." Obviously, the heat from the mantra lasso made Steve very painful. Although he won't scald his body, it makes his body feel the painful torment of burning flames. General Antiope snorted coldly, "Resistance is futile. It will only make you more painful." At this time, Queen Hippolyte continued to question, what task are you performing? With a frustrated expression on his face, Steve replied obediently, the intelligence agency has received news that General Ludendorff, a high-level German officer, is about to visit a secret military facility in the Ottoman Empire. I pretended to be a German flight man and got into the flight formation. According to our information, the German army has no reinforcements. There is a shortage of military expenses and all weapons and ammunition are exhausted. However, our intelligence was wrong. The German army forced the Turks to help them make ammunition, and there was a new weapon, a secret weapon. The developer is Ludendorff's chief pervert consultant, Dr. Isabel Maru, and her brothers on the front line call her Dr. Poison. Her chemical weapons are very terrifying. According to my speculation, if Dr. Maru completes her research, millions of people will suffer and the war will never stop. Although my task is only to observe and report, I feel that I must take action to do something for the victory of the war and countless lives. I stole Dr. Maru's research notes, but it was discovered. I fled the military research base in a fighter jet. You also know everything behind. If I can send the research note I grabbed back to the Intelligence Bureau, then I can save millions of lives and even stop this war. Diana suddenly asked curiously, war? What war? Steve was stunned when he heard the words, he didn't know how to answer. People all over the world knew about this war, but people on this isolated island didn't know. Yes, that war. Billy directly interrupted Steve's unclear answer, this war will be called the First World War by later generations. The German Empire, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and the Ottoman Empire formed the Allied Powers camp, and the British Empire, the Third French Republic, the Russian Luo Empire, the Kingdom of Italy, and the United States of America formed the Allied Powers camp. A world-class imperialist war broke out between the two main camps. In 4 years, 27 countries participated in the war, with more than 60 million troops and 25 million casualties. As Billy told the story, the complexions of Queen Hippolyte, General Antiope, and Diana changed, as if covered by a dark cloud. Steve nodded and continued angrily, yes, there are soldiers, there are civilians, innocent people, women, and children are all killed, their guys are looted, and then burned again. I have never seen such a tragic situation, I beg you, let me go here, the end of the world is coming, please, let me go out of here. Steve looked at Queen Hippolyte very sincerely, he really wanted to stop this war. General Antiope's face was a bit solemn, a very bad idea came to her mind, and some damn guy came back. The purpose of their Amazonian warrior clan is to protect the human beings on the earth from the aggression of that damn guy. General Antiope looked at Queen Hippolyte and asked, Queen, should we let him go? In fact, the deep meaning of her question is, should their Amazon female warriors fight? Queen Hippolyte understood what General Antiope meant. As the leader of the Amazon women warrior clan, she naturally knew what this war might represent. Asterisk. 035 Behind the scenes 9 more. At this moment, Queen Hippolyte was silent, and she had long been accustomed to the easy life on Paradise Island. She didn't want to involve her people in any wars anymore. War necessarily means death. Although the Amazon female warriors possess the supernatural power bestowed by Olympus, the king of gods Zeus, and can live forever, this does not mean that they will not be killed. Not to mention, in this palace alone, Billy, as the successor of the Eternal Rock Temple, possesses the power of Shazam, and possesses the power to kill them. Queen Hippolyte didn't want any casualties from her people, and she did it for the human beings who had already disappointed her so much, and even hated it. Human greed, selfishness, etc., have long caused Queen Hippolyte to completely give up the guardian vow she once made, which is not worth it. At this time, Wonder Woman Diana said with excitement, Mother, I think this war must have something to do with Ares, the god of war. Tens of millions of people have died. This is an unprecedented tragedy. Only Ares can do this kind of thing. He wants to start an endless war once again in an attempt to completely destroy the humanity created by Zeus. Not only should we leave this person, we should also go with him, help him, kill the evil Ares, and stop this war. Diana looked at Queen Hippolyte with great expectation. She was looking forward to receiving a positive answer. Billy looked at Diana, who was full of warfare beside him, and she looked like this. Just like in the movie, she felt a sense of justice and wanted to kill Ares and protect the safety of humans on Earth. After Steve heard what Diana said, his face couldn't help but smile, as if he saw hope. However, Queen Hippolyte said very directly, "I will never send my people to fight their battles, leaving the Paradise Island unguarded." Queen Hippolyte's tone was obviously full of anger. Diana said in a puzzled way, "No, it's not like that. The human beings created by Zeus are fair, intelligent, strong, and enthusiastic. All of these are the conspiracy of Ares. We should keep humanity." Queen Hippolyte said helplessly, "That's just a story, Diana, there are many things you don't understand. Human beings are easily degraded." Diana did not listen at all, and said very stubbornly, "Ares is the culprit of all this. It is he who let the people of Da go to war, and the god of preventing war is the meaning of our existence. This is ours responsibilities." Queen Hippolyte looked at her innocent, childish, and kind daughter with a headache, and really didn't know what to say. "Billy, as a person in the future, you should know more." Queen Hippolyte suddenly gave Billy a very meaningful look, and threw the problem to Billy directly. If Ares is really at fault, then she agrees to let Steve go. But if it weren't for Ares to manipulate all of this behind her back, then Diana would stay honestly on the Paradise Island for her. This war has nothing to do with their Amazon female warriors. Billy couldn't help feeling a little speechless. How could it be on himself? At the same time, Diana and Steve looked at Billy hopefully, expecting his answer. Billy thought for a while and replied, "Diana, your mother, Queen Hippolyte, is right. Human beings are indeed very easy to deteriorate. The god of war Ares just played a role in promoting it. If there were no sinful desires in human nature, then there would be no need for the Temple of Eternal Rock. The 7 deadly sins demon would not exist at all, let alone immortal. Everything you know is nothing more than a beautiful lie weaving by Zeus as a victor. There are many things that you don't want to judge until you have not seen it with your own eyes or heard them with your own ears. The outbreak of this war is the inevitable result of the development of human society." Queen Hippolyte nodded very satisfied after hearing what Billy had said. Billy is definitely a very promising kid, and the more he looked at it, the more pleasing to the eye. Diana's smiling face drooped. She didn't want to believe that what Billy said was true. She felt that the beauty in her heart seemed to be destroyed. It was at this moment that Billy suddenly changed his conversation and said categorically, "However, in this world war, the god of war is indeed really involved in Ares." Diana's eyes lit up again in an instant, and she couldn't wait to interrupt Billy, and asked excitedly, "Really? Is that BD Ares really doing the trick? I'm going to kill him." Immediately afterwards, Diana looked at her mother, Queen Hippolyte. "Queen, you heard it, it is really Ares who is starting the war. We should help mankind. This is our responsibility." Billy looked at Diana speechlessly. As for being so excited, he kept talking about the responsibility at a young age and wanted to kill Ares, the god of war. "You do not know? Ares, your half-brother." Billy bet that Diana must have watched the fairy tale left by the old CK of Zeus since she was a child. She had a brainwashed sense of sight, and she was still too young. At this moment, Billy couldn't help feeling that Diana should really go out and take a good look at this colorful world. At this time, Queen Hippolyte looked at Billy solemnly, and asked very seriously, "Are you sure, Ares really is behind the scenes controlling this war?" Although Queen Hippolyte is very disappointed with humans and will definitely not intervene in human wars, if Ares really took the shot, she will definitely kill Ares with her people. As for whether the war will end after Ares died, it has nothing to do with her. Billy nodded, and replied very positively, yes, as far as I know, Ares is indeed doing the ghost, and your daughter, Diana, personally ended this war. Queen Hippolyte's face suddenly changed. According to Zeus, in the age when no gods were born, the key to killing Ares was Diana. Only Diana can kill Ares, even Queen Hippolyte and General Antiope, or even a female Amazon warrior. However, in this world, it is absolutely impossible for anyone to know this secret except for her, General Antiope, Ares, and the BD of Zeus. Queen Hippolyte knew that what Billy said was true. Although she doesn't have the ability for people to tell the truth, it is very easy to judge whether a person is telling the truth or not. Asterisk. 036 Big Flicker Billy one more. Wonder Woman Diana got even more excited, and tightly grasped Billy's hands. Really? Ares really killed by me? Billy nodded with a smile, and was really defeated by Diana, who hadn't grown up yet. Diana was extremely excited at the moment. If what Billy said was true, wouldn't she be the savior who saved the earth? Queen Hippolyte looked at Billy anxiously and asked, is the battle with Ares fierce? As Diana's mother, Queen Hippolyte absolutely does not want her daughter to participate in the war, even if this is her birth mission. Billy gave Queen Hippolyte a reassuring look, and replied very confidently, Diana alone is enough. You don't even need to send an army of Amazonian warriors. Moreover, if Diana participates in the war, I will definitely help her, and will never let her suffer any unnecessary harm. I want you to promise. Queen Hippolyte breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to her daughter, Diana, who had never been in the world, she was more willing to believe in Billy. After thinking about it, Queen Hippolyte decided to say, Diana, bring a murder weapon. When you are ready, the three of you will set out. Diana was overjoyed when she heard that. Thank you, Queen, I will not let you down, let alone lose the glory of our Amazon female warrior clan. Queen Hippolyte shook her head helplessly, and then solemnly told, the outside world is no better than a paradise island. After you go out, you must listen to Billy's words and don't mess around. Diana nodded, and replied very well, I see. After speaking, he gave Billy a sneak peek, with a shy smile on his face. After seeing Diana's appearance, Queen Hippolyte shook her head helplessly. Knowing daughter Emoruomu, it's really not a female college student. Queen Hippolyte looked at Billy again, and solemnly said, Diana, please give it to you. I don't know why, Billy feels a little weird, but I have to say that he is still very happy in his heart, and he hurries his feet a little bit crookedly. Don't worry, I will take care of her. Before he finished speaking, Billy felt that what he said seemed a little weird. Queen Hippolyte looked at Steve, who was tied up below. She didn't have a good face for this human being, and it was good enough not to kill him directly. Untie, take it, watch him, don't let him run around, let him be a guide when Billy and Diana are ready. Queen Hippolyte waved her hand and directly ordered a female soldier below. Yes, yes. The female soldier put away the mantra lasso, gave Steve a stern look, and then led him down. Steve didn't dare to resist after seeing how powerful these Amazon women warriors were, especially when he was glared just now, his eyes were full of warnings. He believes that as long as he makes a little bit of action, he might be beaten and disabled immediately. It is better to be a guide safely, at least to be able to safely leave this so-called paradise island. For Steve, this is simply Devil Island. But are they true? Is this war really caused by Ares, the god of war? Steve would never believe in the existence of these myths. However, everything he encountered today made him know one thing clearly. This world is definitely not as simple as he knew. Maybe the characters in the myths are real. Diana was taken away by Queen Hippolyte, and Billy wandered boringly in heaven. After a round of shopping, Billy saw that Diana hadn't come to look for him. So he ran to the hot spring alone, took off his clothes, only a pair of pants, jumped in with a puff, soaked in the hot spring comfortably, and enjoyed it happily. "Stand up." I don't know how long it took, just when Billy was about to fall asleep, Diana ran in. Diana looked curiously at Billy's sturdy body immersed in the crystal-clear hot springs. Seeing Billy opened his eyes, she asked curiously, "Are you atypical of your gender?" After speaking, Diana was not as shy as before, but Sundara looked at Billy. After Billy heard such a unique question, he couldn't help but was stunned, touched his chin, and replied very confidently, "I think, absolutely yes, he looks super handsome, has a great body, and is the best one." Just kidding, Billy is quite confident about the transformed self. If anyone dares to refuse, he will slap roar without killing him. However, if Diana was allowed to see what she looked like in a non-transformed state, it would seem a bit unfunny. After all, under normal circumstances, Billy is a little boy who has not yet fully developed. Diana smiled and said, "I think so, much more handsome than those from the country I saw today." Billy felt Diana's gaze constantly looking at him, and he was quite proud. He was really charming and unstoppable. Immediately, Billy asked with some confusion, "Can I ask you a question?" Diana nodded happily, "Definitely, you can ask." Billy asked very curiously, "You really don't have a man here?" "No man has ever broken in." Diana replied very positively, "Yes, you are the first man I have ever met, and the first person to break in here." Billy understood. It seemed that he was a national treasure as precious as a panda in Diana's eyes. As expected, this paradise island is an isolated place like the one described in the movie. To make an analogy, he is now like a Tang Seng who has come to the daughter country. Billy then asked, "Have you guys been out too?" Diana nodded again, with a look of yearning in her eyes, "Yes, I have never been out before, and I really want to go outside to take a look." "Can you tell me what the outside world is like?" After speaking, Diana looked at Billy very expectantly. Billy thought for a while and replied, "The outside world is wonderful, with high-rise buildings, cars and ships, beautiful clothes, delicious food, high-tech that you don't know, and entertainment and fashion that you don't know. But I believe you will like it." Diana's eyes flashed, full of curiosity and longing, and couldn't wait to see what the outside world was like. As for Ares, the god of war, because of Billy's unclear statement, Diana felt that as long as she went out on her own, she would be able to easily destroy the opponent. *037 Goodbye Old Shazam 2 more. After Billy and Diana finished chatting happily, their thoughts moved, and the power of Shazam in the body circulated and directly teleported to the Temple of Eternal Rock. When he took a bath before, Billy felt that it was necessary for him to meet old Shazam. Anyway, he gave him the power of Shazam. Thinking that old Shazam left so suddenly, without leaving a word, he still had deep concerns about the Seven Sins sect and the Demon Eye. Therefore, Billy feels that as an outstanding young man with a grateful heart in the new era, Shazam must be able to walk with peace of mind in the future. As for whether Billy thought that way deep in his heart, the ghost would completely believe it. As soon as it went dark, the environment around Billy had undergone a 360-degree change. It was still that magnificent blue-gray palace, with rows of fires burning blazingly, and the fiery flames shining brightly inside and outside the entire temple. Billy walked in with a little excitement in his heart, guessing what kind of expression the old Shazam will show after seeing him later. It must be very exciting. Step to step. The crisp sound of footsteps slowly passed into old Shazam's ears, and the voice seemed clear to everyone in the empty and silent temple, and it was even a bit infiltrating. Old Shazam opened his eyes. In order to delay the injury on his body, he has already entered a semi-dormant state, trying to maintain his strength as much as possible, in order to be able to seal the 7 deadly sins for a longer time. The smiling figure of Billy appeared in the eyes of old Shazam, and there was also a grateful and somewhat mischievous voice, "Master, long time no see." Old Shazam looked at Billy dumbfounded, with a look of shock, doubt, and disbelief in his eyes. He blinked his eyes twice, thinking that everything was an illusion. What's the situation? Master? When did I accept disciples? However, the power of that Shazam! Billy gazed at the wonderful expression on old Shazam's face enthusiastically. It was really wonderful. Occasionally I skin it, it feels really good, so cool. Billy looked at the old Shazam. The old Shazam at the moment was very different from the old Shazam who passed the power to him. Although his face was slightly pale and lacked a bit of blood, his spirit was quite good, and his hair was only slightly grey, and most of them were black. Especially the mighty powerful magician, as fierce as a huge wave, not in the least under Ancient One and Queen Hippolyte. But what I saw before was grey-haired, wrinkled, and about to die. After passing the power to himself, he was completely gone, and the hero was in sorrow. Billy feels a little bit embarrassed in his heart. A powerful magician, in order to seal the duty of the 7 deadly sins, has spent all his life, even marrying a wife and having children, and having no joy in the world. Old Shazam is great and worthy of praise. It's just that Billy thinks it's better not to follow him. The corner of his eyes inadvertently prejudiced the stone statues of the 7 deadly sins on both sides. Although the demonic energy was lingering and constantly impacting the seal, there were no cracks on it and the eyes did not open. But Billy knew that everything was coming soon. At this moment, old Shazam frowned, looked at Billy and asked suspiciously, "Are you my disciple?" Billy nodded and replied seriously, "Yes, Master. My name is Billy. From time and space decades later, I am the heir to your strength." "I know, it sounds incredible and unbelievable, but it's all true, and I can explain it to you. Presumably you have already felt that, due to the deteriorating injury of yours, the 7 deadly sins will surely break out, and the specific time will be decades later. In order to reseal the 7 deadly sins, you have to find an heir. As a result, I was very fortunate to be selected by you and possessed the power of your Shazam. However, after you passed the power of Shazam to me, you could no longer hold on and passed away, so I came here specially. I just want to tell you that in the future, the 7 deadly sins and demons have been resealed by me, and I haven't let them cause disasters in the world. You can rest assured." Old Shazam gradually understood, and he couldn't help showing a gratified smile on his face. "Okay, very good, you did a good job. It seems that I didn't choose the wrong person in the future." With regard to his physical condition and the fact that his sin was about to break the seal, old Shazam was naturally clear, and he knew very well that it was inevitable to find a new heir to the Eternal Rock Temple. Feeling the familiar power of Billy, the old Shazam's heart was inexplicably cordial, completely believing in everything Billy said, and couldn't do it. Old Shazam said with a touch of emotion, "I haven't taught you anything, but I have directly burdened you with a heavy responsibility. I am ashamed of my teacher. Thank you for coming and telling me all this. If the day comes, I will definitely no regrets, thank you." Billy couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed after hearing the heartfelt words of old Shazam. Sure enough, it is a great magician with a lofty soul, and this self-cultivation is truly incomparable. "Actually, I didn't come here to see you on purpose. If it were not for the power of time to riot, how could I have come over? Anyway, I just said it casually. Since your old man believes it, then I definitely accept your gratitude." At this moment, old Shazam silently recorded Billy's soul breath, and when the 7 deadly sins were about to be broken, he didn't need to rush to find a suitable heir, and he could get it done directly with a tracking curse. Billy never thought that his fate of obtaining Shazam's power was already doomed at this moment. If he hadn't traveled to the American comics world, it would be absolutely impossible to obtain the power of Shazam. The only thing that old Shazam didn't expect was that the Billy he saw in the future was so young. No wonder he hadn't found him for so many years before, so he was so anxious that Billy had been killed and found a lot of people. Stand the test again. It is precisely because of today's meeting that after meeting Billy in the future, Shazam, without any test, directly inherited Shazam's power and left with peace of mind. Old Shazam looked at Billy and thought about it for a moment. As a teacher, you see that your control of power is still very shallow. Responsibility. Billy was delighted. Since your old man proposed it first, then I will just follow along. To be honest, improving strength is Billy's real intention here. Although Ancient One has taught Billy, the power systems of the two parties are different after all. Asterisk. 038 Pirates of the Caribbean 3 more. Billy can be sure of one thing. In terms of instructing himself on how to control the power of Shazam, Ancient One is definitely not as strong as the old Shazam, and it is not even a star. However, Billy did not directly agree, but hesitation thought, Master, how long will it take me to fully grasp your power? I don't have much time. Now a large-scale war has broken out in the outside world. I have promised the queen of the Amazon female warrior clan to help her daughter grow up as soon as possible and solve Ares, the god of war behind the scenes. In addition, I came here through the journey with the help of Ancient One's power of time. There is not much time to stay in this time and space, and it is possible to leave at any time. Billy didn't blush, didn't breathe, and sternly said a half-true and half-false reason, and it was a reason that could hardly be faulted. Even if the old Shazam went to the Queen of Hippolyte and Ancient One to verify, it was absolutely impossible to get a negative answer. One was indeed true, and the other was something that would happen in the future. Billy thinks he is really too witty, and likes it. Moreover, how could old Shazam not believe what Billy said? That is completely pulling one's face, feeling that the heirs chosen by oneself are not reliable. This is absolutely impossible. Having said that, although Billy wants to improve his strength very much, he prefers the way to take shortcuts. He doesn't want to stay in this broken temple for many years. That would suffocate Billy. How could he be willing to let Wonder Woman Diana face this sinister world alone? What if that damn flight man Steve was cut off? Billy couldn't help but hit him to death. He would never allow this to happen. Besides, in the future time and space, there will be a young lady waiting for him to go back. The colorful world outside is Billy's pursuit. The ascetic life of the Ancient One group of students is enough to have 1 week of experience, and Billy firmly does not want to experience it again. After hearing what Billy said, old Shazam fell into deep thought. With regard to the existence of the Amazon female warriors and Ancient One, old Shazam also knows quite well. It is a good thing that his disciples helped the Amazon female warrior clan to fight the evil god of war Ares. This is a good thing. The righteous and considerate old Shazam is proud of this and will never stop it. In addition, the old Shazam is naturally aware of the matter of time and space travel. In their circle, Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One also has this ability. Old Shazam was a little puzzled about how Billy came to this time and space from the future, but now I understand it, and it must be the help of an old friend, Ancient One. Old Shazam estimated that in the process of resealing the 7 deadly sins, Billy might have Ancient One's help. Ancient One deserves the name Sorcerer Supreme. Old Shazam glanced at Billy's eyes. As the magician of the Eternal Rock, he had long perceived the power of time in it, and it must have something to do with Ancient One. He didn't ask much. Ancient One could trust it. In his original plan, he planned to let Billy stay by his side and practice for more than 10 years, decades, even until his body can no longer hold on. You know, neither he nor his former brothers and sisters have cultivated for hundreds of years or even thousands of years. The way of cultivation is that it takes time to accumulate and years of polishing to be able to be completely natural and impeccable, and to be able to better fight the evil forces in the future crises. Old Shazam also hopes that Billy can go a step further and become an existence that surpasses him, and even surpasses Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One. However, the current situation is obviously a bit special, and Billy can't keep it. Fortunately, there are still special ways to solve this special situation. Old Shazam thought for a while and said, Billy, have you heard of the Exile and Blood Orchid? Billy was stunned. The place of exile? I have never heard of it. Blood orchid, etc. Is it the blood orchid in the anaconda? The blood orchid that can break through the chains of genes and gain incredible power? But isn't that in Borneo in the movie? However, these are not important. The important thing is what kind of help the blood orchid can bring to oneself. With surprise in Billy's eyes, he curiously asked old Shazam, "Master, what's the use of blood orchids?" Old Shazam replied, "Blood orchid can help you break through the limits of your own body, open the chains of life, and integrate the power of Shazam in your body faster." Billy was ecstatic when he heard that. "Good stuff, you must get it." "Master, where is that place of exile?" Old Shazam recalled, the place of exile was originally part of Borneo, or a part separated from Kalimantan. If it had not been separated, Kalimantan would still be the largest in the world. Island. The place of exile is also known as Devil Island or Skull Island. It is exiled with the legendary pirates of the Caribbean Jack and others. These pirates will be cursed and turned into undead skeletons every night. Around this island is guarded by thunderclouds and storms. Normal people can't break in, but with your current strength, you can break in. But be aware that there are many ancient vicious creatures on the island, especially Kayla Sen who guards the sea god's trident. With your current strength, it's best not to provoke them. After Billy heard what old Shazam said, his mind was a little confused. This plot seems a bit wrong. How come it feels like a pot of stew? The blood orchid went to Devil Island, which was guarded by King Kong in the legend, and the natives on the island turned into the famous Caribbean pirates. What's even more incredible is that the treasure of Atlantis ruling the ocean, the future Aquaman Arthur's weapon, the trident, is actually still on Devil Island. Horse sells batch. However, it seems reasonable, after all, in Pirates of the Caribbean, Jack did find the Poseidon trident. Shit. What a hell of it. It's such a chaotic beauty world, I really don't know what weird things will come across in the future. Wait a minute. Now that all the tridents of the sea god that Jack found have come out, what about the old spring? Although Billy has the almost immortal ability after getting the power of Shazam, his little sister Mary will still die in old age. Billy doesn't want to see the woman he likes slowly getting old until death, but he is still young forever. That is simply a torture, both for himself and for the little sister Mary. Definitely, Billy can also empower young lady sister old Shazam and other brothers and sisters, but the number of places is limited. What if there is not enough in the future? Asterisk. 039 Take away Diana for more. Billy is not a selfish person. When he was practicing in the Himalayas temple, he thought about this question, how to make ordinary people he cares about also have the ability of immortality. Especially after experiencing the London Holy Place incident caused by Caecilius, Billy has paid more attention to this issue. Time is indeed a headache. After Billy thought about it for a long time, except for the anti-aging serum mastered by S.H.I.E.L.D, he didn't think of a good way. If necessary, Billy doesn't mind robbing S.H.I.E.L.D, or the treasure house located in San Fe. It is absolutely impossible for Billy to work for S.H.I.E.L.D in exchange for anti-aging serum. In case S.H.I.E.L.D doesn't have any stocks, it will be a big loss. If you deal with the veteran agent of the Black Heart Bitternhead, you might be cheated to death. At this moment, the appearance of the blood orchid gave Billy even greater hope. Billy looked forward to it, and asked anxiously, "Master, does the legendary Fountain of Youth exist?" Old Shazam was stunned. He didn't expect that Billy would even know the existence of Buloquin. The spring of immortality exists naturally, and the blood orchid is irrigated by the spring of immortality, so the blood orchid originally also has the ability to make people immortal. I'll wipe it. Billy's heart couldn't hold back the ecstasy. This wave of operation is really special. 666. The blood orchid was actually irrigated by a spring of immortality. It was so unexpected and so pleasant. What does this mean? As long as you find the blood orchid, you will be able to find the fountain of immortality. If the quantity is large enough, it can still be put up for auction. Those who are rich will definitely be crazy. Who doesn't want to stay young forever, especially those women, are super willing to spend money. However, being not old does not mean that you will not die, it just means that you will still maintain a beautiful appearance at the end of your life. Only being not old and not dead is eternal. Billy asked curiously, Master, can blood orchids make people immortal? Old Shazam shook his head and said, No, but after breaking through the chains of genes, it often prolongs people's lives greatly. This is much stronger than Bulletin Loquin. Bulletin Loquin mainly just freezes the appearance at the time. How many lives will be added? In this world, except for the gods with powerful power, no one can survive the age, and even the gods have the possibility of falling. Billy nodded to make it clear, and then asked, Master, where is the exile? Old Shazam waved his hand, and a golden light fell into Billy's mind like lightning. Immediately afterwards, a set of information appeared in Billy's mind, astonishingly about the specific geographic location of the exile. Remember, in this world, there are many hidden secrets. There are mysterious and powerful forces in every country, each guarding different responsibilities to ensure the safety of the earth. Old Shazam warned very solemnly. Billy said seriously, I see, Master. From the blood orchid matter, Billy has already seen that many of the comic worlds he has traveled through may be much more complicated than he imagined. Maybe vampires, Ronin, witches, etc. are special codes. The presence. Afterwards, old Shazam talked a lot with Billy, about the secrets of the world, as well as about cultivation, and so on. Finally, Billy reluctantly said goodbye to old Shazam, Master, I'm leaving. Although Billy and Shazam didn't spend much time together, I could feel that Shazam was kind to Billy from the bottom of his heart. There are few such people, no matter before or after the crossing. No wonder it is said that one day is a teacher, and all beings are fathers, which is not an exaggeration at all. Old Shazam nodded, and said with relief and some loneliness, From now on, the Temple of Eternal Rock will be handed over to you to guard, and you will resist the burden of guarding the 7 deadly sins. Billy guarantees with an extra serious certification, Don't worry, Master, you will never be disappointed. Lao Shazam waved his hand when he heard the words, closed his eyes and rested. Billy moved his mind, using Shazam's power, and returned to Paradise Island. The next day, Billy, Flightman Steve, and Diana are ready to set off at the pier on Paradise Island. At this moment, Diana is fully armed, she has put on the killer suit, wearing a champion helmet, a mantra lasso on her waist, a wristband guarding silver bracelet, a Vulcan sword and a supernatural shield on her back, and she is wearing a feathered shoe. Queen Hippolyte and General Antiope rode their horses and led the Amazons to see off Diana. Looking at Diana who could not keep her, Queen Hippolyte confessed solemnly, Diana, my dearest daughter, there are many things in this world that you still don't understand, especially people's hearts. When you go outside, you must listen to Billy. Diana nodded, I know, Queen, you've said it so many times, my ears are about to give birth to cocoons, so don't worry. After hearing Diana's assurance, Queen Hippolyte was still full of worry, looked at Billy and said, Billy, Diana will trouble you to take care of it. Billy promised again, Queen Hippolyte, please rest assured, I will return Diana to your hands intact. It's a pity that Billy's guarantee is destined to be discounted a bit. As good as ever? It seems really impossible. At this time, General Antiope also walked to Diana's body, took off the divine weapon Starlight flying crown from his head, and put it on Diana's head with his own hands. Diana, you are a warrior trained by me. You are the best warrior of our Amazon female warrior clan. I believe you can defeat Ares. This Starlight crown will be given to you. I hope it can protect you and bring you good luck. We wait for your victory and triumph. The glory of the Amazon female warrior clan will always be with you. Diana was a little excited and hugged General Antiope, who had been in charge of training her. Scenes from the past continued to flash before her eyes. Thank you, I will definitely defeat Ares. Billy waited quietly for their farewells, and Steve was honestly ready to leave the ship. After a painful farewell to life and death, Billy, Diana, and Steve finally boarded the ship and set off. However, the ship that Billy and others are on is not the boat in the film, at least it is a medium-sized cruise ship. Although it is not as luxurious as the 21st century, it also has all the necessary facilities. This is Billy deliberately using the cross-space teleportation technique to rob from the evil German side. As for flying directly to the battlefield, Billy will never do it. He has to accompany Diana more. Asterisk. 040 in a room together one more. Steve sits in the cab and is responsible for driving, while Billy and Diana sit comfortably in the cabin, drinking wine, eating snacks, and chatting. Although Steve's heart is very reluctant to accept such an arrangement, he can only obey Billy obediently because of Billy's lewdness, so as to return to the country of Ying safely and steadily. In the cabin, Billy and Diana are in the same room, sitting on the sofa. Diana asked anxiously, "Billy, how long will it take us to reach the battlefield?" Billy felt very helpless about Diana's belligerence, or the overwhelming sense of justice. "Why are you so anxious? The best thing to do is to enjoy this journey. As a girl, it is better not to mix things up." However, Billy still replied with a smile on his face, "Soon, the war has entered a truce for the time being, so we don't need to worry so much. We can walk around in the kingdom of mankind first, and then I will take you to Ares, the god of war, and let you kill that BD yourself." Through the film Wonder Woman, Billy does know who Ares pretending to be, but Billy does not know how powerful Ares is in the real world. Anyway, in the film, the power is not fully awakening's Wonder Woman. Diana is definitely not Ares's opponent, only the part of being hanged. The most deceptive thing is that in the film, Diana's rise was criticized because of the sacrifice of a certain guy, which completely detonated Diana's anger. This setting makes Billy's egg hurt. If he can defeat Ares, it's okay to say, but what if? That's not fun. Obviously, because of his intervention, Diana and a certain guy are destined to be out of play, so in this way, Diana's power will never be as awakening as in the film. Billy is not that great and would sacrifice himself for it. So, before that, Billy must first see the guy Ares pretending to be. If you can't figure it out, you can only move to rescue soldiers. Billy really doesn't believe it. The Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One, who can face Odin and guarantee that the earth will not be violated by any forces, will not be able to deal with the god of war Ares. Even if Ares, one of the 12 gods of Olympus, is stronger, it is impossible to be better than the Norse king Odin. That is the same level as the Olympus god king. Ares is the best. One more level with Thor. Diana nodded and said vigorously, "I must defeat Ares, the god of war. He is the responsibility of our Amazon female warriors. Only we can defeat him." While talking, she took out the Vulcan sword behind her, and continued confidently, "With this sharp sword in my hand, Father Zeus left us with the sword of murder. Once I defeat him, the war will end. The human beings created by Father Zeus will no longer have to suffer the pain of war, and everything will become as good as before." Billy couldn't help covering his forehead, as expected to be the second generation of God who was born with a golden key and grew up in an ivory tower. Ordinary people can never say such a thing anyway. In fact, Billy really wanted to tell Diana some reality, but looking at the kind smile on her face that day, he couldn't bear to hit her. Ares is a true god, not your second generation of half-hearted god, nor is it a half-hearted descendant of my magician. It is not so easy to deal with. Moreover, even if Ares was defeated, the war would not end there. As a future man, Billy knew very well that not long after the end of World War I, the special World War II began again. Can you get angry? This time, there was nothing to do with Aries, and even if Diana wanted to kill Aries, she couldn't find anyone. Billy smiled and said, "I admire your courage very much, but I have to tell you that this world, as your mother said, is really not as beautiful as you think. I believe that after this journey is over, you will grow up and you will understand what your mother meant." Diana, who hadn't experienced it personally, obviously couldn't listen, and said unconvincedly, "Really? Just look around, anyway, I think this thing is so simple. As long as I kill Aries, the people of Da will never be bewitched by Aries again, and they will immediately become as beautiful as before." Billy smiled silently. "Good. If it doesn't exist, greed is the answer. One day, Diana will be slapped fiercely by reality and see this bloody world clearly. Although cruel, this is growth. Maybe this is why she didn't appear in World War II," Billy thought in his heart. Suddenly, a sly smile appeared at the corner of Billy's mouth. "Diana, don't forget, I am from the future, so it is no exaggeration to say that I know you better than you." After Diana heard what Billy was saying, her curiosity was aroused, and she ran to Billy's side pretending to be Venus, and dragged Billy to ask, quickly, "What will I look like in the future? It must be one heroine." Billy nodded and said very cooperatively, "Yes, you will indeed become a superhero in the future and be admired by mankind." Diana immediately confirmed with excitement, "Really? I really became a hero. You know, defeating Aries and becoming a hero, but Diana's dream since childhood. Now Billy tells Diana that her dream will come true in the future, how could she not be excited?" Diana's happiness came so suddenly, it made her a little unbelievable. Billy continued to say half-jokingly, "Definitely it is true, and you also own an art collection in London, Ying Country. It is said that there are countless treasures in it." When he said this, Billy was still a little envious. Rich people can afford to open art collections. Diana asked curiously, "Art collection? Why do I have an art collection?" She felt a little puzzled about this. When she grew up, she had never been interested in art. The Amazon warrior was only interested in defending peace. Billy couldn't help being asked. He also wanted to know why, but he wouldn't show it, because you like it, you have to know that everything is possible in the future. "Oh." Diane nodded his head seemingly understandably. Billy directly changed the subject and said, "You didn't have a good rest with your mother last night. Would you like to sleep for a while? The quality of the big bed in the bedroom is not bad." Asterisk. 041 Diana's Raiders 2 more. Billy took Diana to the bedroom, and Diana curiously lay down on a big bed different from Paradise Island. Diana rolled around on the big bed for a few times, then looked at Billy and said, "Sure enough, how about you? Don't you sleep? Don't most men sleep?" At this moment, Diana looked straight at Billy, with a little expectation in her eyes. Under Diana's gaze, Billy's heartbeat speeds up uncomfortably, and there is an urge to jump on him. Although his sixth sense told him that Diana would never refuse if he rushed forward, but the surviving Billy would not do it. He is not a beast with a brain. Ahem. Billy cleared his throat, feeling a bit dry and itchy, and there was a fire coming out. Out of courtesy, Billy felt that whether he wanted to jump on or not, he should answer Diana's question first. He has the power of Shazam, so he doesn't need to sleep at all. However, Billy didn't want to answer that way. "Well, we also sleep, everyone has to sleep, but, we shouldn't." "I don't know why," Billy, who has always been talking very slippery, also stutters. There are really some words that make him wonder how to express. If Billy was a person who had been educated in the United States since he was a child, then he might be better able to face this situation, but his soul has been educated in the East since he was a child. Diana said straightforwardly and without the slightest embarrassment, "You don't sleep with women." Billy shook his head and admired Diana's sharp language. It was exactly the same as in the movie. "No, we also sleep with women, but I only sleep with my women. This is a special relationship between boy and girl friends. If it is not, I think this behavior is a very shameful behavior. You shouldn't even think about it. Do you understand? Billy told Diana very seriously. Diana asked puzzledly, special relationship between men and women? Is it like us? Billy broke down a bit. How can I answer this? Waiting online, 100,000 in a hurry. Billy wanted to answer yes, but they clearly didn't. In case the answer is yes, then will they really do it? Although it feels a bit convoluted, when you think about it, it seems that this is really the case. After Billy hesitation and thinking repeatedly, he replied, that should be a very loving man and woman. They walked up to the priest, married, and swore to cherish each other until death. After speaking, there was a sentence in Billy's heart that Maggie didn't know whether to say it properly. It was clearly referring to the relationship between boy and girl friends. How did it involve marriage? When did modern people become so noble? Shouldn't the feasting diet men and women pursue timely pleasure? Diana asked hopefully, really? Love till death? Billy shook his head, no, not always. Seeing Diana's innocent smile, Billy felt that it is better not to weave beautiful dreams for Diana. Otherwise, the dream will be broken, and it will be heartache. However, after Diana heard the negative answer, she asked incomprehensibly, then why did they do this? Billy sighed. If Diana continues to ask him this kind of question, he would rather die. He is really tired. I don't understand it very well. It may be that love makes people dazzled, so it is called marriage. Diana thought for a while and said, in other words, if we don't get married, you can't sleep with me? Can you? When she said this, Diana's big, bright eyes looked straight at Billy, and what she wanted to express was very simple. That is, I want to sleep with you. If you don't sleep with me, I will take you to get married. Billy looked at Diana with some silence. The Amazon female warrior was indeed sturdy, a natural warrior, and the hilltop was about to be lost. It seems that I can only obediently surrender today. Okay, I will sleep on this bed too, and sleep together. Faced with Diana's unreasonable card game, Billy was forced to choose reluctantly. He couldn't hold on anymore. After all, he didn't write a novel and couldn't make it anymore. Billy walked to the other side of the bed with a look of lovelessness, as if he was sacrificing himself and was brave. Diana looked at Billy, who was lying on the side. Her face couldn't help showing a bright smile, showing a triumphant look, extremely joyful. Billy was lying on the bed quietly, looking at the ceiling above. He could feel the gaze of Diana's gaze. It was so hot, and he felt like his whole body was burning up, and his small heart was about to jump out. At the moment, Diana was lying on his side, with her head resting on her left arm, her legs slightly bent together, her right hand throbbing excitedly on her right thigh, and her eyes staring at Billy scorchingly. Billy didn't need to sleep, and now he couldn't fall asleep anymore. He had nothing to say and said, "Do you know? In my hometown, I am not an ordinary person. I am a superhero, the guardian of the Temple of Eternal Rock. Magician. Every day is full of vitality, fighting evil forces and protecting innocent people from harm." Diana looked at Billy in admiration, but she still didn't fully return to her last question. Wow, but I'm more curious, when you men and women sleep together, do you still do something? Ahem. Billy took a deep breath, almost couldn't help it, and sprayed out a mouthful of old blood. Are Amazon women warriors so fierce? My actual age is actually only 14 years old. Are you talking about the creation movement? Billy couldn't help but speak out, despite the urge to slap himself in the face. Diana replied earnestly, I know, it's called biological reproduction, and there are physical pleasures. Billy was stunned for an instant. You all know that, isn't your paradise island without men? Who told you? Diana replied, I have read the full set of 12 books on physical pleasure written by Cleo. 12? Billy had to give Diana a thumbs up. It's too bad. At least he hasn't even read one. You don't happen to bring one or two with you? Billy asked this question involuntarily. He felt that Diana might actually do it. However, Diana shook her head and said, "No, you won't like it." Billy retorted, "That's not true, maybe, I might like it." Asterisk. 042 The Nature of Women 3 more. London. An industrial city shrouded in black smoke. Diana frowned and said disgustedly, "The environment here is really terrible. This kind of place is not suitable for human habitation at all." Billy also looked at London during World War I with some surprises. Although the traffic was very busy and very prosperous, the big chimneys that kept emitting thick black smoke made Billy not interested in living here at all. Coming to the street, Diana looked at everything around her curiously. "Is this the car you are talking about? It has 4 wheels and runs pretty fast. These people are wearing weird clothes. Why are those men and women holding each other's hands? Is that a baby? The little one is so cute. This is the first time I've seen it." Diana walked on the street quite excitedly, her mouth never came down, she had completely transformed into 100,000 Ys. Billy followed the curious baby Diana every step of the way. Her pace was very fast. If she didn't pay attention, she might not know where she went. After a while, Diana's excitement finally stopped. She looked at Billy and asked, "Where are we going now? You promised me to take me to find Ares. The battlefield is nearby." Billy shook his head and said, "The battlefield is still far away, but before going to the battlefield to deal with Ares, we have to meet someone first." Diana asked suspiciously, "Why? Don't you just go right there? I will definitely be able to beat Ares, and then the war will be over." At this moment, Billy was accustomed to Diana's innocence, and patiently explained, "Ares is the god of war, the son of Father Zeus in your mouth. Do you think he is really so easy to deal with?" Diana definitely said, "I have a weapon to kill God. This is reserved by Father Zeus for our Amazon female warriors to deal with Ares." Billy looked at Diana Tsundere with a headache. It seemed that it didn't make sense. In Diana's eyes, Ares was a scum at all, and she could easily kill the opponent with a single sword. Billy really didn't want to hit Diana. With the little power she has now, she can beat her with one hand. I also don't want to think about when in normal training, General Antiope didn't simply take her down. Diana, please believe me. As a future person, I know very well that if you really rush to the battlefield like this, you will definitely be taught by Ares to be a human being." Billy warned very seriously. However, Diana asked inexplicably, "Teach to be a man? What do you mean?" Billy took a deep breath, suppressed his desire to go crazy, and explained, "That's it, you will be smashed by Ares. You have to know that Ares, as a god, is so powerful that he is absolutely far superior to General Antiope who trains you on weekdays. You have to deal with it carefully." Diana glanced at Billy angrily, then put her head away. "It's disgusting, dare to look down on me, BD." Diana expressed dissatisfaction in her heart and did not want to talk to Billy anymore for the time being. "Just looking at the posture, I thought it was the little couple who was arguing and awkward." Billy looked helplessly at Diana's angry expression. The file-size sister was really hopeless. He bet that now if he tells Diana about Ares' address, she will immediately rush over without hesitation and prove that she can defeat Ares. At this time, after hesitation for a while, Flight Man Steve on the side finally couldn't help but said, "Can I see my superiors now? I have to put the information in my hands into his hands as soon as possible." Steve was anxious, with sorrow, and really didn't want to see 2 big guys who couldn't afford to flirt with each other. When Billy heard the words, a smile came up at the corner of his mouth. "Contact your secretary, let's take Diana to change clothes first. Her dress as a Gothic warrior is really eye-catching." Steve nodded. He didn't dare to violate the request made by Billy, the boss. However, Steve took a look at Billy. You two are in super styled outfits. Are you sure you don't need to change it? Coming along this road, the eyes of the men and women on the street were all caught by the two of you. Someone hit the street light, somebody had an accident while driving, and so on. It was all caused by the two of you. Steve opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end, he chose to shut up obediently and be a quiet kid. Billy patted Diana on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Let's go, take you to try the strange clothes in your eyes, I think you will like it." Clothing. Diana's eyes lit up instantly, and she had long wanted to try those weird and beautiful clothes. Now that I heard Billy's suggestion, my mood instantly became more beautiful, and Billy's sulking suffocation didn't regenerate. However, Diana still said, "Sundara, I have said in advance, after trying the clothes, I will take me to find Ares on the battlefield." Billy smiled and nodded silently. Diana was determined to have a bargain with the BD Ares. In fact, Billy wanted to tell Diana that Ares was not on the battlefield. Soon, under the leadership of Steve, Billy and Diana came to the clothing store. Looking at the dazzling array of clothes, Billy noticed that there were small stars shining in Diana's eyes. Billy looked at Diana's happy look, and suddenly felt that he was too witty. Sure enough, a woman is a woman, and she loves shopping for clothes by nature. At the moment, Steve's female secretary has also come to the clothing store. Billy felt that if it was Diana herself, in her little white situation, she absolutely didn't even know how to wear the clothes, and someone had to help. In fact, Billy hoped that he would help Diana change clothes by himself. Pooh! Am I this kind of person? However, Steve is as bad as the one in the movie. He found a fat female secretary like a pig. Doesn't he know the real purpose of the secretary? Diana looked at Steve's secretary questioningly and asked, "Who are you?" The secretary replied with a professional smile, "I am Mr. Steve's secretary, Debbie, to help you choose clothes." Diana asked curiously, "What is a secretary?" Debbie gave Diana a strange look. Maybe this strangely dressed beauty is really an indigenous from a primitive African tribe. However, as a qualified secretary, she did not ask questions. Instead, she replied, "Secretary, just do everything. I will go wherever Mr. Steve asks me, and I will do what I ask." Asterisk. 043 The God of War appears for more. Oh, do everything. Billy glanced at Steve thoughtfully. "It turns out you like this bite, it's a bit unique, admire it." Steve knew instantly, and immediately shook his head and said, No, don't get me wrong, the relationship between us is very pure." Billy patted Steve's shoulder with a look that "I understand and understand, everyone is a man, I understand, don't be embarrassed." Steve's face suddenly turned dark. Malgobies, even if he jumped into the dark Thames, he couldn't clean it. At this moment, Diana nodded to Debbie, and once again burst out an amazing sentence, "In our place, this is called a slave." Billy was speechless, and the corners of Steve's mouth twitched, and Debbie's smile instantly drooped. At this moment, Debbie's mood was like eating a fly and stepping on shit. It was too hurtful, I will bear it. Ahem. Billy stood up and said slowly, "Let's go try on clothes." Diana stopped continuing the topic of secretary in an instant, and rushed to the strange clothes with enthusiasm. Steve comforted his secretary, then followed with Debbie. Diana walked to a corset, stroked the smooth and tight fabric, and asked curiously, "Is this the armor of your country? Can it be so thin and light to defend against weapons?" Debbie raised a professional smile again and explained, "This is plastic clothing. This is fashionable. This is to help you tighten your belly." Diana asked incomprehensibly, "Why do you want to tighten your belly?" Debbie glanced at her belly and said very depressed, "Only women who don't have a belly would ask like this." Suddenly, Billy said to Debbie, Choose some clothes that you think are good, whether it is a dress or a formal dress. Let her try it first, understand?" Debbie nodded, trying to behave like a very lady. "Okay, sir." After speaking, Debbie couldn't help but look at Billy a few more times. "He is so handsome, much better than the boss. I really want to put him to sleep." "Hold back. Don't hold back. You are a lovely lady." Billy smiled slightly at Debbie's weird look. "Then she will leave it to you for the time being. I believe your eyes." After speaking, Billy led Steve to the men's area, ready to find a jacket for himself as well, to cover his own combat uniform. Billy felt that for the safety of the thousands of girls on the road, he had better keep a low profile. Fortunately, Billy didn't know what Debbie was thinking. If he knew it, Billy would definitely feel like vomiting. Debbie clenched her hands involuntarily, propped her chin, looked at Billy's back with honey and happily, and murmured, "He just smiled at me. It's so charming. I'm going to be drunk." Fortunately, Billy didn't see this scene either. Otherwise, it would be either a big foot or a big mouth, which would force Debbie to fly as far as possible. It didn't take long for Billy and Steve, who had finished dressing, to return to the women's clothing section. At the moment, Billy wore a wide windbreaker and concealed a pull-out combat uniform. He became quite low-key, but he was still handsome and unstoppable. Steve also changed into his normal uniform, and also wore a gentleman's hat, and threw away the German uniform on him. Billy glanced around, but didn't find Diana, and asked Debbie, "Where is Diana? Are you still changing clothes in the locker room?" Debbie nodded, smiled brightly, and said sweetly, "Yes, sir, she is trying on the 226th dress." Billy was speechless for a moment. 226 pieces? How did she try? Steve was completely stunned. "More, how much?" Debbie said again very clearly, "The 226th." The corners of Steve's mouth twitched again, and he stopped talking. At this time, Diana walked out of the locker room, black top hat, white shirt, black tunic, black long skirt and black leather boots. All black. Powerless to complain. "But, I have to say, don't have a style." Billy looked at Diana, there was a feeling of lightning in front of her eyes. At night, you can take a sneak peek, think about it, there are still some chicks moving. Who? Obscene, shameless, shameless. Suddenly, Billy felt that Diana seemed to be missing something, and his eyes immediately searched around. "There is it." Billy walked over and picked up a pair of black eye frames, and put them on Diana. 2 steps back, and looking at Diana again, Billy nodded very satisfied, "More lovely and moving." "Yes, after going out, you think you are the prettiest boy on the whole street." Diana suddenly laughed happily, "Really?" Billy said solemnly, "Really, you are definitely the most beautiful woman." Diana instantly felt that she was flying into the clouds. No woman didn't like men to praise her for being beautiful, especially the men she liked. Steve patted his forehead helplessly. "Okay, even though I changed my clothes, I didn't go low-key at all. The turning head rate is absolutely 100%. After buying the order, Diana and Billy went to the Military Intelligence Department with Steve. Military Intelligence Department, meeting room. A thin old man who was at least 60 years old and had grey beard and hair gave a generous speech. "Country D is an extremely proud country. Our armistice agreement." Suddenly, he saw Billy and others who had just broken in. His eyes stayed on Diana's body for an instant. The unique breath of the Amazon female warrior clan was too obvious, not to mention his half-sister. Without any confirmation, he can be sure that it is a mysterious connection in the blood, a unique induction. However, beside Diana, a handsome young man made him vigilant. The power of Shazam. The power of time. When did the people of the Eternal Rock Temple get in touch with the Himalayas Temple? And also came together with the Amazon female warrior clan? Now, about my true identity, has it been seen through? Billy is also looking at the old guy, Sir Patrick, the incarnation of Ares, the god of war, and that's why Billy came here. However, Billy didn't tell Diana now that this old guy was the target she was looking for. Some things require her to witness, see, and experience by herself in order to grow at the fastest speed. Asterisk. 044 provoked face to face, the god of war is so angry. One more. Steve walked quickly to Sir Patrick and handed over the notebook in his hand. Sir, I have a very important piece of information here. It is Dr. Maru's research notes. If we can decipher it as soon as possible, we will definitely be able to change the course of the entire war and even win the final victory. At this moment, Steve's previously suspended heart finally let go, and he breathed a sigh of relief. This extremely important piece of information was finally handed over to the boss, his mission was finally completed, and the disaster that the Germans attempted to create would surely be destroyed. Sir Patrick took the notebook in Steve's hand and looked through it pretendingly. This is the research notebook of Dr. Poison himself. Steve said very positively, yes, I grabbed it with all my hard work. Sir Patrick scanned the high-level generals in the conference room, and raised the notebook in his hand and asked, everyone here, who can translate the text on this notebook? Obviously, he doesn't care much about the contents of this notebook. Whether it is true or not, and no matter what the specific content is, it is impossible to disrupt his next arrangements. Everything is a foregone conclusion. Regarding the sudden appearance of Billy and Diana, he also didn't pay attention to it. His strength was too weak to worry about. As the god of war, Ares, one of the 12 gods of Olympus, he has his pride and self-confidence. He can see the details of Billy and Diana at a glance. Even if his identity is revealed, no one will believe that he is still Sir Patrick, the highest person in charge of the Allied nations, and no one can stop him. At this moment, Diana suddenly stood up and said, "This is Turkish and Sumerian, I can understand." As a family of gods and blessings, the Amazon women warriors not only possess the power bestowed by the Olympus gods, but they also understand all the languages in this world. Billy shrugged silently. If Diana knew Sir Patrick was the Ares she had been looking for, she wondered if she would still be so enthusiastic to help. Perhaps this is the furthest distance in the world. When the enemy is standing in front of you, you don't know it, and you stupidly help the enemy. However, what makes Billy feel strange is that the supernatural aura in Sir Patrick's body doesn't seem to be as strong as he imagined, it seems to be a bit weak. But Billy can be sure, absolutely above the current Diana, after all, Diana can't even sense the divine aura of the opponent. In a sense, Diana's situation is similar to Billy's situation. They both carry huge amounts of divine treasures, but they can't fully control them. Billy feels that he needs further confirmation on the specific strength of Sir Patrick. This time, what he needs to face is not comparable to the 7 deadly sins that had just been broken and already weakened to the extreme. It is better to be careful to make the Wanyan ship. And when Diana stood up, the entire conference room suddenly became noisy. A woman. How can a woman enter our meeting room? Get out now. Sir Patrick raised his hands and pressed against the crowd, and said loudly, "Please be quiet. Since this lady can understand Turkish and Sumerian, why don't we let her give it a try?" With the opening of Sir Patrick, the people also have to shut up, the boss said so. And if they then against it, it is not a play gooseberry. Sir Patrick handed the hands of the notebook to the Diana, smiling when he said, "Trouble you, this beautiful lady, do not know how," said Roar. At the moment, the hearts of Sir Patrick is holding a kind of state of mind to play, want to see, were high hopes for Diana in the end be able to play what tricks. He did not know Diana really did not know her identity, and even Diana knew, he did not care. Anyway, as long as they make moves, he comers, all fight in the end, to see who in the end who play too. Billy glanced at Sir Patrick's eye, Fox, Her smile is so special, meow sinister, sooner or later you tear this layer of camouflage. Diana but did not think, took the notebook, politely replied. My name is Diana, from Paradise Island. Oh, said Sir Patrick, deliberately pretended not to know, nodded, but the hearts of little uncomfortable. Courageous enough, direct yourself first, this is my challenge to you. In fact, Diana is just a simple self-introduction only, she really did not think too much, really have to admire the brain make of the contents of Sir Patrick. Billy shook his head, which does not express any opinion. Diana worldly, no heart for anyone preparedness. He said simply, it is silly sweet white. One day, she will suffer because of the lessons, so grow up. Diana turned the notebook side, the side of the solution, said. This is a recipe that can be a new kind of synthesis gas, mustard gas. They replaced the hydrogen sulfur, making the lethal poison gas becomes more powerful, the original gas masks will no longer play any role. It's above also said they were ready to release huge amounts of mustard gas that power at the front, we should now immediately go to the front line, kill Ares, stop the war. Billy touched his forehead, went to Diana's side, the notebook through Steve, then took Diana went to the side. He felt that Diana can shut up. Ares's face in front of, say kill him, this kind of thing, it is estimated that Diana did, really fearless, I be served. Billy Sir Patrick looked at each other's faces very calm, but also directed at Billy exposed a friendly smile, did not say kill Diana because he caused any emotional fluctuations. Be followed, Billy and Diana turned back in the last moment, the eyes of Sir Patrick Henley directly flashed a light. Maggie. Long wings are not hard, he would dare God of War Ares face that kill him, it is entirely red fruit provocation, it is not looked down on him. Sir Patrick was very angry, very serious consequences. In short, he made a big mistake. At this time, Steve holding a notebook, he walked in front of Sir Patrick again, sternly, and said, Sir, we have to find a place to concoctions gas weapons as soon as possible, and then completely destroyed off. He witnessed the power of this gas, and know how horrible that there are, he must stop it, even though he was just a little captain. Asterisk. 045 Blackmail the God of War 2 more. Sir Patrick said in a deep voice, according to the latest information, the German General Ludendorff is now in Billy. However, we cannot send troops to Billy, which was occupied by the DA country, because we are negotiating the German surrender. Stop the German gas bombs? Joke. This was planned by me. In order to be able to successfully release the German gas bombs, I also deliberately let other high-level German generals surrender, and promised to sign the surrender agreement of the Allies. After the gas bombs were dropped, the war was restarted immediately, and all humans in this world were destroyed in one fell swoop. You know, Ares's real purpose in starting the war is to destroy the whole world. Steve became anxious when he heard the words, Sir, I have seen the power of that kind of poisonous gas. Once it is put into use, soldiers on both sides will suffer. No one is spared, and no one can survive. Sir Patrick looked helpless and said embarrassingly, This is the mission of a soldier, Captain, we must take care of the overall situation. In fact, what he wanted was this result. Soldiers on both sides had to die, and innocent civilians would also have to die. For him, there is no such thing as an enemy or an enemy. They are all damn ants. This is a fun game, a game that can let him pass the boring time. Now, everything is ready, no one can destroy it. But Steve still didn't give up, and pleaded bitterly, Send me. Just have an assistant. Give me a chance to stop Ludendorff's actions by myself. Sir Patrick was suddenly upset. Extraordinary, who do you think you are? A captain of the Air Force really regards himself as the savior. This is Lao Tzu's plan. What qualifications do you have to set the table with me? Sir Patrick sullenly yelled, Captain, Are you crazy? The war has reached its final stage. No one can make any extra troubles before the German army signs the surrender letter. Please figure out what is the top priority in this situation, and nothing else can be done. Don't even think about it. This is an order. Sir Patrick gave Steve a fierce look, and if Steve dared to be stubborn, he wouldn't mind shooting him straight away. Steve lowered his head helplessly. Yes, I understand, sir. At this moment, Steve's mood is very depressed. He did not expect that the information he desperately grabbed back would be such a result in exchange. He felt a deep powerlessness and heartache when he thought that there would be countless soldiers sacrificed on the front-line battlefield. Billy wasn't surprised at all about this, and he knew all the ways here. Sir Patrick is the driving force behind all this, and naturally won't agree to Steve's request. Even if you want to agree, it can only be done in private, and in your own name. Otherwise, the situation will become uncontrollable. In the film, Sir Patrick is secretly supporting Steve's actions. And the reason he supported it was just to use Ludendorff's hand to get rid of Steve's brain damage. Diana was angry when she heard the words, rushed to Sir Patrick, pointed to the opponent's nose and questioned, "You want to sacrifice so many lives on purpose, isn't there life?" At the moment, Sir Patrick's mood was very upset and he was almost out of control. After living for so many years, no one except his old son Zeus, the old BD, has dared to point his nose to teach him. It is simply horrible. After Steve heard what Diana said, he was immediately anxious, but Diana scolded his chief, maybe he would be shot. However, apart from anxiety, Steve didn't know what to do at all. None of them were easy to provoke, none of them were offended, so he could only look at Steve for help. Billy directly ignored Steve's help, and didn't want to stop Diana from the bottom of his heart. Diana was very angry, and she had to let her vent, otherwise, she would definitely vent on his head when she turned her head, and her affection for him would be greatly reduced. This is absolutely not allowed by Billy. In addition, he knew very well that Sir Patrick would never do anything at this time, and the other party would definitely not want to expose himself in such an occasion. Since the god of war Ares chose to play the role of Sir Patrick, he will not do anything that does not fit this role, which will greatly reduce the fun of the game. Diana continued to curse angrily, "Does it matter if they die? In my hometown, the generals will not hide in the office like cowards. They will fight with the soldiers and die on the battlefield together. You should be ashamed of this." After scolding, Diana walked directly to Billy's side. "Let's go, let's get out of here and go to the battlefield. I don't want to see these guys anymore. They are all cowards." Billy patted Diana on the shoulder. "Okay, you calm down, you don't know how to get angry with this old gang, let me take care of it." Then, Billy walked up to Sir Patrick, then stretched out his right hand and greeted Roar, "Temple of Eternal Rock, Billy, it's nice to meet you." At this moment, Billy has seen through the details of Sir Patrick and is ready to have a good time with him. Sir Patrick hid the knife in his smile and stretched out his right hand to hold Billy together. "Sir Patrick from Ying country, I'm glad to meet you." He had long known that Billy came from the Temple of Eternal Rock and had a close relationship with their Olympus gods. Otherwise, let alone beckoning Roar with him, he was blasted out as soon as he came in. Billy lowered his voice and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "I know your true identity, the duplication of Ares, the god of war. My request is very simple. Give me a box of large value activity funds, and I will take them to the front line. Otherwise, don't blame me for disrupting you." Although you are not afraid of Diana, who has not yet grown up, the Temple of Eternal Rock and the Himalayas are far more troublesome than the Amazons. Quietly tell you one thing, Diana still doesn't know your true identity, otherwise, she would have been at war with you with a murderous weapon. Now, do you make a decision?" Billy looked at Sir Patrick with a faint smile, as if he had taken him down. When returning to the Temple of Eternal Rock to visit old Shazam, Shazam told Billy a secret after learning that Billy and Diana were going to deal with Ares, the god of war. Asterisk. 046 The god of war has a sentence that Mom wants to talk about 3 more. According to the old Shazam, for unknown reasons, the Olympus gods could not actually descend from a long time ago. They can only walk the world in the form of duplication, and their strength is limited. Simply put, although the duplication of Ares, the god of war in front of him, is so much stronger than his own, it is still within the controllable range. As long as he doesn't overdo it, he doesn't need to be afraid. Sir Patrick's face looked uncertain. It was originally a family affair of their Olympus gods, but he didn't expect that the Eternal Rock Temple would be mixed in. Maybe there is a Himalayas temple. Regarding Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One, let alone duplication, even if the real body arrives, he is very jealous. You know, Ancient One is the only big boss in this universe who has both the power of space and the power of time. Unless she wants to die, no one can kill her. When Billy came in, Sir Patrick had already perceived the power of time in the opponent's eyes, so he did not doubt the deep relationship between this guy and the Himalayas temple. He also perceives Billy's control of Shazam's power. Although he can ignore it, the premise is that he really comes. Sir Patrick felt that if he didn't agree to Billy's request, Billy and Diana would definitely trouble him immediately. Diana killed at most the Amazon female warriors behind her, but if she killed Billy, her duplication would definitely not be able to keep it. Sir Patrick's heart was quite angry. He was always the only one who counted others, but today he was beaten once by others. Although it was just a box of insignificant banknotes, he finally lost his face. Once it spreads out, it's a joke. Sir Patrick snorted, "Tonight, I will send you the money. Remember what you said, if you dare to play with me, don't blame me for being rude to you. Even if your master, old Shazam, comes, you won't be able to keep you. A word is for sure, see you tonight." With a smile on his face, Billy turned to call roar to Steve and Diana, and left the meeting room directly. After leaving the conference room, Diana couldn't wait to ask Billy, "Shall we go to the battlefield now? The General Ludendorff who wants to put poison gas must be Ares. As long as he is killed, the war can end." Billy is not surprised that Diana would think this way. After all, under inertial thinking, everyone tends to think that the most brutal one is the ultimate boss. But in fact, the real big boss is generally hidden deep, and will never be easily discovered, otherwise how can he enjoy the game behind the scenes? If he hadn't watched the movie beforehand, Billy would have thought that General Ludendorff was the incarnation of Ares, the god of war, and would never have thought of Sir Patrick, a good man who wanted to end the war. "Be patient, and when we are ready, we will set off right away." Then, Billy said to Steve, "Gather your brothers and take Diana and me to the Billy battlefield where General Ludendorff is located. As for the operation funds, Sir Patrick will send it over tonight." After Steve heard what Billy said, the flame of hope that had been extinguished in his heart instantly burned, and said excitedly, "Great, with your help, our action will definitely be successful." He had seen the horror of Billy and Diana on the Paradise Island. They were indestructible, powerful, and amazingly fast. Steve can be sure that if Billy and Diana, these two big bosses, are on the battlefield, they will definitely become a nightmare for the enemy, and no one can stop their madness. As for why Billy asked Steve to find a helper, because Billy needs a guide, a spy, logistics, and so on. Even though he is on the battlefield, Billy has to make him as relaxing and comfortable as traveling. He will only take action when he finally fights the big boss. At night, a bar. Sir Patrick drove to the door of the bar alone. Billy Perception noticed the approach of Sir Patrick, and Diana walked out of the bar ahead of time. Sir Patrick walked out of the car with a suitcase and hummed angrily, "Yes, you need funds for action. I hope you will strictly abide by our agreement." Billy took the big suitcase in Sir Patrick's hand, and opened the suitcase with a crack, and saw that it was full of pounds, and at least 100 pieces, and even 1,000 pieces. You know, during the First World War, the British pound was very valuable, and 1 pound was equivalent to $5. Billy was very happy in his heart. He was really developed this time. He became rich overnight. Looking back, you can think about what the money can be used for, such as buying land and buying a house. After a few decades, the money has definitely been increased by many times. Getting rich, heading to the pinnacle of life, is now in sight. Snapped. Billy closed the suitcase, with a sly smile on his lips. Thank you, I will definitely not disrupt you in the future, but will directly destroy your duplication. Before he could say anything, Billy threw the suitcase in his hand into the car that Sir Patrick drove over, and at the same time clenched his fists, and rushed towards Sir Patrick. The power of Shazam quickly circulated in Billy's body, and his arrogant aura instantly skyrocketed. Sir Patrick and Diana were all startled at once. Bang bang bang! Billy's fist hits Sir Patrick's chest like a violent storm, and the sound of broken bones can still be heard faintly. Sir Patrick's body traversed a parabola in the air and slammed heavily on the street not far away. His entire chest was completely sunken. As the incident happened suddenly, Sir Patrick did not react at all. However, in order not to be noticed, Billy's offensive power is also quite limited, otherwise he will definitely be able to severely injure the opponent in one fell swoop. Boom! Sir Patrick stood up abruptly, and the terrifying power suddenly rose, causing gusts of wind, and the clothes on his body were hunting. At this moment, Sir Patrick stared at Billy grimly, burning with anger, gritted his teeth and roared, "A hole, dare to play with me and seek death." Billy laughed and said, "You are the one playing, Ares, the god of war." "What? Is he the god of war, Ares?" Diana was shocked when she heard the words and looked at Billy in astonishment, her brain crashing a bit. Boom! Suddenly, Sir Patrick's clothes blazed ablaze, and instantly turned to ashes. The fiery flame enveloped Sir Patrick's body, and the shiny silver armor immediately attached to his body. Ares, the god of war, went crazy. Asterisk. 047 The so-called truth for more. Ares, one of the 12 gods of Olympus, known as the god of war, the supervillain in DC, Wonder Woman Diana's #1 enemy, the king of God, born of Zeus and the queen Hera. Diana is the same father-mother's brother. His duplication often turns into the appearance of a mortal, instigating wars among the people, because the disputes in the human world are the source of his power. The more wars, the stronger his power. Diana stared blankly at Ares coming out of the raging flames. After feeling the unabashed breath of the opponent, she finally knew that Sir Patrick was the god of war Ares she had been looking for. She gave Billy a stern look, annoyed in her heart. Although Diana is naive, she is not a fool, and her IQ is still online. Obviously, Billy knew from the beginning that Sir Patrick was the god of war Ares. However, Billy kept hiding from her, causing her to be chattering in the conference room for a long time before, feeling like an idiot. Since Sir Patrick is the god of war Ares, how could he agree to send troops to stop General Ludendorff's gas bomb release plan? This is actually a ghost behind him. Billy touched his nose with a little embarrassment, and explained to Diana apologetically, "Please believe that I didn't intend to hide it from you before, just to better stop this battlefield." Diana snorted coldly and ignored Billy. She changed her outfit instantly, with a magical shield in her left hand and a Vulcan sword in her right. Boom! The legs slammed into force. Diana turned into a flash of golden lightning and rushed towards Ares, the god of war, with a bright silver armor and only a pair of blood eyes exposed. Billy shrugged helplessly. Diana couldn't hold 10,000 heads of grass with this character. If he had told her in advance, how could he extort a large sum of money from Ares, even though the money was used by Ares without the consent of Sir Patrick? Besides, his master, old Shazam, slept for so long. In case the information goes wrong, the incarnation of Sir Patrick is the real body of Aries. Then he is playing a fart, just pack his things and leave. The ghost wants to die. Not to mention how powerful Aries' real body is. With just one characteristic, Aries is already invincible. You know, the Olympus gods and the Asgard gods are essentially different. Most of them are gods of faith in the world. The belief is immortal, and the 7 deadly sins sealed in the Temple of Eternal Rock. Billy defines this characteristic as being rogue, bug-like existence. As for duplication, definitely can be destroyed, but the number of duplications. Kill. Diana's shield protected him, shouted loudly, raised the Vulcan sword in his hand, and the divine power poured into him madly. Bang! There was an explosion, and the sword of the Vulcan sword instantly ignited a golden flame, exuding extremely terrifying power. This Vulcan sword is a proud work made by Hephaestus, the god of fire and craftsman, one of the 12 gods of Olympus. It is named after its title and possesses extremely terrifying power. Hephaestus, the god of fire and craftsmanship, is an extraordinary god, and he is also the son of the god King Zeus and the queen Hera, and he has superb forging technology. According to legend, Zeus' lightning spear and Poseidon's trident were all made by Hephaestus. Diana stared at Ares, the god of war stubbornly, fighting to the sky. Struggling to swing the sword of Vulcan in her hand, and slashed at Ares' head. Under Ares' helmet, his face was calm, and the corners of his mouth were still a bit of sneer, completely not paying attention to Diana's attack. He just raised his left hand, the god of war's glove was shining with silver blue light, and he grabbed the sword of Vulcan, as if he was doing a trivial thing. Kang! With a blast of metal, Ares easily grasped the Vulcan sword in Diana's hand, and still grasped it on the blade of the golden sacred fire. Diana was taken aback for a moment, struggling to pull the Vulcan sword back. However, the Vulcan sword remained motionless in Ares's hands, holding it firmly. Diana was shocked, and never expected that Ares's strength would be so powerful. The sword of Vulcan is like being firmly restrained by an irresistible force. Even if she has exerted all her strength, she cannot test out the limit of that force. Diana's heart could not help but set off a stormy sea. In her original imagination, she would be able to defeat Ares easily with her own killer weapon, but the current result was obviously not the case. A weapon to kill the gods. Ares glanced at the Vulcan sword he was holding in disdain, and laughed. Don't you know? The armor of the god of war on my body is also an artifact created by Hephaestus. In terms of weapons, you don't have any advantage. Only the gods can really beat the gods. The BD Zeus certainly didn't tell you. My dear sister, you are the real weapon to kill the gods. The old BD Zeus left him and the Amazon Queen's children as a weapon to deal with my duplication. After Diana heard what Ares was saying, she had an unbelievable expression on her face. The development of the matter completely exceeded her imagination and completely broke her original cognition. No, it's not true, you lied to me. Diana shook her head, took off the mantra lasso around her waist with her left hand, and threw it on Ares without hesitation. Ares didn't dodge at all, letting the mantra lasso tie herself up. For Diana, he hasn't wanted to kill him yet. Diana looked at Ares angrily, the golden light of the mantra lasso in her hand. She believes that under the mantra lasso, Ares will surely tell the truth. I order you, tell me the truth. Ares slowly raised his right hand, and the silver blue divine power followed the mantra lasso, leaping towards Diana, and then said very calmly, this is it. I am not the god of war, but the god of truth, mankind, who has snatched this world from us, and they destroyed it day by day, and I, the only God who can see through this, is powerless to stop them. For so many years, I have been fighting alone, and I whispered in their ears, inspiring them, inventing poison gas, inventing weapons, but I never forced them to use it. It was the war that they provoked. What I did was to plan an armistice agreement that they would never abide by, to make them self-destruct, but this has not been enough until you come. Asterisk. 048 Battle of the Gods Reward plus more. At this time, at the entrance of the bar, Steve brought his two partners to Billy's side. The two partners are relatively thin, one is Samir, a high-level spy with eyebrows, and the other is Charlie, a professional sniper who smells of alcohol. All three of them looked at the incredible picture in the distance with dumbfounded and shocked faces. Two warriors dressed up in the Middle Ages, one gleaming in gold and one gleaming in silver, but they all feel very uncomfortable. Steve swallowed and asked dumbfounded, "That, Sir Patrick, is the god of war Ares?" Although Steve had some belief in the existence of Ares, the god of war before that, believing and seeing it with his own eyes are completely different things. When Steve saw the true god with his own eyes, his heart was suddenly uncontrollable and terrified. The atheism he had always believed in was completely broken and shattered. Anyway, it is unacceptable for a while, and it must be digested well. Billy looked at the situation in the distance and replied casually, "Yes, that is the god of war Ares, but it's just duplication, nothing to be afraid of." Steve stared blankly at the god of war who seemed to be mad and cool. As for duplication and not duplication, he didn't even hear. He knew that the god of war in the mythology, Ares, really existed, so other gods must also exist, and maybe they are also playing a certain big shot. This world is too dangerous, how can mortals be able to beat God? Steve feels that it is very necessary for him to have a good relationship with Billy and Diana, two big bosses, to be able to better guarantee his personal safety. At the same time, when I drink with my brothers in the future, I will have another bragging capital, and I can definitely envy everyone. Billy secretly watched the situation in the distance, without rushing forward. He knew that Ares would not hurt Diana for the time being, and Ares wanted to pull Diana into the group. Billy feels that Diana needs to grow and go through some things. She shouldn't be like a 24-hour personal nanny, which will affect Diana's progress. In the distance, on the street, the truth from Ares, the god of war, turned into a picture, which constantly appeared in the mind of Diana Wonder Woman, making Diana feel extremely confused and entangled. She didn't know whether she should believe what Ares said. Could this be the truth of everything? Is everything I know fake? Ares continued to say to Diana, "Diana, I am not your enemy. Only I can truly understand you, and only I can truly understand humans. Humans have always been like this, and will always be like this, weak, cruel, selfish, greedy, and able to do the most terrible things. My desire has always been to show the gods how evil the mankind created by my father is. When you first came here, I wanted to get rid of you directly, but I thought that if you could see things that the gods never saw, then you would be with me. When we unite, we can end all the pain, all the torture, and the destruction humans have brought to this world, and we can make this world return to the paradise before humans appeared, forever." Ares's voice seemed to be full of magic, full of irresistible temptation. At this time, the starlight crown on Diana's head suddenly shone, making Diana's consciousness instantly clear, and all the blur in her eyes disappeared. Diana looked at Ares angrily. "You dare to confuse me, I will never stand in the same camp as you." Ares was slightly surprised, but still calmly continued to say, "Dear sister, I don't want to be an enemy of you, but if you are obsessed, don't blame me for being impolite." Before the words finished, Ares grabbed the mantra lasso's right hand and suddenly surged, turning into a silver-blue shockwave, which blasted Diana on the opposite side. Diana didn't notice for a while and didn't block the attack. Boom! Shockwave hit Diana's abdomen heavily, and the powerful force directly blasted Diana out. Diana let out a cry of pain, roar, quickly relieved the impact, stabilized her figure, and rushed towards Ares again without admitting defeat. "Hee hee." Ares smiled coldly, and slowly raised his hands. The ground under Diana's feet suddenly rose and fell like a turbulent wave, violently hitting Diana. Diana's speed was suddenly reduced, and she encountered great resistance. Ares's body began to float, and quickly rose into the air. "Dear sister, you still have too many things to learn." Boom! Ares waved his hands, the blue stone slabs on the ground, steel railroad lights, etc., floated under the control of Ares, and then lazed towards Diana. The entrance of the bar. "My goodness! Are we going to help? Are you sure our bullets hit Death God?" Steve, Samir, and Charlie stared at the scene in amazement, and couldn't help but doubt life. Is this the power of God? What a terrifying power! Even Steve, who had seen him on Paradise Island before, was so shocked that he couldn't speak. It was shocking. At this moment, they all deeply felt the insignificance of being mortals. It turns out that in the novel, it is true that gods treat humans as ants. Billy looked at Ares's powerful control ability with some envy. He deserved to be a big boss. Even if it was just duplication, the battles of gestures were full of compulsions. Diana's fighting method was compared with that of one, completely like a savage and backward primitive man. Even the flight ability hadn't been mastered yet. At this moment, Diana's charge was completely interrupted, and she was forced to stop in place, with the shield in front of her, struggling to resist Ares's attack, with a faint tendency to retreat. To be honest, Diana's heart was quite depressed, and Ares's strength hit her self-confidence severely. As Billy said, as the god of war, Ari is definitely not so easy to deal with. It's just that she didn't expect that in front of Ares, she would feel so powerless. She had always believed firmly that she would be able to beat Ares. At this moment, her conviction began to waver. However, she still did not give up. She is an Amazon female warrior, and she absolutely allows herself to give up lightly. Even if you encounter unprecedented setbacks, you must rise to the challenge. To die is to die on the way to charge. Asterisk. 049 beat the god of war one more. Bang bang bang. The explosion sound continued, and heavy objects such as stones, steel, etc. continued to bombard Diana's shield fiercely. Diana clenched her teeth and persisted, but the left arm holding the shield was already sore. Kang! Kang! Ares's hands suddenly grabbed towards the void, and two god of war swords suddenly appeared in his hands. "Let us see, what kind of god are you?" Ares glanced at Diana disdainfully, and her words were full of sarcasm. He felt that although Diana was a second-generation god, she didn't deserve to be a god at all. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, and the two god of war swords in his hand were thrown directly by Ares and blasted towards Diana's shield. The sword of the god of war turned into two silver lightnings, wrapped in a terrifying aura of destruction, and passed through the distance of the void in the blink of an eye. Boom! Boom! Two silver lightning bolts blasted on Diana's shield one after another. The unprecedented impact made Diana no longer able to stop. The shield blasted directly on his chest under the terrifying impact, and Diana's body was once again boom-flying. Bang! Diana smashed heavily not far from the entrance of the bar, smashing a large hole, and a large amount of broken stones splashed out of it. The three Steves were shocked instantly when they saw this. The big boss is too scary. Big Diana was abused. How to break it? Boom! Suddenly, in the distant sky, there was a terrible power that shook the world suddenly, and countless people's hearts seemed to be hit hard by a heavy hammer, and their heartbeat almost stopped, which made people feel suffocated. Ares's power has skyrocketed, and the divine power in his body is running wildly, and his blood-red eyes are filled with a thick fierce color, and he looks down at Diana ruthlessly. Do you only have this ability? It really disappoints me. Boom! Before the words were over, Ares was like a cannonball that suddenly ignited, flying down from the sky, and slammed Diana fiercely. Diana was horrified, a little shocked by Ares's terrifying aura, her eyebrows frowned, she felt such frustration and powerlessness for the first time. At the moment, Not far away, Billy's heart shuddered, feeling that Diana's frustration was almost the same. If he continued to fight, he might not even have self-confidence. Billy felt that it was time for him to play. In fact, this was originally the battle between him and Ares, the god of war, but Diana rushed too fast and directly intervened in it. As a result, it was naturally taught by Ares to be a human like in the movie. This matter tells everyone that before there is no absolute strength, it is better to keep a low profile, not to mention rushing forward and being ridiculed before you have not figured out the strength of the opponent. Billy quickly raised his right hand, grabbed it in the void, and a golden scepter inlaid with a huge magic gem appeared in Billy's hand. This scepter is naturally from Billy's master Shazam. It is an extremely powerful magic weapon. Whether it is used as a melee weapon or a weapon for spell casting, it has an attack power that cannot be underestimated. Boom! Billy bends his legs and suddenly exerts force, and the whole person turns into an arrow from the string, and instantly arrives in front of Diana. After Diana saw Billy, there was a light of hope in her eyes. As if a drowning child saw a rescuer. Billy clasped the scepter with both hands, and the power of Shazam in his body was madly injected into it. The golden electric light flew out, and instantly enveloped the entire scepter, and the terrifying power rose crazily, no longer rushing under the coming Ares. At this moment, the golden electric light and the silver blue electric light each occupy half of the space, and the two sides are competing against each other. Steve and the others looked at Billy, who suddenly shot with surprise, and suddenly couldn't help cheering for Billy in their hearts, hoping that Billy could blow up the terrible Ares. Boom! Billy's golden scepter and Ares's fists were hard pressed together, and the sound of terrifying bombardment swept everywhere like a violent storm, making ears buzzing, and there was no other sound at all. The dazzling light was like an explosion of the sun, instantly engulfing the space where Billy and Ares were, making people see nothing but a large expanse of glare. It felt as if the eyes were scared to look at for a second. Gradually, everything seemed to be back to normal. The light dissipated, and the figures of Billy and Ares each receded. In this round, the outcome was evenly divided. Billy tightened the scepter in his hand. This was the first time he used the scepter to fight. It felt very good, very smooth, and very powerful. Although the Eternal Rock Temple is sparsely populated, it is still a huge force guarding one side, and it is somewhat precious, not so poor. Ares suspended in the air and looked at Billy, who was playing with him coldly. Originally, he didn't want to be an enemy of Billy. After all, he couldn't come in person and his strength was limited, but now he is bullied by the opponent, so there is nothing to say, there is only one battle. You are as disgusting, despicable, and shameless as humans. Billy faced Ares without showing any weakness, and laughed. Are you stupid? I am a human being. Who is more annoying? Everyone knows that it is definitely you, the god of war Ares. Among the gods of Olympus, the god of war Ares is definitely the most hated. He is described as a bloodthirsty murderer and conqueror of a defensive castle. It is said that the Queen Hera only touched a flower changed by Zeus on the Orenos steppe, and as a result, he gave birth to Ares. This operation was really slippery. Hey, the descendants of the Eternal Rock Temple, don't think that you can fight against the true gods if you have some gods' powers, and you can't help yourself. Ares grunted and grabbed the void with both hands, and the two swords of the god of war returned to his hands again. I will destroy you. After the words were over, Ares was covered with silver blue electric lights, pointed his swords at Billy, and furiously killed him. Amid a series of metal humming sounds, a sharp sword quickly condensed in front of Ares. Whoosh! A sharp whistling sound rang out from the sky. Billy looked down upon the sword rain in the sky, and the golden scepter in his hand pointed forward. Shockwaves condensed by golden lightning shot out frantically. Bang bang bang! In the fierce confrontation, Jianyu and Shockwave shattered one after another, and the aura on Ares and Billy grew. Boom! A powerful aura suddenly erupted, and the attention of Ares and Billy were both drawn over, and Diana stood up again, burning with golden flames all over. Asterisk. 050 The Rise of Wonder Woman 2 More. Billy looked at Diana with some surprise. He didn't expect Diana to grow so fast and so fast. Relying on the will not to admit defeat, Diana bore the bitter fruit of frustration, and inspired more divine powers hidden in her body that had not been controlled, making her own strength greatly improved. Ares looked at Diana in surprise, but the expression on her face was a bit stinky, and it became gloomy in an instant. He didn't expect that his suppression would actually help Diana on the road ahead. This special code makes people feel uncomfortable, like eating a fly and stepping on shit. Billy looked at Diana with a smile on his face and asked, "How do you feel now?" For Diana's growth, Billy felt happy since he was his woman after all. Diana nodded, her face filled with joy. "Very good, it makes me more confident to defeat Ares. I said that I will definitely defeat Ares." An unprecedented fighting spirit rose from Diana's heart, rushing into the sky, sweeping away the frustration brought to her by Ares, the god of war. However, Ares's face was even more ugly. "Maggie. My sister didn't take him seriously. Do you really think he is muddled?" At this moment, Diana looked at Ares with a faint smile, and said coldly and ruthlessly, "Thank you, but you must die." When Ares heard this, the old face under the helmet was immediately gloomy. Male Gobi. He felt that his chest was about to explode with anger, and Chikuakuo's provocation was simply unforgivable. At the moment, Ares only wanted to do one thing, and that was to kill the two bastards Diana and Billy. Boom! Suddenly, the golden sacred fire on Diana's body blazed abruptly, and her mighty power soared like a god. Steve and the others looked at the sudden explosion of Diana in shock, and their mood became even more excited, as if they had seen the scene of Ares about to be cut. King! The Vulcan sword in Diana's hand was shaking with excitement, thirstingly swallowing the rolling power in Diana's body, and the entire body of the sword was completely burnt. The blade of the Vulcan sword disappeared and was completely replaced by a blazing golden flame. Its attack power was far better than before, revealing its true power. At this time, Ares's blood-red eyes were filled with cold killing intent, and he raised the sword of the god of war in his hand. Boom! In an instant, the wind and thunder made a lot of work, and electric snakes flew across the sky. Click! The silver-blue electric light fell from the sky and smashed Ares's sword of the god of war with incomparable precision, filling it with even more terrifying power of thunder. As the son of Zeus, even if he was a son who didn't like Zeus, he still inherited Zeus's ability to control the thunder, but it was not so terrible, but it was still full of terrible destructive power. There was no fear in Diana's eyes, her legs bent, and she accumulated strength. Boom! Diana slammed into the air, and the whole person soared into the sky like a burning rocket. In the blink of an eye, she came to Ares, and swung the blazing Vulcan sword in her hand unceremoniously. Billy shook his head helplessly when he saw it. "It would be even better if you could come with a bottle of Fat House Happy Water and popcorn." The standard equipment for the crowd watching the show. Facing Diana's menacing attack, Ares snorted, and the sword of the god of war, wrapped in the power of thunder in the sky, slashed at Diana's sword of Vulcan. This time, Ares wanted Diana to lose so that she could never stand up again. Boom! The two swords of the god of war and the sword of Vulcan fought against each other in an unyielding manner. Diana and Ares glared at each other, using their entire body to compete with each other, and no one had flinched. As far as strength is concerned, Diana is already equal to Ares after her strength has skyrocketed. As far as weapons are concerned, the sharp swords of the two people are made by the same god, which is difficult to judge, and there is almost no distinction between male and female. However, the situation did not end in a stalemate. The silver-blue lightning power of Ares directly leaped towards Diana's arms along the Vulcan sword. There are more thunder powers above the sky that are constantly being drawn to the sword of the god of war and attacking Diana. At this moment, the corner of Aries' lips couldn't help but evoke a triumphant smile, thinking that Diana would soon be wiped out by his power of thunder. Diana was very anxious, but what she didn't expect was that all of Aries' power of thunder was swallowed by the Guardian Silver bracelet on her wrist. You know, this pair of Guardian Silver bracelets is made of fragments of Aegis, which has a strong effect on the power of thunder, and is specially used to fight against the power of thunder of Aries. Diana looked at the Guardian Silver bracelet in surprise. The accident came too timely. Aries' face turned darker, and he directly cursed the old BD Zeus, and the brother Hephaestus, the god of fire and craftsman, who was against him together thousands of times. At this moment, Diana suddenly remembered a function about the Guardian Silver bracelet, and immediately hit the Guardian Silver bracelet on the right arm with the Guardian Silver bracelet on her left arm. Boom! With a loud bang, the Guardian Silver bracelets collided with each other in an instant golden light, and the power of terrifying thunder spewed out. This is the Guardian deity in the Guardian Silver bracelet, and it is also from Zeus's divine power, which is far more powerful than the Zeus divine power controlled by Billy. Boom! The power of the terrifying golden thunder rushed out like 1,000 horses. When Aries had no reaction at all, he was bombarded in an instant. Boom! Aries' body flew upside down, and then he smashed a huge hole on the ground. The shiny silver armor was black with thick white smoke, the helmet on his head was directly cut into the air, and an explosive hairstyle was fixed. Aries was furious and furious. He had completely hated the old BD Zeus and the brother Hephaestus, who is also the 12th god of Olympus, and it was all about working together to calculate him. Maggie! Ares's figure flickered, completely disappeared in the big pit, teleported directly behind Diana, smiled coldly, and slammed the sword of the god of war in his hand unceremoniously. Diana couldn't react, she only came and turned around and put the shield in front of her. Boom! Ares's sword of god of war slammed Diana's shield fiercely, and the powerful force smashed Diana into the air again. This time, Ares made up his mind to kill Diana. After a sword succeeded, there was no stagnation, and he rushed forward again. A cold light flashed in Billy's eyes, and he rushed up without hesitation. Asterisk.